What happened to you when you were young that you didn't understand until years later? When I was about 4 or 5 we got two very important life-changing bits of medical news. The first was my baby brother was on the way. The second was that my father was diagnosed with acute lymphoma and had about 2 weeks to live. When I was little I had no grasp of how serious cancer was. My mom told me my dad was sick, but that was about it. I remember my mom kept insisting that I spent time with him, but I would always get angry when he got too tired to play or kicked me out so he could vomit from the chemo. I remember one night in particular where my school had my first back to school night/carnival. They had all sorts of rides and stuff. My dad had just had extensive surgery and had staples across his entire neck. I used to joke that he was like Frankenstein. My dad managed to make it through the big presentation the teacher made to the whole class and their parents, but barely. I thought this was boring, but would be worth sitting through, because I would get to go on carnival rides afterwards. But my dad had to leave. He couldn't even stand up. I could not understand how my strong 6 feet 4 inch father could be so selfish. If he could sit through the boring part, why not the good part? I to this day feel tremendously guilty over how I treated him and the tantrum I threw when my mom was struggling to hold my dad up and my dad was struggling just to stay conscious. Fortunately the doctors were wrong. He made it well past the 2 weeks and eventually beat cancer 5 years later. It took years before I understood how seriously sick he really was. He had gotten down to 90 pounds, but to me, he was still a superman. When I was a teenager, my father was the biggest jerk who ever walked the face of the earth. He never bought me video games for my birthday or Christmas, and I had to put almost all of my money I got from gifts and summer jobs into the infamous college fund. We were the last family on the block to get a touch-tone telephone, a computer, a printer, a new television, and to this day, he still has a push mower for the lawn and a television without cable channels, and he doesn't have high-speed internet. While other kids got to sleep in until noon on the weekends, I was always forced to get up at the crack of dawn and work on fixing something that was broken or needed maintaining. There was always something that needed working on during the weekend. The roof needed to be cleaned, the house needed painting, the trees needed to be trimmed, the sidewalk needed to be swept, the kitchen and bathroom needed to have plumbing work done and tiles replaced, and the whole house was always dust, dirty, and in need of cleaning. I felt poor, overworked, and all my friends got their summers and weekends free to do whatever they wanted. Life was so unfair. Now I'm an adult, living on my own away from my parents. I'm still not fond of those childhood memories, but I also didn't have to take out a loan for college. I never worried about paying for college, field trips, gas, food, payments on a house, insurance, or clothes. Money just wasn't an issue for the essentials. I just missed out on some luxuries as a kid. I didn't get to be lazy during the summer of the weekends, but in the last few weeks, I've been able to replace the garbage disposal, paint the back wall, put in new ground cover in the backyard, fix a broken drawer, and a number of other things. I learned all those things from my father, and I had enough money to pay for all those repairs without a second thought, because he taught me the value of money for years and years. He seems like less of a jerk to me now than when I was younger. Added a picture for the curious. Everything here is so down and dismal. Let's talk about some happy memories. When I was young, think 4 to 8, I idolized my brothers. Jack was the mature father figure with all the brains, Ben was the looks and the cool guy, and Peter was the rebel without a cause. Jack went to college when I was 4. It was hard to grip as a kid that I was losing my best friend. I didn't understand why he had to leave home to go to school when he used to just come home every day. Whenever he visited though, he always took time to goof around with me. My dad wasn't exactly capable of being fatherly, due in large part to alcohol, but he was around. Jack was basically my father figure growing up, and through him, I learned what it meant to be a good dad. He made time for me, even if it was just to fuck off and play video games for a whole day. He taught me some essential stuff like how to fish and how to be successful. I didn't realize it at the time, but he's the one who taught me how to be a man. My brother Ben was very much the same to a lesser extent though. He spent a lot of his time playing music, talking to girls, and playing video games. When my brother left, he took up the mantle of the father figure. He'd take me out to the mall, but we always wound up coincidentally meeting up with girls he knew. They'd gush over me. Hey, I was a damned handsome kid with baby blue eyes. Who can blame them? I watched my brother talk with them, and take them around, and show them a good time. I thought I was part of the gang. Nope. My brother was using me as a chick magnet, and through that I unknowingly learned to flirt, and how to treat a girl. Ben also taught me how to chill like a fucking pimp. We'd kick back, listen to some music, giggle like idiots at Ren and Stimpy, and play Legacy for faking hours. He had a dog whistle on his keychain. I could never get it to make a noise when I blew on it, so I thought little of it. He'd clean that thing religiously after he went on walks. Without me, he needed some alone time, and right after he cleaned it was when we would goof around. We always had snacks. He taught me that when cups are dirty, the next best option was to use a bowl instead. I thought he was so cool. About 2 years ago, out of nowhere, I remembered that dog whistle he had on his keychain. With the wisdom that could only be granted through age and a college degree in Maine, I deduced that dog whistle was, in fact, a pipe he used to smoke weed on his walks. He was just extremely high for most of my childhood, as it turns out. Then there's Peter. I stick to what I said. He was a faking rebel without a cause. I'm talking dyed blue punk spikes. He looked like a character out of SLC Punk. One time, he got in trouble for drinking cranberry juice in the hallway. The student government kids could drink in the halls at their booths, so why can't he drink in the hallways? Well, the man came crashing down on him and slapped him with a solid sentence of 5 days of hard labor and in-school suspension. Peter dealt with it exactly like how a mature adult wouldn't. He bought a prison jumpsuit, dyed his hair neon orange, put chains around his wrists, and went into the exile like a political revolutionary icon of the proletariat school body. I thought it was faking hilarious at the time, but when I got to his age I felt the same way he did. Not everyone was treated the same, and it wasn't fair. I learned from Peter how not to deal with authority, though, so I joined the student senate and fought the man from the inside. Anyways, a lot of stuff happened when I was a kid that I didn't understand until later. It never occurred to me that was all just Jack showing me how to be a man, Ben showing me how to enjoy life, or Peter showing me how to navigate a society I didn't like. I'm sitting here as a semi-successful person today because of them and everything I learned just by being around them. And one time I got scratched by a wildcat. I thought it was just a dick and that all animals love me. Nope, I didn't realize it at the time, but it's a law of nature that cats hate me. Edit. First off, thanks for the gold, Mystery Redditor and you/Zealsonpoint, and for those wondering how my brothers fared in life after adolescence, Jack graduated college after switching majors. He pulled a straight 180 and went from anthropology to molecular biology, where he kicked so much as it's hard to explain. He's now a PhD and just accepted a professorship. He married a wonderful woman who makes magic cookies which live up to their name. Those things are God's gift to men. They're expecting their first child in January. I'm so fucking excited. What a boring, absurdly successful life path. Ben had a rough time in college. When I say that, I mean he partied way too hardy and forgot to go to most of his classes. After falling before the end of his 3rd semester, he moved back in with my parents. He dated some crazy girl who looked like she would have hung out with Peter in his heydays. It didn't work out. Ben went back to school where he obsessively did not screw up. I don't use that term lightly. He retook some classes because he only got a B. I remember once when he was the ladies man lacrosse player in high school, a girl, Jen, used to follow him around all the time. They were friends, but outside of school he avoided her like the plague from what I could tell. She frequently had me go fetch him while I rode my bike around our block. He would pretend he wasn't home, and so she resorted to calling, knowing my mother would pick up the phone and force him to talk to her. Except he often pawned the phone off onto me when my mom felt satisfied in her giddy eavesdropping. I very distinctly remember her telling me she had green toenails. That was so goddamn disgusting, even to nose-picking 6-year-old me. I understood why Ben didn't want to hang around her. Gangrene is gnarly. I guess because he totally didn't like her at all, ever. They got in a little tiff before graduation and stopped talking. Fast forward several years, Ben happens to see Jen at a bar. In a valiant effort to make up for lost time / relive his glory days, he goes up to talk to her. Without warning, Jen freaks out that this ghost from her past came back to haunt her, and she blurts out the magic words that scared most men away: "I have a kid." It failed miserably, so she was forced to retreat. My brother, probably hearing that sad Peanuts song in his head, sauntered away until one of Jen's friends intercepted him and gave him her number. This time I had nothing to do with the phone calls, so they progressed from calling each other to hanging out. Suddenly my mom is babysitting Jen's daughter, and a couple years later he proposed. Jen's daughter doesn't have green toes, nor does Ben and Jen's daughter, Erin. I assume green toes are not hereditary. Jen insists she must have painted her toes green, and I just misunderstood. Doubtful. Peter carried on his rebel attitude after his hair grew out into a less absurd shade of brown. My mom was happy. Peter was cranky, but considering he decided not to go to college and support the banking industry through student loans, motherfucker needed a job. I guess he wound up deciding that the best way to fight Big Brother was to pay taxes and vote. Over time he became less and less punk and frankly became far more enjoyable to be around. At Jack's bachelor party he saved 17-year-old me from looking like a gargantuan jackass by stopping me when I thought I could pick up an entire party of sorority girls while being sloppy drunk and chewing on a cigar in the middle of a campsite. No lols or cakes. You don't talk to girls when you're this drunk. Sage advice. Over time, he went full poser and decided to live his punk lifestyle vicariously through this bit of corporate propaganda. He now wears pastel-colored polo shirts, rocks an almost military haircut, and carries his bouncing 2-year-old twins in both arms, both of whom shake their butts to Tim Armstrong, so maybe Peter will end up teaching them everything he knows about gluing their hair into spikes and mohawks. My parents' divorce. My mother suffers from bipolar disorder, and 20+ years ago the psychiatric community was fragmented in terms of how to properly medicate it. Without proper medication and good access to mental health, my mother was not only suicidal and constantly depressed, but she had a bad spending habit. During her bouts of mania, she would go on shopping sprees to the tune of $10,000 to $20,000, buying all kinds of useless shit we didn't need and couldn't afford. She'd put it all on credit cards. There were quite a few times growing up that I recall my dad loading bags and bags of shit into his pickup truck and carting my brother and me to the mall and standing in line for hours returning the stuff. When my dad finally had enough, he committed my mother and then filed for divorce. She'd threatened to kill herself if he ever left her. For many years I had a great deal of animosity towards my dad because I thought he had abandoned mom when she needed him the most. He did everything in his power to try and help her, not that she didn't want the help, but nobody he took her to could get her on the right medication. I was well into my 20s before realizing he made the decision he thought was best for me and my brother, though he made a lot of mistakes on his own, too. I guess I came to the understanding that my dad didn't want to take the chance that my mother's illness would cause irreparable damage to us. I never understood that not everyone heard people drop bags of groceries on their steps while the people just rang the bell and drove away. Dawned on me as an adult that we were poor. Then I looked back at old pics and noticed all the signs. Tiny Christmas tree in the background, disappointed faces on Christmas pics, no vacation pictures. Damn it. I'm gonna try to avoid having my kids live that way. The other part of that is I didn't realize how stressed my mom always was until I got older and realized not everyone's parents freaked out weekly and slammed doors and peeled off in their car leaving their kids alone and scared. I specifically remember one incident where my mom, brother and I went to the grocery store and while we were walking to the car my mom dropped the gallon of milk and it exploded all over the ground. My mom started crying, and my brother said, "Don't cry over spilt milk mom," kinda chuckling. I didn't understand at all. Now looking back it hurts me to think how hard my mom was trying to keep everything together. She passed away at age 51, when I was 18. She had a rough adulthood. I lived my life now hoping to become what she wanted me to be. She made tons of mistakes, but she was there for me on her own, and she tried so hard. All you teens, take notice of how your parents act when they think you're not looking. You might be surprised to find they are very stressed and working super hard to make you happy, oftentimes with only frustration to show for it. Maybe not as dramatic as a lot of the things here, but I was gaslighted and abused for many years in my childhood. A lot of it was by my stepmother. When I was younger, my stepbrother would grab me and throw me against the wall, hit me, punch me, kick me, until I bruised severely. He'd threaten me. I finally realized I was sick of it, and I went to the school counselor and showed her the bruises, but my dad had the excuse of, "Oh, she's always falling down. Her stepbrother did nothing to her." Funnily enough, I was in the early stages of cerebellar ataxia at the time, and I also have a genetic disorder that makes me bruise very easily and can mess with proprioception. Wasn't diagnosed until this year. Go figure. I was probably 10 at the time, but it had been going on for 4/5 years. Me going to the counselor resulted in an absolute shitstorm. My father pretty much told me he didn't want me in his house until he figured out what to do with me, and my mother took the abuse as a manipulation point. I eventually went back over there, and my stepmother and my father sat me down for a little chat. A chat that lasted 3 hours. They screamed at me the entire time, and they told me how horrible of a person I was, and how I just wanted to screw everyone's lives up. I clearly remember my stepmother saying, "You're just like your mother. You're a terrible person." Remember, I was 10. If you couldn't guess, nothing really came of me going to the counselor. My father came up to the school, and he had a tape recorder in his pocket. Yep. He saved his job as a police officer before he'd even consider worrying about me. Classic him. That year, I realized just how depressed I was. That summer, I began considering suicide. I was cutting myself. I know Reddit doesn't have a lot of sympathy for that, but it's so screwed up that at the age of 10, I wanted nothing more than death. I stopped cutting myself about 2 years later, as I realized my skin doesn't heal very well. I wasn't a dumb kid. I knew where not to cut and how deep to cut. My translucent skin really helps with that. I'm known to be intelligent. Freakishly intelligent. For many parents, this would be a point of pride. For my mother, it is. For a while, that's the only thing about me that mattered. For my father and my stepmother, it's an embarrassment. Girls aren't supposed to be smart. This year, I was finally diagnosed with a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It explains a lot of my health problems. Really? Then I was diagnosed with postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, then Shire malformation, and now cerebellar ataxia. It's been a shitty year. But I advocated for 2 years before being diagnosed W/eds. I'm in severe pain every day. My balance is so bad. I can barely walk. If someone had listened, I wouldn't be dealing with the possibility that I might be in a wheelchair in a few years. Let's add medical neglect to the list. And, yes, both parents are guilty of this. One point this year, my stepmother said, "You're a faking sociopath. There's no humanity in your head. It's all numbers. You're just a machine. That's all you are." Years of this faked me up. I began questioning if I was even real. I began feeling like an emotional zombie. Gaslighting at its finest. My mother is pretty bad too. She's an alcoholic. She's manipulative and verbally abusive. She calls me a cripple, tries to get me to pity her for having a crippled daughter, etc. But she's all I have. On the other hand, my father never tried to have a relationship with me, but just loves my older sister. We have a huge rift between us. Funny thing, my older sister stormed out of the house 3 weeks ago, and I haven't talked to her since. She was telling me how bad of a daughter I am, how undeserving I am, etc. I told her to leave if she loved my father that much, and she did. As she left, she called me a faking worthless cripple. Also, my stepbrother is a juvenile delinquent with multiple offenses spread out over a few years, and was at the time he was abusing me. Yet, they still believed him. It leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, considering I'm the most respectful, most intelligent, and I have the most potential out of any of the kids. And one more thing. When I was 6, my stepmother chopped off all of my hair because, since I was smart and liked video games, I must be a boy, right? That one has created a bit of trauma. She now insists that since I'm sick, my talents are wasted. I'm glad I realized that I was constantly being dehumanized and degraded. I'm glad I cut off most connections. I'm still miserable, but things are looking up. Are things great when my mother? Hell no. I'm just counting the days until I get out. TLDR, stepmother is an alcoholic and manipulative and dehumanizes me because of my intelligence. Father is totally apathetic towards me. Mother is also an alcoholic, manipulative, verbally abusive person, but she's a bit better. Stepbrother physically abused me for many years until I got help, but it exposed me to more mental abuse. I became suicidal, and I'm still trying to recover as I'm dealing with my disability. I try to make the best of it. Got circumcised when I was about 7 to 8 years old. While I was awake and conscious, I was born in the USA and my parents never had me circumcised. They thought it was a good idea to wait until we visit the Philippines and get it done for much cheaper. I had no idea what was going on. I just remember walking into the hospital and they laid me down, took off my pants, and some nurse comes walking in with this blue towel with a hole in the center and lays it on top of me. Wasn't sure what was going on till I saw them pull out knives and they started injecting anesthetics. It still hurt, even if I was numb, and the doctor accidentally cut one of my veins during the procedure. This all happened on my vacation to visit relatives in the Philippines, and I was in so much pain after the surgery. My parents made me wear a solo cup underneath my underwear to stop it from rubbing against my underwear. It also burned when I peed. I also remembered being so sensitive I had to shower with my back facing the faucet for almost 2 years cause it hurt for the water to hit my dick. Overall, no kid should have to go through that bullshit. It was faked up, and yes, I still hold a grudge against parents because of it. Edit. Forgot to also mention the daily wrapping and peeling of bandages around my penis. That hurt like crazy, having to unwrap it after all the blood dried, and it stuck to me like glue. TLDR, fact circumcision. Edit. Fuck it. This isn't a throwaway account, but oh well, point, it has healed, but now I'm trying to restore it back. I won't be able to regrow any of the nerves back, but at least I can regain the function of a foreskin. The foreskin is actually supposed to moisturize and protect the head of the penis. The foreskin is actually made of mucous membranes, similar to what's in your eyes and mouth. Removing the foreskin dries out the skin and causes the penis to keratinize at the head, which is essentially a layer of callus that forms over the penis after rubbing against your clothing for years. This causes desensitization of the penis and actually is one of the main causes of erectile dysfunction. It's a shame too many people are too ignorant about it. When adults say they've been circumcised and don't feel any difference, it's because they haven't lived with it long enough to keratinize. Circumcision is a lifelong process. I was in first grade, and my mom was late to pick me up from school. So as I'm sitting in the front office waiting, there is this weird older lady sitting across the room from me, maybe mid to late 40s. And she's smiling at me, playfully trying to get my attention. I was a super shy kid, just didn't really say anything and looked away. The secretary for the office sees this exchange and the weird lady chuckles and says, "Oh, he's so shy." As if she knows me. A couple minutes more of this awkwardness. Then the weird lady stands up, grabs her purse, walks over and grabs my hand, and says, "We'll just have to come back another time, sweetie," and starts walking me out of the office. At this point I'm still confused. I haven't even said a word to this woman, but my 6 to 7-year-old self didn't necessarily feel enough panic to speak up. The office secretary knows something is up. Maybe she even knew who my mom was. Just as the weird lady is leading me out the door, secretary says that I was student of the week and I need to get my picture taken. I remember how tight of a grip the weird lady had on my hand, and how angry she looked when the secretary quickly pulled me away. I was led into a back hallway, where I saw the secretary whisper something to my principal. I still remember the look on his face too. I now recognize that look as a mixture of anger, but relief. Anyway, woman had escaped from a low security mental facility, and was off her meds. Drove to the most remote elementary school she could find in the Phoenix area, to escape into TH Desert with me apparently. I didn't have an understanding of that day's events until years later. TLDR, almost kidnapped from my school by a mental woman when I was 6. This is the first time I've ever told anyone this, so sorry for the rambling, vivid details. I hope this acts a little bit of therapy for me. I was around 7 years, playing baseball in a school organized league. Was outside the fence warming up, as all professional 7-year-old baseball players should, in our designated area. As I was next to bat point in the middle of a practice swing, a child probably no more than 5 came running right next to me, and I ended up hitting him square in the head with a metal baseball bat. I remember looking directly at his face and seeing him scream as he lay on the ground. I dropped the bat, panicked and started shaking, while frozen in fear. They took me inside the school to try and calm me down. I could hear the ambulance from inside. I just felt so very guilty. Took what felt like hours before I stopped shaking. I don't remember much of how I felt in the months after that incident. I think my mother and the teachers sheltered me from it. They didn't bring it up and never updated me as to how he was doing. For whatever reason, I don't recall ever asking. Maybe it was out of guilt or confusion. I don't know. How does a 7-year-old cope with that? Years passed by and at some point I just stopped thinking about it. Memories of that day faded away, and I just stopped thinking of that little boy. Until 10th grade. I was in between classes heading to my locker. On the other side of the hallway I heard somebody talking very loudly and excitedly with a very obvious speech impediment. I looked that direction to see who it was. It was him. Or at least it looked like him. Subconsciously, I think part of me still wants to think it was somebody else. That I was mistaken. But I know it was him. I may have forgotten many parts of that incident, but I will never forget his face. I watched him as he turned away, and noticed coordination/movement issues as well. I kept watching him until he was out of sight. I never did learn his name. I never did learn what sort of disability he has. I don't know what he is doing now, 15 years later. I wish I did. I don't allow myself to feel guilty about not pursuing any of those details when I had the chance in high school. Perhaps it was just my way of protecting myself from not piling on any more guilt. At that age in my life my parents had divorced. My father was in jail for molesting my older brother and life was just a giant struggle for me. I guess I just disconnected myself from it. I still don't really know what to think or how to process the whole thing. It doesn't keep me up at night and I went probably 2 years without thinking about it until I saw this post. It was an accident. I shouldn't feel guilty for not thinking about it, right? I hope he is doing well. I hope he is happy. I hope he has a fulfilling and successful life. I guess that is all I can do. I'm sorry. Edit 1. I want to thank everybody who commented for their kind words. After rereading my post and all of your comments, it does seem like I harbor more guilt about this than I realize. I thought I would add this as well, so I can continue to write out my feelings about this. Many of these feelings I didn't realize I had. I know it was an accident, so I don't feel guilty in that context. I just what if it to death. I should have been more aware of my surroundings. What was I doing swinging at full strength? Why didn't I stop my swing in time? These what ifs aren't healthy, I know that. Nothing I can do now. After it happened, I probably just felt the kid just had a bad cut and a bruise. That he was fine. I had no concept of brain injuries. I was able to move on because of that line of thinking. I now know that in a single instant I changed his life. Like I took an author's book, half-finished book, and changed the genre. Writing all of this out has been very helpful for me. I feel like I can process my feelings about this better than I could before, and it is helping alleviate whatever this mess of guilt/sadness is inside of me. Thank you again to all who listened. It has been very helpful. When I was 12, I went on a week-long canoe trip with Girl Scouts down the Suwannee River in Florida. We were 5 girls 14 and under, an 18-year-old woman who had advanced first aid training, and an adult male, actually a father of one of my friends, so I knew him. His name was Ben. It was a glorious trip, not too difficult paddling, pull the canoes up the bank and camp overnight in a tent every night. Wash in the river, very primitive, but really fun and educational. The Suwannee is dotted with springs that feed into the river. We camped at a small swimming hole called Fanning Springs on a Friday night near the end of the trip. Fanning is pretty rural, or it was at the time. Also at the time, it was apparently the thing to do on Friday nights for the local gentry to get liquored up and drive donuts in the county park part of Fanning Springs. So that's what the local gentry was busy doing after we had had dinner. Our canoes were up a 20-foot bank, our tents set up, and we were getting settled in. Although we were in a county park, our tents and canoes were difficult to get to from that park. You had to climb almost vertically up a 25-foot rocky incline to get to our campsite. For the girls, it was not a thing, just climb it. If I had to do it today, I'd say no way in hell can I get up there. Gary and Odie thought otherwise. They were two of the local gentry who had done their jobs getting liquored up and driving donuts in the grass. We heard their truck. We heard them. It was impossible not to. We thought they were funny because they hooted and hollered a lot and wore overalls. They tried to climb the embankment. They were comically slapstick drunk. They tried the embankment 4 or 5 times, hollering every time they slid down in failure. Ben expressed some worry combined with good-natured whatever at them until Gary and Odie made it into camp. I was seated on a pickle bucket deep into our campsite and closer to the river, so I saw Ben go up to the local gentry and speak with them in hushed tones. I did not hear what Ben said to them, but he said it with a hatchet behind his back, almost like he was using the hatchet head to scratch an itch between his shoulders. I did see that. The rest of the girls were in camp, now watching very closely. Whatever Ben said made Gary and Odie leave quietly. He put the hatchet down and breathed out an enormous sigh of relief. I'm not sure he slept that night. We all thought it was hilarious at the time. I had no idea Ben was holding that hatchet to keep us from getting wrapped or murdered. Thanks, Ben, for keeping us safe. I remember being 10 or 11 where we acted as reading buddies and doing general guidance stuff for kids in kindergarten. One day we were talking about bullying and one of the kids mentioned something he'd seen that day. Apparently he witnessed a group of kids force a kid into a barrel and roll him down a hill. All I could think about was how humiliating that must have been for that kid. Fast forward to last year and I'm awake late at night trying to get to sleep. Now as for most people every thought goes through my head possible, right when I don't need it to. I thought about the time helping the kids and stuff. Suddenly it finally hit me that he had seen me and my friends putting that kid in the trash can that day. The reason I'd never made the connection before now was because he had wanted to go in the trash can. All day we'd been challenging each other to do bigger and stupider stunts. This kid had requested we put him into this big faking barrel, cause he was a short guy, and then roll him down the hill. In retrospect we probably should've just put the barrel on its side, but at the time we were stupid little sheets trying to be the next jackass crew. So fuck logic. Other than being dizzy, though he was okay as far as I recall. It had never even crossed my mind that somebody would see that and think we were bullying some kid. Really told me a lot about how sometimes your actions can look different from somebody else's perspective. When I was 4, there was a rolled ratty cloth wrapped case in my parents' closet. I'd noticed it a long time ago, but never gave it any mind. Everything in the closet got moved around except it. It wasn't particularly large, but it seemed kind of special. Mom took great care to avoid it. I woke up one night to the sound of one of my older siblings yowling and crying out. When I came into the living room, my mother was beating him with her flip-flop and slapping him across his bare back with her open palm. It was a broken picture on the floor of a curly-haired blonde boy. His picture was all over the house and hanging on every wall. When my older sibling stepped in to stop her beating him, she just turned away and scooped up the picture gently, like she was carrying some ancient artifact. After that, I spent a lot of time around the house studying the pictures of the boy. My little brain knew that we were related. The boy in the picture looked just like my dad and little brother. I asked Mom who he was, and she made me go outside and play. After that, I didn't ask about him. Instead, I started asking who the tall man wearing the Navy uniform was. He was only in one picture, and any time Mom went in the room she'd make one of us go in there before her and cover it, so she didn't have to look at it. Dad wouldn't let her take it down. My mother died 4 years later from a brain tumor. The man who wore the uniform came to our house. I only heard him say 4 words, "Is she really dead?" and then disappeared. When I got older, I learned that the blonde boy that earned my older sibling a beating for breaking was named Kirby. He was one of my older brothers. The man in the Navy uniform was my oldest brother. I had to wait till my dad passed away before anyone got up the courage to tell me why mom hid one picture and built shrines to the other 2 years before I was born. My father owned a post mill. They would go out in the woods, cut down trees, sharpen them with saws, split them with wedges, knock the bark off and sell them. My father ran 3 teams in the woods. 3 saws with 3 runners. One man would saw the tree down. The moment it was down, the runners would lay measuring rods on the trunk of the trees, so the sawyer knew where to cut. Robbie, the sailor, was 17. Kirby, blonde boy, was 13. The runner was supposed to stand behind the sawyer at all times. Kirby was a chubby fuck who saw wild grapes growing on a vine and snuck away while the saw was going to steal grapes from the vines. Robbie cut the tree down like he was supposed to and the tree fell on Kirby's head. Robbie got dad. Everyone carried him out to the truck and my dad tore up the countryside getting him out of the woods and back home. At the house, they called an ambulance while Kirby spasmed and made gagging sounds, wheezing and spraying blood from his nose. His eyes were red from the internal bleeding. Dad was going to ride in the ambulance, but mom was bawling and pleaded him to let her go. Dad said keep him up because the paramedics kept trying to lay him flat. The hospital was 40 miles away. My dad had served during the Korean War. He'd been trained how to deal with battlefield injuries like this. The paramedics told mom they had to lay him flat. She argued all the way to the hospital, but finally gave in 10 miles from their destination. Kirby swallowed his own tongue as a result. 8 years after my dad's death, Robbie had a breakdown and came back home. He used to just sit and rock and whisper to himself. One night, I'm visiting my cousin and sitting in his trailer watching TV when there's a knock. It's Robbie. He's about 52 years old by this point. He comes in. He takes a seat ignorant of the fact that I'm sitting in the room behind him. My cousin and his wife and daughter take a seat at the kitchen table with him. He poured it all out, sobbing and crying and talking about how he didn't know Kirby was out there till the tree was already falling. He told how mom used to beat him after what happened and pull his hair and spit on him. She used to tell him the wrong son died and that each night instead of avoiding her, he would seek her out so she could do these things to him because he wanted her to kill him. Dad made him leave home the day he graduated, giving him money for a bus ticket to California where the rest of our family lived. He wanted to come back home and used to write and plead with dad to let him come home, but dad wouldn't let him. Mom wouldn't read his letters. I read the letters. Dad put them in a ratty little suitcase in the closet with Robbie's accordion. I used to sit up late after mom had died and read the letters. He just wanted his mother back. After that night, he no longer talked to himself. He no longer wept. He just stopped talking to everyone and took a job managing a grocery store. He died of cancer last August. Kirby's best friend was the man who owned the grocery store that gave Robbie the management job. He was only one to give a eulogy. Nobody in my family really knew him. He'd vanished when they were children and didn't show back up till they were grown and gone. When I was in 3rd grade, my family moved across the country. I was already a depressed child to begin with, and the move certainly didn't help things, so I ended up seeing the guidance counselor on a regular basis at my new school. This same counselor also ran a sort of chess program. During lunch breaks you could go play chess instead. I would often go and play, and actually got pretty good at the game, at least compared to the other kids. I'm terrible at chess now. I recall getting to the finals in a student tournament, though. The guidance counselor noticed that I was getting pretty good, and one day sat me down and said that I was going to play him. He was basically chess god to me at this point, so going up against the master was incredible. As an added bonus, he told me we're going to play for real and put a chess clock on the table. This was super exciting for me. I remember the game going down to the last second, and I also remember his downfall was leaving his queen open and him saying oh shoot when I took it, and then soon after won the game. This was a huge confidence boost for me. I remember bragging to other kids that I had beaten him in chess. I thought about this pretty recently and realized he totally let me win that game. He knew I had confidence issues and was not happy, so he let me win a game so that I would feel better about myself. Such a bro. When I was a kid, maybe around 8 or 9, I knew kinda pieced it together that strippers were people who took their clothes off, but then in my little brain I knew that there was a thing adults did after they took their clothes off. I just had no idea what. Then one day my dad was watching television and someone on some show said that the woman they were talking about was a hooker. I had no clue what a hooker was, so I asked my mother and she explained that a hooker was someone who sold their body. I didn't ask any more questions because my mom seemed pretty uncomfortable, but this confused the ever-loving shit out of me because my little child brain couldn't figure out how the hooks fit into the picture. Like maybe they use the hooks to remove their body parts to sell them. Did they use tiny fishing hooks? Did they use big meat hooks? Was there another type of hook that I was unfamiliar with? How was the payment set up? Was it by body part or by weight? I had no clue. This went on for a bit, then a little while later, I must have just been starting middle school. I was walking around the mall with my friends and I saw an amputee for like the first time ever. And I turned to my friends and I was like, hey guys, check out that hooker over there. And they all got mad at me and said I was such an asshole. I figured it just wasn't polite to point out who is and who is not a hooker in public. It wasn't until like high school that the distinction became clear to me, which sucked because I had called a lot of amputees hookers by that point. TLDR. Please explain the difference between strippers, hookers, and amputees to your kids. I thought I was learning to play the cello using the Suzuki method, but I was completely wrong. When I was in junior high, I wanted to learn a musical instrument, and I really liked the cello. So I rented one from a music store and found a college student who gave me the basic lessons. After a few months, she had taught me all she could, so she directed me to a music professor at a local university who did one-on-one lessons to students on the weekends. He told me to get the music books for the Suzuki method, and that's what I did. The book I got didn't have any text at all inside it except for the notation of the songs to learn. There was no audio CD, and no explanation of what the Suzuki method even was. Having just learned what musical notation was, I struggled a lot, but I managed to decode the songs in the book note by note, but my performance of them was really stiff, since I had no idea of what the songs were supposed to sound like. At the end of the week, I would play it for the professor, with a ton of errors, and it was pretty unsatisfying. Then he would play it for me once, and sounded so much more alive. I had to pay very close attention to that one performance, but I would have to recreate it for next week after hearing it. That one time. Years later, I discovered that the core concepts behind the Suzuki method are learning a guided environment, playing in groups, and learning by ear instead of notation. I was doing the exact opposite of it in every way. I think my instructor just assumed that I was in contact with other musicians outside of our weekly lessons. When I was about 8 to 10, my older brother, 12 to 14, was molested by a Catholic priest, Father Alvin Campbell, dead now, rest in pieces. My brother's personality changed dramatically. He became more physically plus verbally abusive and sexually evocative. For instance, streaking around the house naked, showing me his penis, etc. After the molestation became known to my parents, our mother became psychotically protective of him, but he continued to be abusive to me, so I could never get her to understand that her precious victimized little boy was transferring his rage over to me. The thing I never understood was that he was being molested. I had no concept of it as a child. I only learned of it as an adult. Nobody ever told me anything about it at the time, so all I saw were the effects. His increased abusiveness, our mother's overprotectiveness, her complete unwillingness to believe that he was transferring his pain to me, and guess what? I had no place to put it. I was always so confused that the people who were previously loving and protecting me were now suddenly attacking me and blaming me when I had done nothing wrong. Our mother couldn't conceive of punishing her precious little boy who had suffered so much, simply because he was making his little sister suffer as his coping mechanism. He used to say that when he felt bad he knew things would be alright if he could just get me to cry. He was very good at it. By the way, that priest was transferred by Archbishop Ratzinger, later Pope, to the US, where he was later convicted of molesting at least 6 more boys. I place full blame on Ratsina for moving Campbell from place to place, never getting him defrocked, and presenting that priest with fresh victims in each new place, after he struck in his other flocks. Campbell the molester eventually served a few years in prison, but was always able to keep his military and church pensions. He died in 2002 peacefully, after wrecking the lives of so many people. I used to have a nice brother. Now he's still just a vicious, abusive asshole, even today. He'd pretend to be nice to draw me near, then when he thought he could get away with it, he'd unleash his rage. For that reason I have had zero contact over the last 9 years. His tantrums and rages got more violent and dangerous. I became only his rage coping mechanism, not his sister, but I didn't ask for that transfer. I will never forgive the Catholic Church for their systematic victimization and covering up of their own violators. As far as I'm concerned, the Catholic Church from the papacy on down has lost its claim to moral authority over others. When I see the Catholic Church burn a few molesting priests at the stake, I may consider changing my tack, but right now all I see is a few token priests given wrist slaps, but no punishments, no excommunications, no real consequences. They do not have the right to demand forgiveness when they themselves are the perpetrators. Sorry, but it doesn't work that way. Violators don't get to make the rules about how they go about earning forgiveness. They're way too lax on themselves. Edit. Gold? Wow. Thanks. How my dad acted when he got back from serving in the army. He never joked around with us anymore. He was scary to be around. He would punish us for stupid things like laughing too loud. He co-owned a funeral home downtown and started having an affair with a woman there. My mom worked nights at the hospital. My dad would tell us he was taking us to the movies after school, and he was always lying when he said that, but we always believed him, and he always took us to the woman's house. The two of them would drink like crazy and my brother and I would play with the woman's kids. Then my dad would take us home around 4 in the morning and tell us an entire fake scenario to tell our mom about what we did. We lied to her every morning. This is something I will never forgive myself for. One day I told her the truth on accident and she figured it all out, and it caused a shitstorm. It really faked her up at the time and I feel bad about it all the time. My dad left when I was 9. We still don't know where he is. We found out he had a family before he met my mom, and I have 5 grown half sisters. It was crazy. Anyway, my mom, brother, and I are doing great right now. Financially stable for the most part. My dad doesn't call on my birthdays anymore. I know now that he lost nearly all of his friends in the army and it completely faked him up. War doesn't just cause destruction in combat, and I only wish I could've known that when I was a kid. Counseling would been super helpful for him and our family. My first pet was a beige hamster with black eyes called Popopio. One day I got home and my mom told me a hilarious story how she thought Popopio was smelling. She decided to give him a bath and, lo and behold, turns out Popopio is white and not beige. Another day she told me he had gotten an eye infection, went to the vet and was fine, but his eyes were now red forever. Once she told me she left me at my grandparents and he fled his cage and they thought he was hiding somewhere. Months later, my granddad calls me, telling me he found Popopio in the liquor cabinet in the middle of a dinner party. I always found it weird that people always said hamsters lived for 3 years, when I knew Popopio lived for 7 years. I figured I was really lucky. One day my dad remarried, and when I was 13 he gave me a baby brother. When my brother turned 5 I decided to get him a hamster for his b-day. When my dad saw it, he told my stepmother, hamsters are great pets for little kids. 888 Mfa had a bunch growing up, and that's when it hit me. TLDR, thought I had a hamster for 7 years that kept running away and slightly changed colors as a kid. Turns out my mother kept replacing the dead hamsters and I only figured that out at the age of 18. I grew up living on a farm, and in one of the old sheds we used to have a retired crop harvester where us kids used to play. When I was around 5 I located the fuel tank and removed the cap out of curiosity. The beautiful scent of petrol assailed my nostrils. To me this was a magical smell. Thus began a 4-month relationship between myself and unknowingly huffing petrol until I hallucinated. I became so obsessed with the smell in the bus that I actually fell in love with the harvester, believing it to be the provider of the sensations. I would imagine myself in a relationship with it and would actually talk to the reflection of myself which I could see when I had my face pressed into the fuel tank. I could see us eventually getting married and having a small family. At one stage I even took my trousers off and rubbed my childlike genitals on the fuel tank. I remember it being quite a primeval desire which I couldn't quite understand, but which just felt right. This all ended when I told a friend about the relationship, and he told his mother, who then told my mother. I was reprimanded and given therapy. I can't really remember a lot of what happened, but when I was 18 I had my first acid trip, and I remember the sensation being very familiar and déjà vu, like a simpler time when I was just a boy in love with a crop harvester. I now realize that I was addicted to huffing gas. This one ended up being more or less life lesson, but I guess it still fits. If it doesn't, I apologize, but I never really did get this one off my chest, and I feel like it would do some good to tell a place full of strangers about a life lesson I learned the hardest way. When I was 16, a good friend of mine passed away. He had epilepsy, a very severe form that would not have let him lead a normal life. He would never be able to drive, which is one thing he wanted to do the most, and he had to be under constant supervision. I remember him staying at my house a lot, but that was only because I was close enough to an emergency facility that we could get him there in a timely manner if need be. The story of how he was found breaks my heart. Doom 3 had just come out and Chase, my friend, was big into the Doom games. He was up in his room playing it, and his mother had just checked on him 20 minutes go by, and his mother goes back up to find him sprawled back in his chair with vomit stuck in his esophagus. He had a seizure, probably due to the game's intense light show, and ended up asphyxiating on his own vomit. I was also a little shit at this time. Since I was picked on a lot, I would take my anger out on whoever. Chase just so happened to be a loyal friend to me and would sit there and take my berating. I never got physical, I would just pick on him. When I found out he had died, I was instantly full of regret. Even now I would give anything to be able to tell him I'm sorry and how grateful I was of his friendship. Here's the weird thing about it all. His mother gave us all a lot of his stuff after he passed. She told me that Chase was very fond of me and he was very happy we were friends. In the bag of belongings was a letter from Chase. Before he passed away, I guess on a whim, he wrote me a letter apologizing to me for getting on my nerves, and that he hoped we could work it out in the future, because we are buds, and that's what buds do. He died thinking I was upset at him for something, when in all reality I couldn't handle my own issues, and took it out on him. For the longest time, that was hard to deal with. I mean, it's not like I can take it back. Even now I'm getting teary-eyed thinking about it, and it's been 8 years. The hard lesson I learned that day was to treat everyone the way you want to be treated. Never take anything for granted, and be sure to express your feelings to your loved ones as often as you can. Because of Chase I changed my life. I wish the circumstances could have been different, but he is the reason I'm who I'm today. TLDR. Friend I was mean to passed away due to epilepsy. He had written me a letter shortly before passing apologizing for getting on my nerves. Changed my life for the better. Edit. Formatting. I was sent to a psychiatrist by my middle school headmaster for aggression issues after I body slammed a girl in the class below me. In my defense, she drew blood with her nails first, brain in action. I had no memory of the content of the counseling sessions at all until a captain from the local PD called me to ask about my experience with the psychiatrist. I started with, well, I really don't remember much, except, and then spent the next 30 minutes describing all of these details that came pouring out. I hadn't recalled anything until that moment. I remember being offered cookies, having the Santa Claus dog sit next to me with his hand on my leg, having him describe all sorts of sexual innuendo to help me understand in social circumstances and pictures of how to perform all sorts of sexual acts, first starting with my very innocent middle school girlfriend, then on men. I'd get a cookie at the end of every session. However, I have no recollection of it reaching that next level. 4 years after he called, I followed the prosecution obsessively as he went to a mental institution for dementia, got accused of faking it, etc. I also realized that another boy in my class had been sent to the psychiatrist as well, except rather than a few months he was sent there for years. Rather than cookies he would come back with toys, model planes etc. Makes my heart go cold when I considered what happened to earn those. When I was a kid, I lived in rural Ohio, and I hated it. My stepfather was a redneck who delighted in living as far in the middle of nowhere as possible, but I desperately wanted something that I couldn't articulate until later, and that thing was culture, which is most often found near civilization. I now see the virtue in living a little out in the country, but as a child, I was always bored and miserable with no real friends. I had friends at school, but my parents were reclusive, and I really only saw them during school hours. The one huge ray of sunshine in my life is about once a month, my redneck stepfather's brother, Uncle Mike, the best, would come visit. And when he did, we did all of the things. He'd buy me and my siblings toys and take us to movies and to play miniature golf and go swimming and go karting. It was great. Really some bright spots in my otherwise boring and, toward the end, miserable childhood point. As I got older and a little more cynical or realistic, I began to wonder what interest he would have in us kids. I didn't think it was anything sinister, but he was single and had no kids of his own and a decent job, not amazing, but good. What was he getting out of it? Up until adulthood, I thought of it as one of the few truly altruistic things anybody had ever done for me. It turns out he actually had terrible bipolar depression. I guess he was self-medicating a bit. Maybe he was getting high off of spending his money, and to be sure, he flushed many a paycheck down the toilet on us. But I hope he knew how happy it made us, or at least me. And I hope what he got out of it was not just the simple chemical high of satisfying the compulsion to spend all of his money. I hope he got as much out of it as I did. And it wasn't just things. I loved hanging out with him. He was so funny. He was like a fatter Jim Gaffigan with more hair and a darker complexion. He was the only adult I knew whose only influence on my life was completely benevolent. Point, I didn't put all the pieces together enough as an adult to be able to thank him for what he did for me, whether he knew it or not, before he died. His life got much worse after I left Ohio and I wasn't able to be around for him the way that he was for me. I just hope he knew. I truly do. His will probably get lost, but this topic has caused me to look back and see some ugliness in my family. When I was young, I honestly don't know how old, let's say 4, 6. Some of my earliest memories are of my uncle on his deathbed. He was slightly older than my father, so probably 30 at the oldest. To this day, I don't know the full story leading up to his death, or why my mother was his caretaker. In retrospect, I suppose my mother was the only one not working at the time he died. I was too young to understand. Years later, I was told that he died from cancer. Not knowing any different, I believed. Now by the time I was 14, I had come to terms with my sexuality enough to confide in my parents that I'm gay. I had not received the backquote talk from my parents, but that's beside the point. I will always remember what my father told me: you are going to live a sad, lonely life and with no one at your bedside when you die, just like your uncle. I was confused how being gay meant I would get cancer. My parents confessed to me that my uncle died from complications from HIV/AIDS. I was completely distraught, informed my parents that I knew how condoms work and that I would be careful. I still haven't forgiven my father for that line. He never apologized. My parents' marriage has been in shambles for years and they are getting a divorce, so I'm secretly reveling in the irony. I understood why I was never informed. I lived in a very conservative region where everything contrary to white picket fences is swept under the rug. I was informed to not tell anyone in my family and never partake in PDA or act flamboyant, etc. Now, I thought the story was over. 8 years go by and my relationship with my grandparents is becoming stronger. I was away at college and didn't have many friends still in the area and preferred my grandparents' company to my parents. One night, I finally decided to come out to my grandparents, knowing my uncle was gay and died from HIV/AIDS. I was worried. I wanted to be in a relationship before telling them, so they would know I was not alone or promiscuous. But I threw caution to the wind and told them They took it great and had informed me that they had their suspicions. They were shocked that my parents never told them. I was in shock that my parents never told them. My grandparents have gone thorough back dealing with a gay child. I assumed my parents would look to them for guidance. Anyway, my grandparents told me to be careful. I informed them that as a young adult I was full well aware how to use condoms and practice safer sex. They agreed and told me that they expected nothing less, but the warning was more of a be careful in public. It being early 2010s, I felt pretty safe as it was. Times have changed. My grandfather goes on to ask me if I was ever told how my uncle came to pass. Yes, HIV/AIDS. I'll be safe. Yes, but did you know he was living with HIV for years, completely healthy, till one night he was leaving the gay bar. We get a call from a hospital the next morning telling us that he was found, beat to a bloody pulp. They wanted to keep him there till he was feeling better. Well, he never got better. His body would not recover. We were only able to locate his boyfriend after his passing. You have a hard life ahead of you, and people here are unreasonable. Stay safe, for all our sake. I still feel that I don't know the entire story. I've googled and searched public records, but see no mention of my uncle, not even an obituary. I don't know why my parents neglected to tell me my uncle was gay bashed to death. Life is weird, but things seem to be working out. I'm in a LTR and my family loves my man friend. I just hope one day I will be able to get the full story and people's reasoning behind sheltering me from the truth. LDR uncle died in my living room after being beaten nearly to death due to complications from HIV/AIDS. Only told partial truths through my own process of coming out of the closet. When I was young, mom worked night shifts and dad would always take my brothers and I to visit friends. They would lock themselves in other parts of the house while we watched TV. Later on, he ended up with a nasty infection in his arm and was hospitalized, then went away for a month or so. When he came back, he drank a lot, then started visiting his friends again, keeping us out until 2 or 3 AM. Even on school nights once I was old enough to watch my brothers, dad would leave us home and disappear for long periods while mom was working. When he was home, he only slept or stayed locked in the bathroom. As an adult, I became a paramedic and also worked in law enforcement for a while. I actually dealt with one of my dad's friends in reference to narcotics trafficking, and it all sank in. My dad was an addict, the friends we dealers and fellow addicts. When he was in the hospital, it was for an infection in his veins from shooting drugs, and for Hep C, which he told me later. After the hospital, he went away for drug rehab, but relapsed. All the time asleep was from being high, and the time in the bathroom was spent shooting more drugs. Once I put everything together, my dad and I's relationship went to hell in a handbasket. We didn't talk for a long time. I was angry. When I was younger, I did terrible in school because I was dragged around all night. When I wanted dad to take me fishing, he couldn't because he was too busy being high. I was angry for a long time. Finally I blew up on him one day and he just cried. The next day, he started at a methadone clinic and after a year of treatment, began weaning himself off of the methadone as well. Upon learning this, the clinic ejected him, but he had saved enough to completely finish treating himself. He stayed clean for around 2 years and I actually started to get to know my dad for the kind soul that he was. He got hooked on narcotics after they were prescribed to him following a car crash in which he broke his back at 18 years before I was born and struggled with it since. 2 years clean ended abruptly, though. Mom called me in the middle of the night saying dad was in terrible pain from something in his abdomen, which he had hidden from my wife and I earlier that day. Knowing I would have strong-armed him to the hospital, he would not allow her to call an ambulance because he was afraid the doctors would either put him on narcotics again or barely treat him when they found he was a recovering addict. She walked downstairs to ask me to come talk to him and help him, and while she was on the phone, my dad shot and killed himself while laying in the bathroom floor. I now understand just how powerful addiction really is. I was growing up in North Bay, California. Great childhood, late 2000s. I had a sister, mom, and a father. Perfect family. My dad worked in San Francisco and was, from what I understand, a first responder to horrific car accidents. Well, over the years he got depression from his job, and one day in, I think, 2009 he came home and me being the 10-year-old self I was came to the door to hug and say hi and then returned to Age of War on the PC. Well, about 30 seconds later I hear a loud door close and my mother comes crying out of our bedroom and gets me, and then out the front door and gets my sister. She takes us across the street to a friend's and we stay there watching TV for a while and then go to grandma's. And I don't see my mom for a day. Then my mom comes over after what seems like forever and sits me and my sister up on a bed and tells me that daddy died. It doesn't sink in for around 2 years that my dad committed suicide just 2 rooms away from me and that I will never see him again. I also just recently found out it was job related. But we would have got around 36 something thousand right away, but it went to my dad's grandma, who is a bitter old woman who hated my father and mother, and she got to keep the money and proceeded to sue us. She didn't win, but lawyers aren't cheap. I like to call her the Wicked Witch of the West. And we had to sell our $1 million house for a $250K lose and my dad's car and move to North Carolina, where I've lived now for 5 years. I don't like it here as well. Thanks for reading. I'll try and answer any questions. My younger sister was on the front door and hopefully got to see him before it happened. I never asked. TLDR. My dad had depression from work, came home and shot himself 2 rooms away from me, and took me 2 years to realize it. Edit. Formatting. Between the ages of 3 to 8 I spent a lot of time after school with my grandmother because my parents owned a business and usually spent a lot of time working. There was always something off about my grandmother. She used to call me by my cousin's name, my cousin who she raised 20 years previously in the 70s, and made many weird outdated references. When I was 12 she was diagnosed with dementia, so eventually that all made sense. Her neighbor across the street was a very old woman in her 90s who was actually quite terrifying. My grandmother told me she was a witch, and anytime I saw her walk to the door, I should run out the back door and go see her other neighbor for a while. Turns out they liked to drink whiskey every once in a while and didn't want me messing up their little party. She used to keep a single tail whip under her couch. Sometimes she would take it out and crack it and threaten to whip me with it if I was bad. Other times, she would fill a glass with ice water, tie me up, and throw the ice water in my face, and make me stand there for a good 20 minutes drenching wet. Other times I would get locked in a closet or a room for undetermined amounts of time. Funny thing is, I'm now 27 and a professional dominatrix, and I get paid to do all of these things to people, and it makes me feel really good to do it, and I honestly don't know if that's why. To her credit, my grandma did teach me how to throw a whip and crack a leather strap. So, thanks for the career guidance, Grandma Bertie. I was 14, had virtually no friends, and am still a total weirdo. Marizo back then. A new kid came to school, who was also weird. We hit it off when he brought out from his backpack a tub of citric acid for cooking. We had contests to see who could put the most in our mouths while trying not to cringe too much. We'd hang out, sometimes cut school, and go on epic bush walks, and used to have the funniest times. We were the best of friends. He even made me a sweet, super intricate leather friendship band. He was also great at fixing stuff, taught me a lot. How to fix my Walkman, all sorts of shit. He wasn't much of a talker, but when he did, it took some effort to understand. I thought it was because he was a Connie. His mum owned a bunch of rides that they'd take around the countryside to local shows and stuff. It got to a point a teacher wanted to speak to him. They'd get me to translate. Sometimes he'd act up, but I thought he just had a rebellious spirit. People used to tease me for hanging with him, but he was a rad friend. Then as randomly as he turned up, he left school early in the year to be homeschooled while traveling around to shows with the family business. I was chatting to one of the science teachers after he left, and she was telling me how great it was I was so accepting of him and helped him so much. I was like, what the fuck, has just a cool guy. Turns out he was reasonably high on the autism spectrum, and I had no idea. Everyone else knew, but not me. I thought people were dicks because of his carniness, or that he was just a little odd. I was completely blind to it. I just thought he was quiet and mumbly. I was one of about 3 people who could interpret what he was saying. I didn't care, but it sure did explain a lot. I'm very late to the party, but I think I have a pretty good one for this thread point. When I was in elementary school, probably about 8 or 9 years old, my best friend at the time lived right next door to me. I remember that she told me her mom was a pagan, and they lived in a very dirty house. She had a birth defect that made her forehead completely flat, and she was partially deaf. I didn't like going to her house, because it always smelled funny and the smoke in there made me dizzy. One day, walking to school together, we were discussing the concept of sex. I said something like I think people lose their virginity when they are like 15 or 16. She scoffed and said that's nothing. I already lost my virginity. I was so blown away. She must be so grown up to already know about this important thing in life that seemed so mysterious. I asked her all kinds of questions. She said she was 5, but the boy was 14. She didn't know what to do, so he kind of moved her legs for her. They did it all the time, and he said she was his girlfriend. It took years and years before I realized several things about my friend. One was that her birth defect was common among children whose mothers were on methamphetamine while pregnant. 2. The reason I always felt dizzy in her house was that her father was running a meth lab in the spare bedroom. And finally, my friend wasn't grown up because she had experienced sex. She was obviously molested and raped by an older boy. When I was about 5 or 6, my oldest sister, who was 15 or 16, asked me one day if I had an imaginary friend. Out of embarrassment I told her no. But she was really sweet and understanding about it and insisted it was okay to tell her. So I told her I did. She asked me his name and so on. So I told her all about him. Then she proceeded to tell me that she had a very special imaginary friend. I was surprised because to me, she was a full adult and I wasn't sure that adults had them. She told me that he was special because he would only appear when no one else was home, but since she had to babysit me until mom got home from work every evening, I would be able to get an actual glimpse of him. I was like, wow, really? I was really curious about it. She said the only condition was that I could not tell anyone about him or he wouldn't come back. Well, I knew how I felt about my imaginary BFF, so I didn't want to cause my sister to lose hers. So I promised I wouldn't tell anyone. So the next day after the bus dropped me off from school and she picked me up at the bus stop, I was all excited about meeting her imaginary friend. He really did show up. He was a young guy, about the same age as my sister. He was really nice too, brought me a lollipop, and performed a couple of cool illusions with a deck of cards. He said he learned these in imaginary friend land. But after the small talk and a couple glasses of lemonade, my sister said that they had to go into her room for a while and talk about some important stuff, since she was about to become a grown-up. Well, this happened a few more times over the next month or so, until one day dad got home early and caught my sister's imaginary friend in our house. I was really amazed that he could see him. I thought, wow, dad is awesome. He can see our imaginary friends. But I didn't understand why he was so angry about my sisters. I thought that adults really just hated for us to have them, and that's why I never mentioned mine to him and asked my imaginary BFF to make sure and always hide better than my sisters did. It wasn't until I was 17 years old and I became a girl's imaginary friend that I realized what was going on back in those days. I was in grade school a while back and there was this kid named Dylan who had a reputation of being shy. One day we are at lunch and he started passing around all his money, Pokemon cards, etc. He kept saying he was going away to be with Tarzan and swing from trees in the forest, therefore he didn't need any of his old possessions. We were sitting in class after recess and the teacher took roll, but Dylan wasn't inside. She went outside to look for him after one of the kids said he had been hanging around the old oak tree by the playground. Moments later she came back inside with a look of horror on her face and told all the kids to get away from the windows. The police came soon after, and that was that. The teacher just told us to color and went to the back room to cry. Nobody knew what had happened. Months later, after not seeing Dylan in class, I overheard my brother talking to his 6th grade friends about the depressed kid who hung himself with a jump rope from a tree. I don't know how Dylan did it, but that day we all thought he was joking and never knew it would be the last time we would see him again. It still haunts me to this day knowing I could've done something to help this kid who wasn't all there. I didn't understand why someone would do something like that and tried not to think about. Only when I drive by that old school and I see that tree, I imagine him hanging there all alone. Around 7th or 8th grade, we were learning about the wonders of the 5-paragraph essay in an English class, and we got an assignment to write an important figure/topic from the early 1900s. Then we were going to have a day where everyone got up and gave a quick presentation on their topic to the rest of the class. The teacher revealed we would get extra credit if we dressed up in a costume relevant to our topic for the presentation. A harmless little bonus, wouldn't you think? Me being a sports fan, I chose Babe Ruth. Probably crunched the essay out the night before as I was wont to do, and said screw it on the costume. Moved on with my life. Show up for presentations the day of, and I see one gal is garbed in an all-white robe of sorts. I think what the hell? She gets up to do her presentation and throws on a pointy hood with eye holes. I think lol, is she a ghost or something? The teacher nervously scurried over to the window to shut the blinds and this gal proceeds to give her presentation on the Ku Klux Klan. Bear in mind this was a predominantly white public school in a reasonably affluent suburb in the Midwest, and this gal fell into the pretty/popular crowd. No one in the class really had any idea what was going on, not even Miss Grand Dragon giving the presentation, except for the teacher who was I think now barricading the door to the room and nervously peering through the blinds. Luckily there were no black kids in the class, and this was before the camera phone/Facebook era, so nothing really came of it. TLDR, blonde white girl holds a Klan rally in the middle of our 7th grade English class. This will probably be all the way at the bottom, but screw it. When I was 7, my brother and I were fortunate enough to obtain a pet turtle from a cousin who could no longer care for the little fellow. It was all fine and dandy for the first 2 days. We shared many treasured memories together, from watching it sit in its cozy little tank all by itself pondering on its own thoughts for what seemed like an eternity, to the unforgettable moment of the little bastard eating lettuce. Our love and connection seemed as if we were destined to be together forever, the bridge between human and reptile, but alas, the fates were unkind on the 3rd day, and our destiny together was nothing more than a mere fallacy created by a false prophet. Her name is Mom. Yes. The poor reptile whose ancestors survived eons of mass extinctions, died suddenly while in the care of human children. My parents, as best as they could, told us that our recently deceased turtle, while pondering about it for the past 2 days, decided that enough was enough, and that running away to join his loved ones at the sea was his best option in obtaining happiness. Naturally, our broken little hearts made us sob and shed tears for days to come. This tragic period was known only as the sheeting. It wasn't until I was in my senior year in high school that I thought to myself, wait a minute, how the fuck can a turtle run away? When I was around 8 I had a friend from across the street with whom I used to play. She was a couple years older than me, so she used to scare me and play pranks on me. This one time she told me about these mean people, specifically old ladies, who just didn't like children and lured them with candy, kidnapped them and killed them. Mind you, this was not in the US, but in a country where this type of thing was extremely uncommon in the 80s. It was more of an urban legend, based on stories from the movies. Anyway, it seems I got pretty scared and told my parents about it. So one day my mother was gone. I was playing alone on the front porch while the babysitter was inside, and suddenly I heard somebody calling me with a witch-like voice through the cracks of the fence of the front garden. I ran inside immediately and proceeded to position myself in the front window of the house and continued to listen to that ridiculously high-pitched voice calling me. Soon the voice stopped and my mother came in through the car, in trance on the side, kind of surprised, kind of laughing at my face, asking me diagonal naught, who was that? Who was that? Diagonal naught. I didn't utter a word. I just kept staring at the fence and my mother kept laughing. I think that up until I was well into my 20s I believed that I escaped a horrible death, or worse, in the hands of a child trafficking network. Needless to say, it was my mother playing a prank on me all along. I'm 32 now, and I never mentioned it to her. I'm too ashamed to even bring it up. Point well played, mom. Well played. Bullying in elementary school. I never really realized how bad my elementary school experience was till I looked back on it, which I try not to do. I sort of just thought I was picked on. I thought that's what happened to everyone. I don't usually like thinking about it, but I'll post it here for editors who might have gone through something similar. One time there was an anti-Madison club during recess. In 5th grade there was a Kill Madison note. During Girl Scouts all the girls would team up on me and not talk to me. In art/music there would be some people that would like whack my head or throw little paper balls at me. In 7th grade I ran for student council and everyone told everyone not to vote for me, and really just people picking on me and wanting me in trouble. The worst part was, I blamed myself for it all. I genuinely thought there was something wrong with me. I'm not saying this part to seem one-sided, but I never was a mean/rude kid who might, for lack of a better word, deserve to be picked on. I guess I just seemed weak and vulnerable enough. Being bullied in grade school really fucks you up later in life. For example, I now have trust issues, anxiety, depression, social anxiety, and I'm a very sensitive person who blames herself for others' mistakes. Fuck grade school, man. Edit. For the record, high school was actually a safe haven for me. There wasn't any bullying, but like every high school of course there was a little drama. It was me turning a new leaf, and I made so many friends that liked me for me. I'm about to start college in the fall, and I'm even more excited. I get to leave high school and grade school behind and focus on myself and what I want to do in life, making/and keeping amazing friends and strengthening my relationship in my future. When I was 11 I went to a private boarding school in England. I'd never heard of what kind of stuff goes on in these types of schools, so it was a real eye-opener. I seemed to be singled out as soon as I walked through the doors and was constantly picked on by one teacher in particular. He seemed to have a really deep-seated hatred for me which I never understood at the time. I made a couple of really good friends at school despite not being the brightest student. I was pretty good athletically and was in the school sports team. I even got entered into a sports cup way above my age group despite my protests, something else I didn't really grasp at the time. I slowly developed a really close relationship with the head who had a lot of time for me. I didn't really get why he had taken such an interest in me, a young boy, at the time, but I'd later discovered he had a much sinister purpose in mind, which felt like a major betrayal towards the end of my school life. My family never visited me much at school. In fact the only time I ever really got a visit was from my uncle, and even then it was awkward and he wasn't particularly welcome at the time due to his involvement with my parents, which led to him going to jail. So with little family I grew extremely close with the head of the school and there were rumors that his relationship and interest in me was unhealthy. He unfortunately passed away towards the end of my time at school, and I was quite frankly heartbroken. This was a man who I'd looked up to and adored, a man I'd do anything for. What annoyed me the most however was the convoluted clues he left me to find and destroy those faking Horcruxes. I got drunk at 7 years of age. I always hated the taste of water and wasn't allowed to drink the milk because I always drank it all. Because of my reluctance to water, I grew up perpetually parched. So one night, I looked around for something to quench my thirst and came upon a cask of wine and sucked at the little plastic tap. It tasted weird, but it was better than water, so I poured a tall glass down the hatch. Fruity. Not bad. One more for the road. Another tall glass. I wash the glass and shake the cask. No one will know. Well, as I'm lying in bed reading my Grimm's fairy tales, something feels weird. My ears are ringing, and I can't seem to concentrate on my book. I'm trying to find a story on page 191, but each time I turn to it, it's the middle of another story there instead. So I go back to the table of contents, check for the page number, turn to it, and it's another story again. I do this repeatedly, and can't understand why I can't find my goddamn story. By this time I'm positively buzzing. Cheeks are burning, and my head feels like a tin can full of buzzing flies. I put the book down, and notice my wardrobe door looks funny. It's angled slightly, and starting to melt and spread. I remember thinking I should be scared, but it feels amusing watching the rectangle turn into a polygon, blink and it's back to normal, then starts to morph again. I get up to go and touch it. Hump. My legs have turned to stone, and the floor is like jelly. I'm sitting in a crumpled heap on the floor, and wondering why I'm there. Next thing, my mother, hearing the noise, comes in and starts telling me off for playing, when I should be in bed. She thinks I'm sitting on the floor playing Barbie's Beach. I'm legless and can't get up. I scramble up the bed covers like some retarded crab, holding on for dear life. My body feels like a sack of rocks. I get back into bed and my mother gives me another rear bushing. I'm peeping out over the covers, and I'm struck by how strange her voice sounds. It's rather far away sounding, but she's right there in front of me. And why are her lips flapping all blurry like that? I can barely hear her, and she's blathering on about laundry now, opening and shutting my drawers which reverberate around my head like thunderclaps. Then she's standing there swaying, waiting for an answer of some kind from me. Hell if I know what she just asked me, let alone knowing what to say, so I ask her to turn off the light and that I'm ready to sleep now. I'm struck by how strange my voice sounds coming out of my head, and that something is really not right. My mouth and lips feel heavy, like I'm chewing taffy. I ask her if my voice sounds weird, and she gives me a funny look and says what? I tell her nothing, and she thankfully flips off the light, leaving me to my drunken stupor. The room is swirling in the dark, and I reach for my book, pull it close, and pass out. In the morning I wake up with a pool of vomit in my hair and cry out for my mother. She calls my father in, and I'm crying because, well, it's terrifying to wake up in your own filth like that. Dad lifts me out of bed, and mum starts stripping the bed, commenting that it must have been the Irish stew, because there's bits of meat and veg in the sheets. It didn't occur to me until years later, when I finally got drunk as a teenager, that I was 3 sheets to the wind that night. I always put it down to just having a really weird night. TLDR, I got drunk at age 7, because I was too precious to drink water. I had a biology teacher in high school who offered me the ability to get extra credit points. Started out I wasn't doing well in the class. She set it up where I could come in and help her out with her PC during lunch hour for a little extra credit point. During one of these sessions she pulled up her grading system and sincerely talked about what tests that were coming up I needed to study for in order to get a passing grade and beyond. Afterwards, I was cleaning up the system and she says, "You are so good at this. Why don't you come to my house and do this on my PC?" Well, possibly. I grinned. I don't need that much extra credit though. There could be other reasons to come over than that. I understood what she was saying, but I really didn't comprehend the gravity of it. I didn't think about how a young adult, about 30 or so, was trying to elicit sex with a minor. Instead I was flattered, but not interested. I politely declined, citing my dad and busy work schedule as excuses. Finished my work on the PC and left, never really giving 2 sheets about what happened. I didn't see her the following year. She was a rather new teacher, so I remember being surprised she was gone. I wonder if she got in trouble for using that tactic on someone else who was more aware. When I was 10 years old I was at a 4th of July party at some friends of my parents' house, and as such was trying to find an escape from all the adults until the fireworks started. Well, this family had a son in his late teens who wasn't home when I arrived to the party, so I was told that I could go play with the slot machine and SNES in his room, literally a jackpot for my 10-year-old self. So I get bored with the slot machine and start up some Super Mario World on the SNES right before this kid, whose room I'm in, and 2 of his friends get home and come into the room. I kind of say some awkward highs and keep playing Mario. Now they're all talking quietly sitting at the desk in the room and I just zone out into the game as they also light some incense. So far, nothing seemed strange, as even my older brother liked having incense going sometimes. I did however notice that I wasn't doing very well at Super Mario anymore and was falling into a lot of the holes in the levels and missing jumps, but I was having such a blast playing. Fast forward a few hours of me playing Nintendo with these incense burning, and I get told the fireworks show that is in the park just off the backyard of this house is about to start. So I grab my brand new Top of the line, 1.7 MP digital camera and head to the deck point. I took a picture of nearly every firework and thought the pictures really managed to capture the glory of each dazzling and tantalizing explosion. Leaving the party, I remember my parents being really mad at the kid, whose room I was hanging out in, but they wouldn't tell me why. 4 years later some friends of mine are talking about people smoking pot, and it registered that I had gotten stoned as hell watching fireworks at age 10. That was when I first realized that maybe my parents had lied to me about how harmful marijuana was. TLDR, got blazed and watched fireworks. I was molested as a young child from age 2 to 6. My cousin told me he would harm me and my family if I ever spoke of it again. I hinted to my dad that my cousin touched me in my privates one time and I thought he was gonna kill him. I quickly changed my story and said he didn't do it. My cousin never did it again. I put it in the back of my mind to never remember again. 20 years later, when I have my first child, I had forgot it unit the day he came over to hold my firstborn. All the memories came flooding back, and I freaked out. I got him out of my house, away from my family, and put a baseball bat to his head, and held it there, and told him to never return. I felt ashamed, and embarrassed to say anything to my family about it. Me and my wife at that time divorced. I later found the love of my life and we married. We had kids. My cousin didn't come around after that day. Me and my family are planning a Christmas party for all of us, and I finally decided to speak to my uncle about it, in case he shows up, because I didn't want him around my kids or his grandkids ever. He didn't say a word to my family about it, and said not to worry about it, that he would make sure he didn't come. 2 days later I got a voicemail from my cousin after many years looking for a job, since I own several companies. I saved it, because of the hate I have for him. My biggest fear is that I didn't say nothing after all these years, and I was afraid of him doing this to another child. No one should ever go through this ever. We get to the Christmas party 2 months later, and I bring up that he called me and left me a voicemail about wanting a job, and the look on everyone's face was like in total belief, and no one believed me at all. A year later I found out that he was on the run because he had molested his own 2 kids, and I feel responsible for not saying nothing earlier to have them saved. The way I found out about this was that I finally got the courage all these years to say something, and I called my aunt to say something about it, that she cussed me out and said I was lying and a piece of shit, and that I just wanted to sue her for her money. I was confused and hurt. I called me uncle, and he told me at Christmas they were looking for my cousin for molesting his kids, and that why no one believed me. Now his piece of shit can get wrapped for many years to come in a South Georgia prison by his cellmate. He was caught and tried for his actions with his kids. I have contacted the prison about seeing, because I wanted to confront him, but I'm the only person not on his list because he is a bussy. My family is still split about it, and my aunt never hopes to see me again. Wish I could have saved her kids, but didn't have the balls to do it when I was younger. Fuck you VM. For faking up my life and your kids. Can't wait to piss on your headstone. This will probably get buried, but it's something I've never told anyone just from the sheer shame of the whole incident, and it still haunts me to this day, 25 years later. When I was around 4 to 5, my dad had a spot on a deer lease in Central Texas. He would go every year to meet his buddies there, and when my brother and I were old enough, he would take us along with him. I wasn't interested in the hunting aspect. I was a shy boy who just loved nature and the whole environment out there. One morning my father and brother went to go sit in the stand for a while, and, instead of tagging along, I decided to break rocks and look for quartz. After some time I went inside to use the bathroom. When I came back outside, my dad's friend was out there kicking dirt around and just kind of waiting. When he saw me, he perked up and greeted me. "Hey there bud, how's it going?" I answered by saying good, or okay or something. He then asks, "Were you just using the bathroom in there?" I nodded. He then goes on to ask, "Well, did you wipe your ear end good?" I started to get very uncomfortable at this point, but I still nod yes, because I'm just a naive child. He then says, "Let me make sure it's nice and clean. Pull down your pants and let me see." I'm even more uncomfortable at this point, and I shake my head no, because something just doesn't feel right about the whole situation. He then threatens, well, if you don't let me check then I'm gonna tell your dad when he gets back, and you don't want that, do you? Now I think I'm going to be in trouble, so I nod my head no again. Well then let's see it. Pull down your pants. So I do it. I pull down my pants and my underwear and turn around. This isn't enough. Bend over and spread it, so I can see better. So I do that too. The sick bastard gets closer to look and says something that I'll never forget. Look at that, clean as a whistle. I yank my underwear and pants up and run out into the woods to get away from him, and never told my dad, or anyone for that matter. It didn't occur to me what had actually happened until I was a teenager, but from that point on I think about it every so often, probably a lot more than I should. Feels good to get the story kind of off my chest, but it's not going to free me from thinking about what happened that day so many years ago. When I was somewhere from 8 to 10, a family friend took me behind the house to the rear storage room, like a shed, but connected to the house. It was barely a closet. He was maybe 15 to 16 at the time, and pulled his pants down and flopped out his business. He told me to take mine out as well, and I did. He then had me go down on him, not to completion, and he fiddled with my bits some as well. I didn't realize what happened was seen as wrong. This was my only older male person in my life, so figured it was just a normal thing guys may do. I then took that to a daycare center I was a part of, and ended up going down on another boy, and he did the same to me. We did that at a public swimming pool in the bathroom area as well. In middle school I had a couple friends that we also sucked each other's dicks. Then there was a field behind my house at around that time. I was maybe 12 or 13, where I found a boy who was maybe 8 or 9 at the time, and had him go down on me while I went down on him. Even showed a girl of about that age my business, and had her show me her vagina. I had no idea until some point in high school what happened at the start and at the end were bad things. I was molested when I was younger, which made me think it was normal, and then I molested a boy when I was slightly older. After experimenting with other male friends, the only silver lining I have about it is that when I did the molesting myself, I don't think I was old enough to understand it was wrong. I didn't really do it to get off, I just thought it's what boys did. I'm in my early 30s now, and haven't done anything with another male since I was 12 or 13, but I regularly wonder if what I did to that one younger boy caused him to do the same thing I did when he got a bit older. Like, did my own continuation of that first time keep the cycle going? I also learned only a few years ago that the mother of that family allowed her daughter to get raped and molested regularly by her grandfather because she was afraid that disallowing it would mean she wouldn't get an inheritance when he would eventually die. One day when I was about 4, I was standing in the kitchen with my mom when I looked up and saw a black man watching me through the window on the back door. I said, "Mommy, there's a man at the door." My mom dropped what she was doing and walked over. She looked annoyed at first. I guess she thought it was a foot-to-door salesman point, but when she saw him, she got angry and a bit scared. She slipped out the back door to talk to him and locked the door behind her. Well, me being the nosy little sheet that I was /am, unlocked the door a few minutes later and stepped out on the porch. I saw my mom and the man standing in my grandma's driveway. She lived next door, and my mom was yelling at him telling him to leave. Then my dad came home from work. The three of them stood there yelling at each other for a while, and then my dad swung at the man, who dodged and got into his car and left. That was the last I saw of him. Years later I learned he was my biological father, that my mother had lied to me about who my father was, and hid from my brother and I that we were biracial because we passed for white, and it was easier for her politically and socially and economically to not have mixed kids. Jim Crow lives on in the hearts and minds of Southerners. I guess she also did it because it was easier to distance herself from her wild past. She became really racist after she and my dad divorced apparently. She goes on about how white culture is superior and how black people are nasty, low down, and live off welfare. Which really gave me the warm fuzzies when I heard it across the kitchen table. One of many reasons we don't talk anymore. When I was younger I was in Cubs, and we would go to meetings every week and learn typical outdoor stuff and life skills. Each year there would be a week-long trip that we would go on up north somewhere with a whole bunch of other Cubs and Scouts. There were about 20 of us in the group. Every night our cub leader would round us up and take us out on some sort of adventure, saying this is what the scouts do, but you guys are mature enough to do it too. And we would go wandering around the forest or go lay on a bridge and watch the bats flying around and stuff like that. On one of the last days we had like 2 hours before any other scheduled event, so instead of free time our cub leader said we were going on another adventure and going to go swimming. We all thought it was cool and got our stuff ready and headed off. This trip was a lot longer than normal. Instead of the 10-15 minute hike, it was about 30 minutes away into some off the beaten path slow moving river. All the boys were in their swim trunks ready to go in the water, and our cub leader said you guys don't need swim trunks. All the scouts go swimming naked. And he proceeded to take off his shorts and jump in. Being like 10 years old and seeing all the other guys take off their swim trunks and jump in, I didn't think anything of it, so I did the same. I remember one kid refused and sat under a tree reading. He never touched anyone that I saw or remember. I don't remember much because at the time it wasn't a big deal. Just thought it was acting grown up like the scouts were. Our leader never came back after that season. It took me until I was about 20 to remember the details and how messed up it all was. I wonder if that British kid who refused to go in with us was the one who told about it, since he was shy or self-conscious or just knew better than all of us. Either way, I'm sure things could have been pretty messed up and maybe something did happen to another kid. Luckily nothing to me. TLDR, went to cub camp and our leader convinced our group that we should skinny dip like all the older kids did. Most likely he was a pervert. When I was a little girl, like 6 or 7ish, we got a new puppy that was a black lab / chow mix. We had him for about a year or 2, and he was very protective of myself and my little brother, who was a year younger than me. One day a neighborhood kid was playing with us outside near the dog, and he jokingly pretended to swing a large stick at my brother because this kid was an ass. So our dog went on high alert and took a chunk out of the skin of neighborhood kid's stomach. Pretty soon afterward puppy went to live on a farm. I just turned 21 and a few months ago I was telling this story to my girlfriend, and she has actually told this story on this site and some other thread, which wound up making a ton of other people realize their childhood dogs had been euthanized without their knowledge. Sorry guys. And she goes, oh, he went to live on a farm. Huh. Wink wink nudge nudge. And I was like, what? So she explained what that really meant. I laughed nervously and went into denial, but then I wound up calling up my mom to confirm that yes, my first dog who I adored and who was just trying to protect my brother did in fact get put down. But in my defense, I later got another dog who supposedly went to live on a farm when we moved houses because he couldn't come with us, and this dog, in fact, did legitimately go to live on a farm. Or so my mom says. He didn't attack a kid, so I can't think of a reason he'd have been put down. He was just an outside dog and the new house didn't have a fenced-in backyard. But anyway, having 2 dogs who went to live on a farm made it take longer for me to realize that one of them was actually put down, and that generally dogs who mysteriously leave to go live on farms are actually just euthanized. Side note, neighborhood's whole kid later went on to knock one of my brother's teeth out, tortured a frog in front of him which traumatized him at the time, and got suspended from school at age 10 for calling me a hoe. But to my knowledge, he still has a scar on his stomach. RIP hero puppy. TLDR, puppy who attacked another kid and was sent to live on a farm was most definitely not sent to live on a farm. When I was around 6/7, a police officer knocked on our door and asked for my parents. My sister and I were told to go to our room. A couple minutes later I hear my mom crying. The police officer leaves and my dad comes in and tells us to get our bags packed because we were going to grandma's. We do as we are told, and then my dad comes and gets us. We couldn't find my mom to say goodbye. My dad told us she was sick and sleeping. Fast forward a few days, and after being at my grandma's my dad picks us up and brings us home. Everything seems to be normal, but my mom is still sick and in bed. A couple weeks go by and my mom sleeps a lot until one day her and my dad sit us down and tell us that we are going to have a little brother. We were so excited, and from that day my mom wasn't sick anymore. Years later I was talking to my mom about my depression and asked her as she went through it when we were kids. She told me she had been depressed and drinking a lot during those times she was sleeping. I mentioned the policeman at the door and my mom got real serious and she told me the story. When I was 6/7, our neighbor had a younger daughter and we would play with her a lot in our backyard. Our parents were pretty cautious and we weren't allowed into other people's homes, so we only played outside. One day the family moved out suddenly and another family moved in a few months later. That new family discovered that our neighbor had been videotaping and taking pictures of my sister, 8/9, and I, 6/7, naked and undressing in our rooms. After the police told my parents, my mom started to drink and my dad almost got arrested for showing up at the guy's home a few towns away. The guy wasn't home and his wife had called the cops. My mom told me then that the man was arrested and put in prison for a couple of years. I let it go and moved on. Last year I find out my mom lied. The police didn't arrest him and he never served time. My parents didn't want to press charges. I'm still upset about this because she lied, and more upset because they didn't pursue charges. I searched the man, and he lives close by, and has been arrested multiple times for indecency, solicitation, etc. To this day I still leave my curtains in my upstairs closed, and I'm very cautious with my daughter. I hope and pray his own daughter wasn't a victim of sexual abuse. I'm late to the party, but it's a great thread, so I'll contribute. Point. When I was in grade 3 and 4 there was a stinky guy in our class. He smelled so bad, and was ostracized by all us as whole kids because of it. But I started trying to be nice to him for some reason. I saw him at church on weekends, so maybe felt a bit closer to him than the other kids. I'd figure out what I could spare from my lunchbox and give it to him, because he hardly ever had food, and he was always grateful. I was invited to his sister's birthday party one day, along with a number of others. My parents encouraged me to go, and I was the only non-cousin or family member that turned up. I was so surprised to see this guy had an amazing house. Yes, it was strange and had a weird odor, but it was a child's dream, so I thought. I felt so excited to be able to play in the nooks and crannies, and we could build forts and run up mountains of toys. From then on I knew he was cool and nobody understood, and I always wanted to go play at his house. That was until the first time my mum picked me up from there. His mum usually dropped me home and said that I could never go there to play again. Point. From then on things changed with him. He carried around this toiletry bag at school and had showers there, and the teachers were all helping him out. He stopped smelling, which was great. He just started look normal, although he still had anger issues. We played at school sometimes, but then my family moved away a year later. It wasn't until I talked to my mum years later that she explained that his mum was an extreme hoarder. Like hoarders buried alive. Bad, and the fun I was having was within a house filled to the brim of crap. Now it wasn't moldy and rotten from the places we played, but apparently in the kitchen and bathroom it was horrendous. The mum had mental health problems and the 4 kids were just living what they thought was a normal life. My parents, who were pastors of a church, took the family on to help with the partnership of the school and child protection services so that the family's home could be fixed under the radar, so that it didn't have to be public knowledge how bad it was. The kids stayed with their dad in a new cleaner home while the mum went to get treatment. I loved Power Rangers when I was a kid. Had bugged my mum to get me a morpher in the show. It's the device on their wrist that changed them into their suit. I know, bear with me, for ages. I'd liked Power Rangers for absolutely ages, and by this point, had quite a few morphers. However, I was still young enough to believe that a £12.99 toy from Argos would actually work how it did in the TV show and change me into the suit. You can imagine my disappointment when every year I got one and it inevitably failed to live up to my expectations anyway. I'd heard this year's iteration actually worked and really would change me into a Power Ranger, just like on the TV show. I nagged my mum, trying to convince her why this one was so different from the others she bought me. Evidently my argument must have held water, as next thing I remember she gets the Argos catalog out and phones them up to order it. I stood by listening to the conversation, making sure she ordered the exact one I wanted. She reads out the name of the item and turns to me saying, "This is the one, right?" I nod my head before adding, "Oh, and mum, make sure it's the one that actually changes you into the suit. I don't want one that doesn't work." My mum God bless her, without missing a beat, repeats down the phone, and by the way, he wants the one that actually changes you into the suit. It was only until this year, when I was idly think about it when suddenly it fell into place, what she had done. I asked her why she bothered keeping up the illusion, when she could have just ignored my evidently ridiculous request. She just smiled knowingly, and said I knew how much it meant to you. I was a young little internet idiot with too much time on my hands, loneliness, and depression on my side. This was me circa 14 years old at the height of AOL's popularity. The initial days of unlimited for one monthly fee were how everyone seemed to connect to their email, internet, and messaging services. Having little to no friends, I decided to hang out in some of the AOL chats. I found one where people seemed to be friendly enough. The difficulty being that I was only 14 and some of these people were 30, 40, and 50. But I decided to stick around, get to know them, and make friends. There were a couple of others who were around my age too. I didn't know then, but looking back now, there were 2 events where BDOS found out how old I was and tested the waters. I was young and dumb back then, and I had put my exact location in my profile. A gentleman in his early 20s decided to befriend some of my chat room friends. He was even local to me, but this had been an elaborate plan to get to me. During the summer I spent as much time as I possibly could exploring the internet in its infancy of burgeoning popularity. I discovered the websites of my favorite bands, some early online text-based MMOs called Mushes or Muds, and of course since I was a high school age kid with little to no friends I enjoyed talking to my friends. This guy would regale me with tales of how awesome college was and how cool being an early 20-something on his own was. I was so eager to hit this point in my life so I could escape the town I was stuck in. Over time he became a very close friend to me, and I expressed my difficulties with depression and my utter loneliness. Eventually he asked me if I wanted to see a picture of him. This picture just so happened to be of him shirtless with a towel around his waist. I thought nothing of it. That same night he showed me his picture. He told me a story about how he and his buddies got really drunk one night, and he woke up to find out that one of his other friends was giving him a BJ. I think my reaction was something of disgust and surprise, and he proceeded to tell me he was too drunk to tell his friend to stop, so he let him finish. Looking back on it now I realized he was testing the waters, and the reason why he stopped talking to me after that night was because of my reaction of shock and horror to his story. When I was around 5, my mother had to go to hospital. Dad said that she just needed a quick operation, but it was a tad more serious than that. We waited in the hospital all day. To this day I will never forget the look on my dad's face. You know, the look of a hopeless man. A man who wants to cry but can't. That face. Only, I didn't realize at the time the quick operation went on for hours. One instance, one of those Raleigh beds came out, and my dad rushed to it, but it wasn't my mother, it was some random woman. I won't forget how strong he was, though. He refused to show weakness in front of my older sister and I. He didn't want us to worry. My sister and I were sent home before the operation concluded. A week later my mother returned home, and life went on like it had before. I noticed no difference, and I had no idea what had just happened. My younger sister had been born that day. However, it was far too early. She came out underdeveloped and malformed. She couldn't live without a machine, and even then, she had no way of surviving for more than a month or so. She passed away in her sleep just hours after being born. I should have realized what went on. You see, my mother told us that she was pregnant, and she and my dad would always discuss names and the like. Only after that day, however, we never heard about her again. 10 years went by, and for the length of that time I never knew that for a few hours I'd been an older brother. My parents hid their pain well. They really are the strongest people I'll ever know. When I was about 8 or so, my asshole uncle hog-tied me with duct tape. Hands together, tied to my feet, mouth covered. He was watching me and my older and younger brother. Shortly after that, my mom testified against him in court. She told me that he was accused of molesting his stepdaughters, and that she was testifying to how he acted when she was a kid. Similar things. This uncle had threatened to kill our whole family, and my other uncle had assaulted my mom at work, which I knew about at the time. A few years ago, quite a bit older, I picked my brother up drunk from a bar. He had taken some muscle relaxers and drank beer, and he was in a weird state of mind, acting completely drunk, even though he'd only taken a few beers, and telling me the truth about everything. He doesn't even remember telling me. He told me that day that I got hogtied, my uncle actually forced my two brothers to have sex with his stepdaughter and a neighbor girl while he watched. And I didn't remember, but my mom had come to pick us up and walked in on it. She was testifying to that in court. That was the big family secret. It explains a lot. A few days ago, he was riding a motorcycle and got hit head on by a 16-year-old girl texting. Completely mutilated him, cut off one of his legs, and he died violently, suffering, according to some witnesses, and I was kind of glad. And of course, all his family is on Facebook talking about what a good man he was, and that the girl should pay for being careless and killing him. In my eyes, he finally paid for what he did. Wish it would have happened 30 years earlier, though. He ruined a lot of people's lives. From birth till my father's death, 1991-2014. I didn't understand who he was. He was 45. I remember him being a cool guy when I was really young, but at some point unknown, he just changed. No clue when/where/why or how, but he became a different person. When I was in 8th grade came the parents' divorce because he became physically abusive to my mother and I. He started sleeping with many different women. Ended up having a few kids with them. As a dad, he was pretty neglectful, not wanting to do much with his kids or even the women he was with. Eventually he started having seizures that led to a brain tumor diagnosis. He started being neglectful to everyone around him, and eventually the only people who would stay with him were my nana and I. He fought cancer for 9.5 long years. When he eventually died last year, his body starved itself, and he couldn't pass anything, nor was his body accepting anything other than water. A physical description as close to that of a Holocaust victim. At his wake my nana took me to the side and talked to me. She told me that the Chris I knew was vastly different than the Chris he really was. My mother fell in love and married a kind, loving musician. The doctors told her that the tumor probably started in the early 90s and was in the lobe of the brain that affects personality. The tragedy of my whole relationship with him is that I never knew the real him, and there was no way for me to know this person. People who knew him well 23 plus years ago always cry and take a second look at me because my personality and looks are much akin to his. As a kid I had no idea why my dad could be such an bad person all the time, and now that he's gone, I know that that person was not my father. When I was in elementary school, I had a black lab. He would walk with me to class every morning and head back on home after he dropped me off. One morning, as we got to the school, there was a man who greeted me and asked, "Is this your dog?" I said yes. He pet my dog on the head and then quickly slapped a leash around his neck and immediately left for his truck. I realized just then that he was animal control. Right away I was fighting just to breath. I ran as fast as I could, the 5 blocks to my house, in what felt like 2 seconds. In hysterics, I called my mother, who was at work, and she did her best to calm me and promised she would get him back. It took about 3 hours for me to stop crying before I could go back to school. A couple of days passed, and my mom told me that she had called the pound and we didn't have the money to get him out. I was devastated. The next day she tells me that she had talked to a guy in our neighborhood named Mr. Asay, who had some land with a barn and animals out on the edge of town. She had told him about my plight. She had such good news for me. Mr. Asay had got the dog from the pound and took him to his farm. She went on with zeal about how much happier my dog would be out there running and playing with the other animals. Even as young as I was, I knew she was lying. I knew he would most likely be put to sleep, but I sucked it up and went along with her story anyways, just to make her feel better. Fast forward many years later, and this experience has become a faint memory. One day, I see old Mr. Asay at the store and we chatted a bit and played catch up with our families. Then he says, "You know, that dog of yours sure has turned out to be a sweetheart." In my head I'm like, what the fuck? It really happened? He really did get my dog from the pound and he raised him on his farm. I think I was 5, maybe. was hanging out with a neighbor kid at my grandparents because our parents were friends and they left us alone to watch TV upstairs. Apparently he had just learned about the basic mechanics of such from his parents, so as I swing the bathroom door open he pushes me back, doesn't let me leave and says he wants to try something. I was a scrawny little kid from birth, would come home with the occasional black eye, from what I've been told. So it wasn't hard for him to overpower me and hold me down, though all those memories are oppressingly fuzzy. I actually had a panic attack recently when I watched True Detective. Spoilers, and realized then what happened another time. You know that scene where Colin Farrell goes to his kid's bully's house and beats the fuck out of his dad in front of him? Yeah, my uncle thought to do the same while I watched from the front seat of his car. Once you've lived it, you can't take pleasure in vengeful suffering of your captors, especially 20 some odd years later as a grown man. But in my uncle's defense, I don't remember getting picked on much in grade school. End tangent. Anyway, I vaguely remember calling out and getting clocked in the back of the head each time I did, so I just let it happen until my grandmother, thankfully, barged in, shrieking. That's really the only detail that's crystal clear, the look on her face and the shrieking. Never saw that little faker, literally. Again, I've always been instinctively standoffish with men I don't know, and over time I'll learn to accept what happened and realize is the root of a lot of my social anxieties. You eventually just chop it up to the confabulated innocence of youth and let go of the anger, learning to laugh about it. It's not like I want him to suffer the same as reparations. Because, well, aforementioned rant. You can cry because it happened, or you can smile because it's over and you're stronger, smarter. A survivor laughter is genuine to sentience, emo. It's the only time we feel comfortable admitting and sharing our fears with a mental fact of acceptance. So I leave you with one of the few jokes bold enough to make me laugh about it anymore. But such is a lot like spinach. If you're forced to have it as a kid, you'll never appreciate it as an adult. Daniel Tosh. I have a couple. I'm 12. It's Halloween and we're at a party at Terry's. Terry is a friend of the family. He has a son my age and twin daughters who are something like 15 or 16 at the time. Terry and my dad are chatting. I'm just kinda sitting around with them eating candy. Terry's twin daughters come by and they are dressed very provocatively. Terry isn't super pleased that his daughters have decided to dress up as, in their words, slutty vampire nurses, and he's having a conversation with them as a result. 12-year-old me is just staring at Terry's daughters, mouth agape. I'm staring at them the whole time they are talking with Terry. I stare at them while they walk away. I'm 12 and don't know why my heart is racing, but it is. My dad starts ribbing Terry. Stuff like, so, how long do you think it will be until you're a grandfather? Apparently, this is a sore subject for Terry, which only leads to my dad teasing him further as a way of trying to change the subject. Terry tells my dad, well, the good news is at least you know naked capitalist isn't one of them. My dad grunts and then gives me a short speech about how it's rude to stare at people. I didn't know what in the hell Terry was talking about at the time, but looking back I realized Terry and my dad knew I was heterosexual before I even knew what such was. 2. I'm 7 or 8 or something and my uncle, my dad's brother, has come out to our farm to kick back and drink some brews. The three of us are sitting in these chairs back behind the house overlooking the fields, just chilling. My dad's brand of beer is Michelob, and the bottles have a logo that's a big red A with an eagle superimposed on top of it. My dad has a game he plays where he tries to tear off the label on the beer such that he gets the whole logo without tearing it, which is a little tricky with the way the label is attached. He's advising me on his strategy in this game, while I practice on the 6 or 8 bottles he and his brother have gone through. At some point I ask my dad if I can try a taste of the beer. He shrugs his shoulders and hands me his bottle. Now, my dad was a troll dad. He was like the dad from Calvin and Hobbes. All my life he made up troll answers to questions, like how radios worked, or why the sun rose in the east and stuff like that. He was not above playing tricks on his beloved son. Which is why, despite having seen, with my own eyes, my dad drink from the bottle he had just handed me, that I could still be convinced he had somehow tricked me into drinking a bottle of piss. I didn't know how he had done it. I must have blinked, and he switched the bottles or something. I couldn't explain it. It must have been some dad level sleight of hand. I was furious and embarrassed to be tricked in front of my uncle like this. And so I'm yelling at my dad about him having given me a bottle of piss. And while my dad is just kind of stunned, my uncle is rolling out of his chair laughing. My uncle is just as much a troll as my dad. So in between his fits of laughter he's confirming everything I'm accusing my dad of. Yes, your dad's beer is piss. I've been telling him for years. 4 years I was 75% sure my dad had pranked me. Eventually though I got a second taste of beer and realized the truth. That my dad was a level 100 weed wizard. He died when I was 7 years old, and because of the circumstances of his death PTSD wiped out most of my memories of him. The earliest memories I'm able to recall of him are following him into the secret garden that he kept in a roofless room of this partially broken down building in our backyard. He kept the door padlocked so, whenever I got a chance to go in there I was super faking excited. Inside there were rows of shelves with car tires on them. The tires were filled with dirt and plants grew out that dirt. The room had no roof, but he had draped military camouflage netting over the top of that part of the building. To little me, that room was a mysterious magical chamber of dappled light and strange plants that in reality was a sizable grow opus. I have a few other vague memories of him hanging said plants out to try in another shed on our property and standing next to him on the back porch playing with my toys as he stood in the doorway smoking out of a strange angular flower vase. He had a drawer in his dresser where he kept socks and bandanas, and I remember they always smelled like the plants he grew, and it was a smell I strongly associated with him. Sometime around the beginning of high school, when I finally realized everything DARE had tried to teach me about weed was total bullshit, and started smoking it myself, I had some mind-blowing realizations about those memories. Since then weed has been something I associate with my dad, and has become a sort of personal sacrament in memory of my father. Yesterday was the 19th anniversary of his death, and like most years, I met up with my mom and my sister at the cemetery. We spent a few hours sitting in front of his grave drinking rum and cokes, recounting happy memories, and vaping wax. We couldn't get a hold of any bud, but I'm sure my dad would be totally into wax if he were still here. He's gone but he'll never be forgotten, and I'll always think of him every time I smoke. I was 4 and living in a gated apartment complex in San Diego. My dad was stationed there. I got a bit adventurous one day and climbed on top of the dumpster, jumped to the brick wall that surrounded the apartments, and then climbed down the dirt hill that lead up to it. Right outside of the apartment complex was a doctor's office and a 7-Eleven point. Well, I went into the 7-Eleven because it was air conditioned and very hot outside. Browsed the candy, and eventually picked up a pack of now N laters with the single dollar that I had to my name. Though back then a pack of candy was like $0.50. I go outside just in time for police cars to surround the front entrance of the 7-Eleven. I thought, oh shit. They found out I escaped the apartment complex. I'm so busted. But they didn't seem to care at all about my presence. Aside from the cashier of course, whom pulled me back inside the store and led me out the back door, telling me to go straight home. I found out a few years later that my mom wasn't just angry at me for having jumped the fence and left the apartment complex, but that I'd put myself in a very dangerous situation. Turns out that a young Hispanic man got into an argument with his girlfriend and decided to slit her throat right outside of the store in trance. I was browsing candy for probably about 30 minutes and was not aware of it until I tried to leave. TLDR 4-year-old me snuck out of the apartment complex only to almost witness a violent throat slitting, if not for my indecisive kid tendency to browse candy aisles for eons. I finally have something for this. When I was 6 my mom got me and my brother and my 2 sisters 11, 9, 8 a local newspaper delivery route. It was about 300 plus houses over 20 something blocks and paid about 5 cents per paper. We hated it. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday my mom would pick us up from school, shove a snack into our crying mouths, and drop us off at our assigned spots, and then come get us in an hour when we'd be done. My route was the easiest cause I was 6, about 50 paper, and I was almost always done in 30 minutes and had to wait to be picked up. One day I decided to run cause I thought that I could just walk home after and not have to wait to be picked up. I must have finished that sheet in 5 minutes cause I was channeling my inner Flash. I started on my long trek home in full knowledge that I was the smartest 6-year-old on the planet. I badly underestimated how much it sucks to walk 20 blocks with short 6-year-old legs and was in hell about 5 blocks in and gave up. I sat down on someone's lawn and waited for my mom to find me. Now I should say that we lived in a nice neighborhood with nice neighbors. So when a man in a nice black car wearing nice clothes drove up and asked if I was lost and needed a ride home, I said yes. So I hop in his car and tell him my address. My mom had made us all memorize it and he drove me home. That's it. No, I didn't get trapped or kidnapped or had anything bad happen to me on the way home. He just drove me home. When I did get home, my mom must have just left to go get us cause she wasn't there and my dad wasn't home from work. So I said thank you to the man and he drove off. Holy shit, was I in trouble. By the time my dad got home, my mom was still looking for me for about 3 hours. I was at home watching TV when he came in and asked where everyone else was, and I told him everything like nothing was wrong. I still remember the way his face went from being tired from work to confusion to rage to horror and then back to rage. He quickly called my mom, who was in tears, and told her. After that I got the worst spanking of my life, was grounded for months, and got a very long talk about never taking rides from strangers. The worst part was that I still had to deliver papers, but I got switched to the harder route with my brother. But the paper route paid from our trip to Disney World, so it was worth it in the end. Just didn't realize how bad that was till I was about 19, when my mom brought it up at a family event. TLDR, I got in a nice black car and then went to Disney World. I used to have a guinea pig and a rabbit when I was little. Nearly every day my mom would wash it, but not the rabbit, which I thought was quite strange. Anyway, one day I come home and the guinea pig is gone. My mom had obviously been crying, but it didn't click at that it had died. She told me it had gone on a trip around the world, which I was absolutely thrilled at the thought of. A few years later she told me that it was the rabbit that killed the pig. Apparently the rabbit had mauled it several times, utterly faking it up on the final occasion to the point where it just kind of gave up and deteriorated. I should say that we love animals and these were our first pets as a family. We had gotten them both from a family friend, so naturally assumed they were good together. My mother is soft and had always had guinea pigs when she was little, and every single one of them died in some tragic and heart-wrenching way, which may explain why she desperately tried to keep it going. Anyway, about a week ago, we were all sat around the table eating our tea. We'd been giving each other the round of piss-taking when my mum said something to my dad that made him say, "At least I didn't call someone in to murder the guinea pig." Well, I've never seen my mum so distraught in all my life. At some point she'd realized the pig wasn't going to make it, and that what she was doing was cruel. Should also mention we didn't really have the money for vet's bills at the time. So she decided that the best way was to put it out of its misery. Of course, she was physically and psychologically incapable and had a friend of hers drown the pig in a bucket. She told me she'd been having nightmares about it for roughly 16 years. The pig looking back at her with terror in its eyes as it gasped for air. Thankfully we are not cheat at looking after animals anymore. That mismatched duo really sobered my parents. Probably a little too late for this thread, and not me, but a good friend of mine. There was a local cinema nearby when we were kids that had a really great amusement arcade in its foyer. People would often hang out there independently of the cinema itself. He told me about when he was a kid, maybe 8 or 10, waiting in the arcade for his sister to pick him up. He saw a guy on the mechanical claw machine, winning loads of plush toys. He stood there for a while, watching this guy winning toy after toy, enthralled by how much the guy was winning. The guy ended up with a big pile of toys, and then told my friend he could have all of them as he didn't want them. My friend was amazed at his luck, and the guy went and asked a staff member for some rubbish bags to carry the toys. He filled up 2 bags, gave them to my buddy, and offered to buy him lemonade. My friend, still blown away, gladly went with him to the cafe in the complex and sat with his bags of toys and lemonade. Over the drinks, the man asked whether he would help him with something, a little bit like a play. He said that he has a room set up like a Victorian classroom and my friend's job would be to dress up as a schoolboy and be the student. Of course there might be some caning, etc., as it was supposed to be authentic. At this point my friend became a little confused, but just thought it was some grown-up thing he didn't understand. It was at this point his sister turned up. She immediately told him they were leaving, and he couldn't take the toys. He protested, but she quickly made him leave. He was really pissed off at her for it. It was only years later that he realized what was actually going on. In a moment of clarity. He very sadly passed away a few years ago, but did leave us a ton of great stories, the above being one of the less fun ones. I'm late, but I think I have an interesting one. When I was a kid I would spend summers with my grandmother. Across the street, there lived a kid about my own age, about 10 years old. He was a nice kid, but he was a bit odd, as was his mother. For one thing, the kid rarely was allowed outside. I mean literally to the point where he was extremely pale. While all the other kids on the street, this was before video games and Cartoon Network, spend almost all of every day playing hide and seek and baseball, etc. He wasn't even allowed outside once a week. Furthermore, when he was allowed outside, his mother was super protective. The street my grandmother was extremely quiet. The traffic was less than one car every 30 minutes. In fact we routinely played kickball etc. in the middle of the street. Even so, when the kid crossed the street to come play with me in my grandmother's yard, his mother had to come out and watch him. What's even more crazy, when he wanted to go home he had to use our phone to call his mom, so she could come outside and watch him cross the 10 feet of small suburban street to go home. Now, the mother was really weird. I couldn't put my finger on it back then, but the less I was around her, the better. She wasn't mean or rude, she just always looked at me with this knowing smirk on her face, like she knew something funny about me that I didn't know. And she was really cold. I mean, frigid. Anyways, so one day the kid and I are playing in his front yard and his mom comes outside and tells the kid that they are going to the movies as a family. She turns to me and asks, "Would you like to come to the movies with us?" I say, "Yeah, that would be awesome." And she says, "Okay, go ask your grandmother if it is alright, and if she says it's okay, meet us out here at 3 p.m. So I fly home excited as hell and ask my grandmother if I can go, and she says yes. But grandma was old school. She felt it was a matter of respect when someone invites you to make a nice appearance. So she makes me go upstairs and take a bath, and she gets out some of my dressier clothes and has me all combed down with a button-up shirt and my pants tucked in, and she gives me $10 to pay for the movie and popcorn etc. I'm excited, so I go outside early to wait for the Clarks, that was their last name, to come out. Around 3 p.m. the whole family comes out, and immediately I notice something weird. The kid doesn't look at me. In fact he is purposely avoiding looking at me. No wave, no smile, no recognition whatsoever. I start walking across the street and they all get in the car, and then she starts the car and starts backing out of the driveway. I'm thinking a bit, what the fuck? But I assume she is just pulling out to the street and then will stop the car for me to get in. Nope. She pulls alongside me, rolls down her window, says, "Don't you like nice today? Are you going somewhere?" Then she gives me that faking smirk of hers and drives away. So, for years I thought about this incident. I tried to figure out what clue or social cue I had missed, but I realize now what happened. She was a faking psycho bitch, and she got off on crushing the happiness of a super happy kid like myself. I have abandonment issues and a fear of boats. When I was 5 my family went on a cruise, the Disney Big Red Boat Cruise Line, 1992. My mom was pregnant with my little brother at the time we went on the cruise with my aunt and uncle and cousin. After about 1 day on the cruise my mom disappeared, and I spent the entire day in the kiddie playroom. My dad and aunt/uncle wouldn't talk about where my mom went. The next day my dad disappeared as well. I spent the entirety of the next 2 days in the kiddie playroom as well, apparently crying the entire time. During the nights I slept in the cabin with my aunt and uncle and cousin, but for 3 days I was, for the first time, completely separated from my mom and dad. They came back on the final day of the cruise. My mom had complications about 4 months into pregnancy and had to be medevaced to an island hospital with my dad following at the next port island. My brother survived and was born 5 months later. Ever since I have had a massive fear of boats, and later in life, developed abandonment/interpersonal relations issues. I learned later in life that these two problems all stemmed from being left on a cruise for 3 days. Looking back as an adult, it seems obvious that's the cause, but for years I wondered why the fuck do boats seem so freaking terrifying. My father had a really rough childhood. Extremely abusive parents and step-parents. I think he really struggled with accepting the things that happened to him throughout his formative years. However, despite all of this, he was one funny dude. It was difficult to be in a bad mood around him because he was just really faking goofy, was always cracking everyone up. Unfortunately, he and my mother divorced when I was 10 or 11, and straight afterwards I noticed a little bit of a change in him. I thought that it was just because of all of the change in our lives, but it turned out to be something else entirely. Somehow no one knew about this. Family, friends, etc. No one. Part of the reason he was able to hide it so well was because he was a pilot in the military and for a major airline, and therefore was gone all the time. Typical schedule was 4 or more days out of the country and then 2 at home. Unless he was doing a special trip or training, in which case he could be gone for 2 to 3 months at a time. Eventually his health started deteriorating. What would happen was he would call my mother when he knew she would be too busy to pick up and leave a voicemail telling her about his latest incident. There was a time where he said he was flying and had a seizure during the flight. This is apparently not what happened, but we didn't find this out until much later. There were many times where my sister and I would go to stay with him for a weekend and everything would seem fine until shit would really hit the fan. We got to fly anywhere for free because he was a pilot, so one time he took us to California to go to Disneyland. I was 11 and my sister was 15. The first day was great. It was the first time we'd had a day with him incident free in a very long time. But the second day spiraled out of control really fast. We got off the Monsters Incorporated ride at California Adventure and he tripped over seemingly nothing. My sister and I stood him up and got him to sit on a bench. We couldn't get him to stand back up for at least an hour. He kept yelling and crying and complaining about how bad his ankles were hurting him. Eventually we made him stand up and the two of us carried him by ourselves all the way through the park and back to our hotel, while everyone just stared at two terrified children carrying a crying grown man through an amusement park. When we got back to the hotel, he fell over on the stairs and started threatening to kill himself by miming snapping his neck. He passed out in bed the minute we got him back to the hotel room. It was 5 or 6 p.m. at this point and he hadn't fed us all day, so we took his credit card and left him in the room to go find something to eat. We ended up going back to California Adventure and exploring the park on our own until the place closed. When we got back to the room, he was in the exact same position that we'd left him. That was simultaneously the best and worst day of my life. It's really crazy to think about all of this stuff again. It seems so obvious to me now that he was an alcoholic, but somehow no one knew. You wouldn't believe how well he hid it. I'd never seen him have more than a single drink at a time in my entire life. Even that was rare. My mother didn't see him very much, so anything she knew about his condition was coming from her children, so even she didn't know he had this problem. A couple of years after the Disneyland incident, there was another major episode involving him abandoning my sister and I at a strange mall, drunk driving, passing out in the backseat of the car, and eventually passing out again on the couch in his apartment. We called our mother and told her what happened. She showed up real quick, locked us in her truck, and went into his apartment. She didn't come out for about 2 hours. When she came back, she told us she'd found a receipt in his wallet from the day before from a liquor store. He'd bought 3 bottles of vodka and 2 of them were already empty in bottom of the trash. The third was almost gone. Eventually his very long suicide came to a conclusion in September 30th, 2009. I was 15. My sister turned 25 days later. There is so much more stuff that happened, but this is getting really long. I'd be happy to answer any questions or expand on any points if anyone would like. Though point TLDR, my father was an alcoholic and somehow my sister and I had no idea. It took our mother coming and rescuing us from a bad situation for any of us to know what was happening. I still can't drink alcohol or drive without having a panic attack. It's water and bicycles for me. In grade 5, my primary school literally bullied me to the point of telling my classmates to bully me and exclude me from everything. My teacher would send me out of the class for no reason / the smallest reasons. I was forced to see the school psychologist who lied about my behavior and called me a highly dangerous threat to classmates, staff and the public. They wouldn't let me go on the end of the year trip because I couldn't keep up since I was fat and had asthma. To determine this, the whole grade went on a long walk on a very hot day on a bike path, and my teacher told everyone to start running, and they eventually completely left me alone outside unattended. I was like 12 or something, and they pretty much abandoned me on a hot day after forcing me to try to run to keep up with my asthma outside of school, where a classmate asked about me and my teacher told him to wait for me at the door to the school. And to top it all off, they made a case for me to be removed from my family that was having to deal with my brother's drug problem. They also planted stuff like broken scissors, one of the blades, in my desk, tried to convince me I would end up like my brother, and blamed all of the stuff that was happening on him. The psychologist literally asked me if I ever wanted to hurt or kill my brother multiple times a week. My mom had to fight them in court. They never stopped with their bullshit until the legal battle ended, and my teacher was let go along with a lot of the staff at the school. It ruined my childhood and tore my family apart, because I'm pretty sure the whole thing was a big factor in my parents' divorce. The only good thing to have come out of this all was that I can't get myself to be angry. I just sort of shut down. I can barely even show emotion or talk to people about feelings I feel. Like I've gone a little long on this. So to answer the question, last year when I turned 19, my mom finally told me that the school just wanted money and somehow figured everything they did would grant them some sum of money from the government. I'm still just upset that my childhood was ruined just for that faking school to be able to rebuild the recess yard. One night he came home with a police officer and did a bunch of funny things. He took cheesecake out of the fridge, ate some, opened the dishwasher, moved a dirty plate to the fridge, and put the dish full of cheesecake in the dishwasher. He did some other weird stuff, and I was just following him around, cause I didn't get to see him much, and then he went to my room and passed out on my bed. Later he urinated in the hallway. The police told us he totaled his car, and they found an empty prescription bottle, Xanax, when he crashed into a tree. He climbed out of the car unharmed, was so messed up, was not tense to break anything. He exclaimed he was a ghost because of the powder floating everywhere from the airbags. To me, my dad was always this really fun guy, full of energy, spontaneous and really funny. I remember when he started going to rehab for crack. I asked him once why he wasn't fun anymore. I still feel awful about that. I think I was 6 or 7. I thought him totaling his car was just a drug-fueled mishap. When I was maybe 17, I was just thinking about it, and he had some instances of suicide too. I finally put the two together. Why else would he take his whole prescription bottle and take his car out in the middle of the night speeding on a deserted road? I can't imagine how he must have felt when he was high, and I thought he was the most fun person in the world. I was the youngest and his favorite because I think I was so naive, and I never judged him because I had no idea what drugs were. He's been clean for years and is doing great, by the way. Still fun, funny, and way more happier, although still suffering from his decisions slightly. Divorce mostly. We are still best buds though. I'm so thankful he survived and overcame his addiction. I was molested at school in grade 1 by the same student who was in grade 6 and mentally retarded. When I would walk in the halls between gym class, going to the library, or whatever have you, all the grades would walk separately. However, the grade 6s would pass by us grade 1s a few times a week. Whenever I would walk by this boy, he would grab at my crotch. This happened continuously until his para caught wind of what was happening. One day she pulled me aside and we had a talk of what was going on. I had no clue of what was happening. No parents were involved, nor the principal, which really what concerns me. When I thought about it, when I was older, the para was the one who knew what was going on. So she pulled me aside and got him to apologize and admit his wrongdoing. She told me what was going on was not okay, but I had no idea what was going on. Years later I thought about it of what happened, and I told my mom about it. She didn't even come close to having the reaction of what I thought a parent have. She brushed it off and didn't think much more of it and continued on another topic. What bothered me about it the most is that parents or the principal wasn't involved, and also bothersome of how stuff like this can be more prevalent than people realize, but it goes swept under the rug and undocumented. Also really bothers me of how my parent didn't handle it at all whatsoever. Children should be taught at a young age of what is okay and what is a huge red flag and not okay. I had no idea what was going on and no idea what to even do. I had no idea to even tell my parent or not because I did feel violated and embarrassed, but I had no idea how to put it in words or what I was even feeling. It is a good learning lesson of how I will raise my children and what to teach them. I witnessed my older brother having sex. My memories are weird about this. Apparently there wasn't any action, they were just having fun and trying to do it. No idea where they got the idea, with our neighbor's girl who was the same age as him. So this was a few years later. I must have been around 5 or 6. I don't remember. Anyways, we were on vacation with friends and me and the daughter of the family. Friends who was my play buddy were playing in a room separate from the adults. I suddenly had the idea that we should do the same thing that I saw my brother do with the neighbor girl and tried to convince her about it. It seemed to be like the coolest game you could play, or I don't know. Few minutes later, the girl is running to her mom telling her about me wanting to put my wee-wee in her pee-pee. This is my second language. Maybe my child words for cork and bussy aren't perfect. Sorry. Naturally I was scolded. I felt like it was totally unjust and I bursted out crying, but he, my brother, did it too. Probably making my mom pretty embarrassed and cheat. I can only imagine what went through her head right there. I only remember this in my teens when it got brought up with huge laughter at some family occasion. I was so embarrassed, and now that I think of it, I only realize and remember this like every other year or so, but this thread made me remember. Thanks, Reddit. TLDR. Tried to fuck my girly friend at 6, while our parents were in the adjoining room. Additional TLDR. I was a child molester child lol. Back in the 90s during the birth of the internet, all of us junior high kids were obsessed with all things internet. One of our buddies actually ran his own BBS, bulletin board system, precursor to websites, so he was the coolest in this regard. I was good at art stuff, so he wanted me to spend the night and try out ASCII art on his computer. So we are just hanging out, playing with computer stuff. Then dinner rolls around, and his dad is giving me the stink eye the whole time. He asks me questions and is just being an asshole in general, and I can't figure out why this guy hates my guts. So after that we play with computers some more, and it's time to sleep. For some reason, though, I'm not allowed to sleep in the same room as my friend, so I sleep in the living room downstairs. Channel surf, find some porn, get caught by his dad, change the channel really quick, but he doesn't seem to care. Years later I was remembering this weird time I spent the night at my friend's house, and how his dad was an asshole, and put another connection together. Although we never explicitly asked him, we kinda figured he was gay. We never brought it up, because frankly we didn't care. He was the guy who ran his own BBS, after all, and none of us had ever touched girls before, so who were we to judge? This friend never made any advances towards me that night, any other time, or treated me any different than the other guys did, but that's my best guess. The asshole dad probably hated that his son was gay, and figured I was his boyfriend. His was back in the 70s during a hot Virginia summer. When I was about 8 or 9, my friend and I were coming back from crabbing off a nearby trestle. On the walk back to my house we would pass by a toll booth. It cost 10 cents to get onto the interstate back then, so you toss your dime in the basket, the light turns green and off you go. One new thing you could always count on was that people would miss the basket, so on a good day you'd find a bunch of dimes littering the ground near the toll booth. We figured let's swing by the booth and see if we could score arcade money. Disclaimer, I do not encourage kids, or anyone, to scrounge change around tolls booths. It's not this to take. Now that I got that out of the way, back to the story. When we get to the booth it was pretty quiet. We stash our stuff off to the side of the booth and scope out the scene. After making sure there were no cars coming we ran up and start picking up whatever change we could find. I don't remember exactly how much it was we got before an old beat up pickup truck pulls up. Inside the cab are two rough, sun-beaten good old boys and a scrawny woman with long hair in between the two of them. I think they were all smoking cigarettes as the truck came up to us. We jumped off the road and stood behind the booth in the tall grass. We knew they saw us but we thought we could just kind of blend in a bit and get back to work after they paid the toll. That didn't happen though. The driver of the truck looks directly at us and yells, "Howls, Jadahi loud to hear. Yeah, goddamn bold people." With that we grabbed our stuff and ran out of there as fast as we could, scared they might come after us. After we left the interstate area and were headed back to the house, we started laughing about what happened. I even think for a while we called each other bold people for a while. Point jump forward about 10 years or so. I was in the army and the event popped into my head. 4 years me and my friend would get a chuckle out of the whole bold people line. We thought to ourselves, what the hell does bold people mean anyway? Then it hit me. Point both me and my friend are half Thai. Our mothers were friends and our fathers were both over in Southeast Asia during Vietnam where they all happened to meet. When we got out into the sun we probably darken up pretty well. I realized that the rednecks were calling us boat people. I didn't know what that was when I was 8, but growing up you heard it a lot more and knew exactly what it meant. Point at first it bothered me. I would think that guy couldn't even speak English properly and he calling me names, but then it was funny again. So I still tell the story and still laugh about the whole thing. Point TLDR was called a derogatory name when I was kid. Didn't realize it till 10 years later. I got to this one late so this is probably going to be buried. My dad served in the army in Baghdad for a year. Since he was on base most of the time, he would occasionally get a chance to call home. He was given a calling card with a set amount of minutes that he was allowed to use per month. These phones were shared with the rest of the base, so we could not call him. He had to call us and hope that we were there to answer. On one specific day, my dad and my 8-year-old self were having a conversation. We had been talking for about 5 minutes when he interrupts me and says, "Love you bud, I have to go. Tell mom that I love her," and hangs up. I assumed that he had run out of minutes, to which my mother nervously agreed with. I talked to him 2 weeks later. My dad had some issues adjusting back to civilian life when he got home. I never understood this because he assured me that he was going to be out of harm's way. He was a construction engineer who helped design and maintain the base's sewage systems. After some discussions about this, he opened up to me about some of his experiences. It turns out that he hung up on me because a rocket attack was hitting the base. The alarms did not go off, which didn't give my dad time to properly explain what was going on. That attack killed 1 soldier and injured 3, one of them losing his leg. This was 100 yards from the building he was in. The rocket strike was one of many, to the point of his base being rocketed every day. I knew none of this and assumed my dad was perfectly safe during his time over there. When I was a kid we had a cat who had 3 kittens. I didn't even know she was pregnant, but her surprise labor is another story. She used to hide them around different places and this was around the time we were moving back home from Israel. So we had a lot of boxes in one room and she'd hide them there sometimes. I remember this one time we were looking for all the kittens and put them outside one by one. I remember being by the boxes and going to look outside and all but one were gone. I was so confused. Like, where the fuck did they go? They only just recently opened their eyes. So I asked my mom. She said their dad came and took them away to take care of them. I was really sad and it proper broke me for a long time. Around the same time our other big cat disappeared, and for the longest time I blamed myself because I thought she thought I loved the other cat more and ran away because she was pissed at me. Years later my mom was having a conversation with a family friend and brought up how we used to have a cat that they gave away. It dawned on me all at once that none of the cats just disappeared. They gave them all away. I got so angry because I had blamed myself for it and I thought about it a lot because I really loved those cats. I still resent my mom for doing it even after all these years because lying to me caused so many more problems than just telling me the truth and letting me get over it sooner than later. It wasn't the first or the last time and I vowed to always be honest with my future children because all those times really faked me up. It also fell in line with my suspicion that I have borderline personality disorder, but I haven't confirmed it yet. I've only been diagnosed with anxiety so far. Jesus, guys, don't lie to your kids about stupid shit. Throwaway account. Since I never told anyone this story, I still experience extreme guilt as an adult. I had a very close friend, girl, that I grew up with down my street. We were pretty close. We were around the same age. I'm also a girl. She had a brother that is a couple years younger. One day, we decided, for some stupid reason, to ask him to take his pants off. We tied a ribbon around his penis. We had to be like 10, and he was like 7. We thought we understood sex, so we decided to have sex with her brother in a closet. We thought him touching us with his penis in the dark while being naked was sex. There was no penetration. He literally touched me in the lower stomach and that was sex. Her family moved away, but my mom took me over to visit a couple times to have slumber parties. We didn't have sex again, only that one time, and never talked about it. I don't think they told their parents. We eventually drifted apart, and I didn't hang out with her again until recently, but we still hadn't brought up that stuff, nor do I know if she remembers. As I got older, I battled with the thought that maybe I was a molester, and I felt really guilty about the whole thing. I had never done anything like that before, and didn't do anything like that after, other than adult relationships. Even though we were kids, we were all equal players, but I somehow feel like we should have known better. We didn't understand incest. We didn't know what sex was. I try to convince myself that we were just stupid kids, but I'm sure it led to a different dynamic, since they were brother and sister TLDR me, and my friend thought we had sex with her brother. I still harbor guilt. This happened when I was around 5 years old. I still slept beside my parents in their bed. One time, we had to get the bed replaced, so mom and I slept in one of the spare ones we had, while dad slept in the couch. It was really uncomfortable to fit the three of us. This plays a part in the story. I wasn't a very light sleeper back then, so I was surprised to be woken up by dad coming inside the room and lightly shaking my mom awake. I particularly remember my mom going, "No, I'm not in the mood." My dad going back to the living room. My mom following moments later, them returning to the room. While my dad went, "I thought you weren't in the mood." 5-year-old me thought, hey, maybe they just miss holding each other and stuff. I don't really wanna go into detail into what happened next, but I remember trying to mold myself into the adjacent wall, trying not to get too close to them. There was a point where they accidentally brushed my arm shudder, and thinking, oh god, is this what adults normally do? Flash forward a week later. We had to get the whole room repaired. So we brought a mattress to the living room. We don't have any spare rooms, lol. It happened again. Curious lil me couldn't take it anymore, so the following morning, I asked mom, why was the bed sort of shaking last night? She giggled a bit and said, oh honey, ask your father. I turned to my dad, and being the stoic guy that he is, he just ignores me. Lol, story of my life. Realized what happened when I started high school. TLDR, my parents had sex beside me. Twice. My bully from grade 3 and 4. He used to be my friend, but I didn't like his big brother. The brother was a meanie, who had once chased me and scratched my neck. In 3rd grade my friend started to form a gang, and I couldn't be in it. Then these guys, 9 or 10, chased me after school, or in recess, and be mean to me, and hold me down and feed me worms, or pinch me, poke me, pull my hair, etc. You know, just mean stuff, and I couldn't understand why. I tried to be likable. I tried to be clever and funny in class. Years later I talked to my mom, and I had a holy shit what the fuck moment of realization. The big brother didn't scratch my neck. That was a Swiss pocket knife he used to cut my neck while chasing me. My mom told me that he was a total psycho, and that he had to be sent away to a special boarding school for hard cases. She explained it to me in terms of Harry Potter books, so I don't know how accurate that is. But here's the kicker. When I was trying to be clever and funny in school, what would I do? I'd make fun of people. No harm, right? Just turning your own words against you. Just being clever. Just being funny. Class clown, right? Except, I was kind of a hot-tempered asshole. Yeah, I was the class clown, but I was always focusing it on people that I wanted to impress, so the entire class would laugh at them. This guy, my faking friend, must felt so betrayed. At home he has this psycho brother who bullies him, and then he goes to school, and he gets held back in second place again by his best friend. He learned more than me, so he was teacher's favorite, but I was wittier, and so could get him back for stealing my answers. I now understand why he got together a gang to chase me down after school. Manipulation of others was his only way out. He needed school time to be his time so badly. TLDR, a psycho big brother and me making fun of him understandably lead to my bully taking matters into his own hands. This might be kind of long. My mother is a saint. She would never do or say anything to hurt someone, but one time, when I was probably about 7 or 8, I mouthed off to her while getting ready for school, and she slapped me across my face. Not even really that hard, but I was completely taken aback. I could see by the look on her face that she was horrified at what she'd done, and I wasn't about to let her off the hook. So I screamed and cried and claimed that she'd managed to hit me in my eye and now I had a blind spot. I persisted with this lie long enough and convincingly enough that it resulted in her taking me to several eye specialists and stuff for different exams, and I ended up having these bullshit eye exercises that I had to do, but I wasn't going to back down from the lie because I knew I'd be in deep shit. I don't remember how long this actually went on, but it was probably about a year before it just kind of ceased to be an issue. Anyways, when I was about 27 my mother mentioned something about it, like, do you still have trouble seeing out of your left eye? And I was completely floored that she still thought it was legit, and I felt awful. So, I had to come clean about it all being a sham and she cried, and it was terrible point. But the thing that I never realized / understood about all of this was that every time she had taken me to a new specialist or doctor or whatever, they invariably asked her, well, what happened? And she, my mother, the saint, probably had to tell them that she had slapped her kid. She would have told them the truth, because that's my mother, and I'll bet she was mortified. My mom and dad worked a lot, so I've been to a lot of babysitters as a kid. When I was elementary school aged we were babysat by this one lady, and she had 2 sons, one a few years older than me, and another a few years older than that point. The oldest one liked to wrestle with me and tickle me a lot, including putting his hands up my shirt. I didn't realize how inappropriate that was at the time. The younger one would tease me a lot, but one time they had a tent set up in their yard because their father was letting them camp out back. We were all playing outside, and he's being a bit more of a bully than usual. He forces me to get in the tent and starts to tell me to take my shorts off. I tell him no, and he starts getting forceful about it. Lucky for me his dad comes outside and asks where he and I went, so he stops and we go back to playing outside. I didn't think anything of it at the time. It wasn't until our assembly in middle school, when they had us watch a video on sexual harassment and rap, that I even realized what had almost happened to me. High school was terrible too because the younger one was only a year ahead of me, so I saw him a lot. He never approached me, but he'd always intensely watch me whenever we were near each other. It really bothered me. It made me feel like given the chance he would do it again. When I was a kid my parents had horrible drinking problems. When they split up I stayed with my mom, who would drink until she was blackout drunk and pass out where she was standing. At 6 years old my nightly routine was to find my passed out mom, try to wake her up, and get her to bed. I often had to figure out how to feed myself once where was DOA for the night. My dad wasn't any better and almost killed me a few times on accident drinking and driving. One time when I was like 7 my dad told me to tell my mom, we can't get back together, but we can still have sex. I also remember my mom always telling me I never took her side on things when I was as young as 5. Also, there was always drugs around though they hid it well. But their cocaine eyes and fits of hysterical laughing while on acid were pretty obvious. It would take a novel to write everything bad that happened, but those are some of the highlights. Anyway, I thought my childhood was pretty normal until I was in my teens and early adulthood, when my friends started explaining to me that I was heavily neglected and abused as a child. The older I get, the more I realize how faked up it all was. Edit. My mom also used to tell me that she wasn't really my mom and that my real mom gave me to her when I was like 4 to 7. She'd keep it up while I cried. She's a horrible person. My dad was a ham radio hobbyist, and one of his ham radio buddies, Larry, was a Catholic priest or brother. Not Catholic myself, and don't know how that hierarchy works. When I was 12 or 13 years old, Larry was at our house visiting, and my dad mentioned that I had just gotten a new guitar. Larry asked to see it and get a demonstration of my guitar playing. We went to my bedroom, and as I was showing him the guitar, he asked if I could keep a secret. I said sure, and he pulled out some comic book type magazines with sexy drawings. Naked men and women with exaggerated body parts performing various sex acts on each other. In particular, he pointed out some BJ illustrations and asked how I liked them. I reached under the mattress and pulled out several Playboy magazines and showed him the centerfolds and pictorials and said something to the effect of, "Dude, those drawings you have are lame. Check this out." Larry soon left the room and we never spoke of it until about 10 years later when he tried to get me, as an adult, to have sex with him. I learned that a couple of my friends who went to the school and church associated with the parish he worked for had been molested when they were about the same young age. I realized then how close I had probably come to being molested. So I asked him then, and he confessed that he had indeed been trying to engage me in some oral sex all those years ago. I'm not sure if he was being careful because my dad was downstairs in the next room or the girls in the magazine changed his mind. I felt very fortunate that I hadn't been molested by this pedophile. Edit for spelling. Oh man. I've never told anyone this, but the anonymity of Reddit serves. So back when I was in the single digits age-wise, my parents had a really crazy friend who always threw parties. Seemed like every weekend we were down at her house. Well, as I wasn't allowed to really hang around with the adults, seeing as they were drinking and getting high all night, I mostly spent my time with her daughter, who was 2 or 3 years older than I was. One night it was particularly late, and we were upstairs in her bedroom. I don't remember much else of what happened before or after, since I was probably 5 or 6 years old, but all the adults were long gone in their stupor and this girl got a strange idea. She wanted us to get together in her bed, and then she proceeded to take off my underwear and play with my thing, eventually giving me my first blowjob. I'll never ever forget that first sensation, getting all tingly in the feet. Lol. I had no fucking clue what was going on or why, but man did that feel strange. The funny thing is, after she did that, she asked me to do the same for her, only when I got down there, I quickly discovered there was nothing there to put in my mouth. So for her it was a wash. Extra bonus story. Speaking of parents getting high, when I was around that age I remember being fascinated by my parents and their friends' instruments and accessories, which they usually had laid out on a table when they were smoking. Shiny scales, grinders, rolling paper, etc. One time I remember looking at a pack of what I later understood was a pack of zigzags. I couldn't understand who the guy on the front of the pack was, so I asked them if it was Jesus. They just laughed their ass off at me. When I was younger, no idea how young, but definitely between 6 to 10 or so, my cousin, well older than me, also not sure how old though, but pretty close to 18 for sure, coerced me into letting him touch/suck my dick, and tried to convince me to do the same to him. Didn't think much of it back then. He wasn't violent about it, and I considered him a friend or what have you, so it never really traumatized me, nor did I repress it. It was just a thing that happened that kind of slipped from memory. Hell, thinking back, kid me probably enjoyed it without really realizing how absolutely faked up it was. Wasn't until some time ago when I remembered it and made the connection to why my mother was so adamant about me not hanging out with him anymore, that what he did was faking disgusting. Hell, the nature of it is so passive that I have a really hard time saying I was molested or raped. I don't really know what to call it, and they both sound so violent. I mean, it was absolutely statutory rape for sure. I was well below the age of consent, and he was nowhere my age, so you can't chalk it up to kids who don't know any better. Nothing happened to him, of course. I'm not even sure if my mother knew, or if she just didn't want me being around someone so much older than I I hope it's that, because I mean, if she knew and nothing happened to him, I'm a little, to say the least, bit upset. The chances of him seeing this are astronomically low, but I think I'll leave this here. Adam, what the fuck is wrong with you? I really hope you realize how faked up what you did was, and feel as disgusting as I think you are. My father and his business partner were traveling on business to a major East Coast city to bid on some contracts. They brought me and his son along to see the sights during their downtime. One night while they were out with their executives, they had a young college student babysit us. It was a blast. He took us to see Jaws and showed us around his campus and the city. As it was getting late, it was time for him to start getting us back to our hotel when he told us he needed to make one stop at the place where he worked. A nondescript building downtown where we took the stairs to what I remember as a bureaucratic looking space with not much personal flair. He had us wait in a room and told us not to touch anything while he went into another office for a bit. As we left, he started wiping his fingerprints from everything, including the typewriter he had used while we were waiting. We thought nothing of it as we were around 8 or 9. The next day we were off to New York City, but before we were going to our plane, our fathers had one stop to make before wheels up. Their stop was at the same building we had been at the night before, and we quickly went up to the very floor we had been at previously. Our babysitter had walked by and stopped to bid us farewell as my father handed him an envelope. TLDR, our babysitter was an intern for the business where the bidding process was happening, and we broke in that night so he could go through the bids and change our father's bid to be the winner. We were his cover story. The business they bid on that day is still owned by our two families, and it wasn't until I started working for the family that I realized what had gone on. My father had died by this time, but I had a long conversation with our CFO where my suspicions were all but confirmed. That my mom was openly cheating on my dad. My mom and dad were the quintessential staying together for the kids' parents. They hated each other. My dad was a cold person who didn't know how to love someone, and my mom was reactionary and blamed my dad for everything wrong in her life, whether legitimate or not. They fought daily and made no attempts to hide it. They were very open about the fact that they would get divorced as soon as I left for college. She would go out with her friends to the local bar dancing about once a month. My dad hated it, and their worst fights were always around then. When I was about 9, the fights got a lot worse. Then, suddenly, mom going out for the night with her girlfriends turned into a whole weekend without seeing her. They fought and fought and fought when she would return Sunday evening. I have memories of turning up the Sunday afternoon NFL games or NBA on NBC games really loud to drown out the screaming. I would go out and play at 7 p.m. when it was dark out just to get away. I did everything I could to drown out the fighting. About 6 months after she began going away for the weekends, the fighting stopped a little, and my mom and dad had a new friend coming around a lot. He was awfully close to my mom, who, despite her flaws, was very social and friendly to anyone she wasn't married to, so I didn't think much of it. My dad, who had always been antisocial, more or less ignored him. So, again, nothing too out of the ordinary. Turns out, this guy was the person she would go away with on the weekends. He was from Philadelphia and had a cabin in our area that he would visit every month. He was taking my mom to the cabin for the weekend. Point being 9, I didn't know what the nature of the relationship was. I never saw my parents share any intimate moments, so I had no idea what I was witnessing when they would flirt in front of me. This continued for over a year. It even got to the point where he would replace my dad on family outings, which my dad hated anyway, because again, antisocial. Eventually my mom's craziness crept into her relationship with this guy. The difference between him and my dad was that he knew he didn't have to put up with her shit. He would leave for a few weeks and live his normal life 3 hours away. He slowly stopped coming around as much, and the weekends away ended. So after about a year and a half, everything was back to normal. My parents fought, I ignored it, and this was how it went. Unfortunately, my mom passed away when I was 15 of a heart attack. She was always yelling. It had to have put such stress on her heart. So she and my father never got divorced. I, female, was molested by a male babysitter when I was about 6. This would have been in like 1988 or thereabouts. He said I could have the pizza he'd ordered without my parents' permission if I sucked his dick. I was a little kid and my parents had told me to do what I was told, so I did. I think that if he'd tried to take off my underpants and touch me, I wouldn't have allowed that, or at least would resisted, because when I was warned about strangers and sexual assault, stuff involving my privates was covered, but not other people's privates. The idea that I would be asked to do something for someone else was so bewildering and out of the blue that it didn't occur to me to say no. I remember telling my mom that I didn't like that babysitter and they never had him back, though I don't believe they called the police. The whole episode was just so confusing and without context that it not only didn't traumatize me, but I forgot about it for over 10 years. Then my mom came home from the grocery one day and said she'd run into B, the babysitter's younger brother who was a classmate of my sister, and his grandmother at the grocery store, and that set off the associations in my head. B, that's the brother of the guy who, what the fuck? It took me another couple years to get up the gumption to ask my mom about it, because surely teenagers don't want blue jobs from little kids. That's the worst blue job in the world. And surely my mom would have called the cops. And if she didn't call the cops, she wouldn't just hang out talking with this kid's grandmother in the grocery store. All of that is ridiculous. I must just be making shit up like all those other women with recovered memories of Satanism rituals. Nope. Totally happened. Gonna join in with the potential childhood kidnapping and rap stories. Sucks there's so many of them. The point when I was 11 or 12 my folks were out, with me and my younger sister home alone. It was the 90s, early afternoon, nobody was concerned. I think they'd done it once, or twice in months around then, but they were never gone long. Normal stuff. So anyways, they've been out about a half hour, and there's a knock at the door. Where we lived the front door had like a little shelter around it, and there was a garden of decent sized bushes that mostly obscured the house entrance from the road. Amongst them were a few of those bird of paradise plants, with the flowers, that looked kinda like toucan bills. I opened the door, which had a heavy deadbolt, and on the other side of the security door was a guy. Given that it was under the shelter of the little alcove, with the sun behind him, I actually couldn't tell you what he looked like even then. Voice was older though, 40s maybe. He says he was nearby visiting his daughter, and noticed we had some really rare flowers in our garden. He asks if he can take some, because they are very rare and very pretty and his daughter would like them. Now, I wasn't buying it right away, because those flowers, at the time at least, were popular as shit, and in every third garden. There were like 3 others just on our block with the same damn bushes in their front yard. Still, I said yeah, sure, go ahead. What do I care? I know they aren't that rare, but maybe this guy didn't point. Then he asks if he can borrow some scissors. I say no. He asks if our parents are home. Keep in mind my 9 maybe 10-year-old sister is behind me, and he can see her through the partly open door. I knew not to let a stranger in, so I lied and said my parents were busy working and we weren't supposed to bother them unless it was really important. He said then that he'd come back later and ask them himself. I closed the door, bolted the lock, and retreated to the sitting room, which had a big window that looked out onto that bird of paradise part of the garden. The guy walked around the front of the house, peering into the window, but couldn't see anything because of the lace curtains my ma always had up, because they let light in but maintained privacy. When he left I closed the curtains and watched out through a little gap as he walked down the side of the house. Then the dogs barked and he left. He had a car parked on the other side of the street, right next to one of the other bird of paradise plants. My parents got home about 10 minutes later, and the bloody security door wasn't even locked. I told them, they played it down, and told me I did the right thing. It wasn't until I was like 15 or 16 that it came up in conversation and I realized how close I probably came to being kidnapped or murdered, or whatever. Growing up, I was involved with Boy Scouts. That summer at Boy Scout camp, I saw that my scout master had a really cool pocket knife and decided to swipe it from a picnic table when he wasn't around. Being super smart, I tossed the case into the woods so it wouldn't be immediately recognized as a scout master's. Of course, I didn't throw it far enough away from the campsite, and the next day another scout found it and asked whose it was. So of course nobody speaks up, but now I have a knife that I can never use in front of anyone, otherwise they'll figure it out. Skip forward to the coming weeks at the regular scout meetings. It comes up that the scoutmaster's knife has gone missing, and given the evidence found during the camping trip, he's pretty sure one of us took it. I figure the only way I'll avoid getting in trouble is if I say I found the knife and didn't know whose it was. So I go that route and give the knife back, saying sorry I didn't return it sooner. He didn't question that story for some reason and turned the whole thing into a learning lesson for everyone that honesty will always blah blah blah. But it always struck me as odd that he didn't call me out directly, as I'm sure it wasn't hard to figure out which of 12 boys did it. Skip forward about 5 years. I hadn't been involved with scouting for a while and was a senior in high school now. Huge scandal surfaces that the scoutmaster had, over the course of several years, molested 4 boys, some who were scouts and some who were his youngest son's friends. The entire town is in an uproar, as both his kids are still in school. He ends up going to prison with multiple 30-year sentences, and everyone starts to get on with their lives. It wasn't until a few years ago, I'm 28 now, that I put 2 and 2 together and realized that he probably thought I knew what he'd been doing on camping trips, so was scared shitless of calling me out for stealing his knife. No one ever believes this story. When I was about 9 years old, my best friend's parents brought him, me and my brother, 7 years old, to New York City for the massive Thanksgiving Day parade. After the parade, we were walking back toward the car when we watched a man carrying a large duffel bag put on a ski mask as he walked down the sidewalk toward us. Seconds later, about 50 feet in front of us, he swings the large duffel bag and smashes out the front of a jewelry store window and starts grabbing stuff. My brother screams at the top of his lungs "Roberts!" and points at the guy, while my friend's parents try with all their might to stifle him. Now, you are not going to believe this, but I'm not exaggerating. From across the street, out a second-story window/fire escape come 2 Asian, not Indian Asian, maybe Japanese or Korean, guys looking like Bruce Lee. I'm talking headbands, no shirt, the works. They leap from the fire escape and bolt across traffic. The one guy jumped onto and off of a taxi cab on the way. The robber drops the duffel bag, which we later learned was full of cinder blocks, and takes off down the street while the ninjas pursue. I didn't really understand why they tried to stifle my brother and why no one else yelled "robbers" or tried to help the ninjas. I'm not exaggerating even the slightest detail. When I was about 19, I had moved out of the house and was living on my own in a small Texas town. I worked a late shift, so I usually did my laundry and stuff in the wee hours of the morning. One night, my car wouldn't start. The gas gauge was broken, so I figured it was out of gas and started walking down the deserted streets towards the only 24-hour gas station about 3 miles away. This middle-aged guy, well, maybe he was in his 50s. He smoked heavily and kind of reminded me of a very country version of the cancer man from the X-Files show. He saw me and turned his big white late 70s model Cadillac around. He offered me a ride. I took it. He shuttled me off to the gas station and back, but the car still wouldn't start, so he offered me a ride home. I was tired, so I took it. He invited himself into my place, a little rundown rental mobile home. He started asking weird questions. He asked if I'd ever had sex with farm animals, and I started getting that weirdo vibe. About then, a police car pulls up outside. It's my dad, who worked on the local PD and kept an eye out for me. I took the opportunity to complain that my dad is a police officer and checks in on me all the time. About this time, the creepy old dude starts to look a little nervous and remembers he needs to get home for something. He awkwardly makes a hasty exit. TLDR, my dad inadvertently saved me from a probable as rapping because I took candy from a stranger. When I was 11, my mom was single, and it was just her, my sister, and myself. She had the occasional date, but my sister and I didn't know much about her dating or the guy she would see. Anyhow, I remember waking up one night because I heard something weird coming from my mom's room. I lay there for a while wondering what it was, but I was pretty sure it was my mom. It just sounded weird. After a few minutes I was concerned, so I walked up the hall to her door and asked through it if she was okay. She told me it's fine honey, go back to bed. So I did, but I couldn't shake the fact something was wrong. I can still hear her saying it in my head 22 years later, because it sounded so off, and I wouldn't find out why for a couple years. So a couple years later we lived elsewhere, still just the three of us. I was playing around on our crappy little Mac when I came across a journal my mom was writing. Thoughts and memories etc. It was mostly boring adult stuff until I got to a page where she was talking about when she started dating again. She had had a blind date one night and the guy dropped her off at home, and when she unlocked the door he put his hand over her mouth and forced her inside. He dragged her to her room where he wrapped her. And partway through I suddenly asked through the door if she was okay. I can't even tell you how much it faked me up to find out my mom was being wrapped and I was 30 feet away and didn't do anything. Eventually I realized I probably couldn't have done anything even if I had known, but that's a terrible thing to find out. I felt like I had failed her when she needed me the most. I was the only man in the house, and it was my job to protect her, and I didn't point at any rate. My mom met a guy when I was 13, and they've been together for 20 years now, and married for 14. He's an amazing guy and I've considered him my dad for a long time. I did tell my mom I had found out about it a few years back. That was a tough conversation, but I've felt much better about it since. Mom did call the cops and the guy was caught and arrested. He got a few years in jail I'm told, but I was shielded from it when I was a kid, and it was 25 years later when we finally talked about it, so I didn't get a lot of info. I still sometimes wish I could find that piece of sheet in a back alley sometime though. TLDR, I heard my mom being wrapped and didn't know it. 3 things. 1. When we were on a trip my parents pulled into the grass on the highway and I kept telling them they weren't driving on the road. Then the car stopped, and I naturally assumed my dad had gotten it stuck. When your vehicle came we went and got a rental car. I didn't understand why, or why my parents drove to states away the next week. Busted radiator. And I thought my dad was just a bad driver. 2. Another time we were driving, and out of nowhere my dad makes a random lane change onto an off-ramp, at the wrong exit and everything. Took an hour before I realized we'd been run off the road by a semi-driver not paying attention when changing lanes. 3rd, I was I think 6 or 7 and visiting my grandmother when I decided to walk down the sidewalk and back with my younger cousin. Fell and tore my pants up and got a huge bleeding gash on my knee. Was crying for a while when a nice man came along and asked if we were okay. I told him my grandmother's house was just 7 or 8 houses uphill, so he offered me a ride there, and being a super dumb kid, I accepted. Luckily this guy was in the level. I honestly, for a year, thought my grandmother had been upset at me for ruining a pair of jeans. Didn't realize what an idiot I'd been. TLDR, I was a really dumb kid. I was remitted to a psychiatric hospital in the deep south after a suicide attempt following a very violent rap when I was around 13 years old. This was back when longer term care was standard, in the late 80s. I stayed for 3 months. While I was there, I saw a psychiatrist. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about him gave me the creeps in a big way. When I was going through the process to be released, which took about a week, my parents asked me if I wanted to continue seeing the psychiatrist I'd seen while on the psychiatric unit. I burst into tears and begged them to let me see someone else. They were really freaked out, but they listened to me, even though the doctor apparently was really insistent that I continue therapy with him in his private practice. I wound up seeing a woman who helped me immensely, and even though I still have trouble with intimacy, I'm pretty sure it would be a lot worse if I had never had her help. When I was about 20, I was randomly reading the city newspaper, and hidden on one of the back pages was a story. It turned out that this psychiatrist was indicted and sentenced to a lot of years for over-medicating and wrapping many young women like myself who had come to him through that psychiatric hospital. Most were already victims of abuse, so he was an opportunist of the highest order. Moral of the story: when someone gives you creepy vibes, Pay attention. TLDR. Almost got cosbyed by a shrink, but escaped it because my parents were cool and paid attention to my intuition. Late to the party. When I was 5 I couldn't sleep and went to get some water. On my way back to bed I heard my mom moaning in the bedroom. I knocked on the door and asked if she was okay. I heard my dad chuckle and she said, "It's okay honey, daddy was just tickling me." 5-year-old me didn't think anything of it. Dad frequently tickled my mom in front of us and she would just smack him and tell him to stop. I was about 17 when I realized she was not being tickled behind that door. Fast forward a year and I'm having trouble sleeping. My older brother is making these stupid fish noises and rolling around his bed. I keep asking him to stop and he won't. So I get up and knock on my parents' door and complain to my dad. A few minutes later an ambulance shows up and my brother is gone for a couple days. A few years later I ask my mom why my brother can't come to the pool with us or play video games with flashing lights, and she explains he had a grand mal seizure that lasted over 7 minutes and it's a miracle he didn't have brain damage. Around 13 I realized what she meant. After learning about seizures in my health class I realized by about 22 that I have had insomnia since the night of my brother's seizure. Once I realized the trauma, my sleep schedule normalized somewhat, but I'm still a very light sleeper and will wake up even if someone just moves positions while sleeping in the same room, much less the same bed. Finally, I was about 12 when some friends invited my brother and I to go swimming. He got the okay about 3 years after his seizure with no future incident. We got there and started swimming in the pool, privately owned, and one of the girls suggested we go skinny dipping. I was 12, the youngest one there, and perverted, so I was excited for the opportunity to see some boobs. My brother and I quickly dropped trunks and continued to swim around, do cannonballs, and so forth. The girls were staring at my brother and whispering together, then left. I was disappointed. No boobs for me. After they left, my brother and I put our trunks back on and swam another hour or so before the mom of our buddy got home and said we needed to get home so she could make dinner. It took ages for me to realize the girls were probably just as shocked by my brother's impressive length and girth, very much a shower, but still larger than average, as our willingness to be naked. I came home and there was a huge, fist-sized crack on my parents' bedroom door. They told me that daddy got upset with his job. I know now, years later, that it was a huge fight because they slept in separate rooms for the next couple years. What boggles my mind about this is that they are still going strong. There's a lot of things they've discovered about each other, including a terrible case of social anxiety, which caused the outrage. Apparently the job was involved in some way due to the fact that my dad was a manager at an extremely social job. It was too much for dad. That's why I love my parents. They taught me to never give up on the people you love. Although my dad was hesitant at first, he's finally going to see a psychiatrist. In fact, he's doing much better now. I see him smiling more often. And I see them having much more fun as a couple. I know for a fact that my dad never would have went to see a doctor if it weren't for my mom's push and shove. Mom never gave up because she knew that having a weekend daddy would be terrible for her children. Dad never gave up because he wanted the same for his children and that he wanted to prove to mom that he's worthy of my mom. Thank you mom and dad for not giving up. I'm kind of late to this, but at about 12 years old, I went to a doctor's office to get a big sliver removed from my inner thigh. I asked my mom if I could go in and see the doctor by myself. I was embarrassed and didn't want her to see me in my underwear. She said it was fine. My name was called. I saw the nurse first. She did all her nursery duties then asked me to take off my pants. She said the doctor would be in shortly. I sat on the table thing for a little while before the doctor came in. He seemed nice. He cracked jokes and made me laugh. I could hear him chatting with my mother as he came in, making her laugh too. So, he knew the situation. She was just on the other side of door. He asked me to lie back on the table thing. I did. He continued to make me laugh as he asked where the sliver was and how it got there. Then he leaned in to take a look. When he did, he put his hand Totally absent-mindedly, I thought, right on my junk. His face seemed a little too close to my inner thigh. His ear nearly resting on the back of his hand cupping my business, as he looked at and touched the sliver. He seemed to linger just a bit too long. The whole thing made me feel very uncomfortable, but he was a doctor. After a little while, he lifted his head and hand and cracked wise. I laughed. He made everything okay. Throughout this quick procedure he kept touching my penis and testicles through my underwear. He never made direct contact. It always seemed accidental. He never said anything to me sexual or acted in any way creepy. He made me laugh, and I liked him. I was uncomfortable, but he did a great job at maintaining my comfort level. In the end, after some local anesthetic and iodine, the sliver was removed, and it was done. I forgot all about the doctor, though I've told the story of the bigger sliver in my thigh a million times. It was unusual, because of how long it was in there, and hadn't gotten infected. I remembered the details of the doctor 10 or more years later. I realized I was molested by the doctor who took out the sliver. Even saying that now seems trivial. I know and love women who have had so much more horrible shit happen to them than what happened to me. But it was an appropriate sexual touching. He was a pro too. He had total control over the situation and made me feel so comfortable. It could have easily turned worse. He was good. I know for a fact I was not the only one. Serious. When I was 12 years old I used to finger and rub my genitals over my 5-year-old sister. This went on intermittently for almost 2 years. When I was 14 I realized that this was wrong. How? Why? Information deficit plus raging hormones. Historical context. My parents were Orthodox Jews. They attempted to vacuum seal me in a plastic bubble. I had no TV, no internet, only carefully curated movies and books. I spent K8 at a male-only private school called a yeshiva. The message I got from my parents, rabbis, and teachers was this: God does not approve of sex until marriage. Until then, thinking a sexual thought is a sin. Touching a female before marriage is a sin. If you ejaculate before marriage it's like having blood on your hands. My parents paid over $20,000 per year for my Orthodox Jewish education. I paid a far greater price. Present day, since age 14, the faded memory of sexually abusing my little sister has haunted me every day of my life. Each day, though it has gradually been decreasing in intensity, I randomly feel pangs of guilt and shame. It hurts. It's pain. It's suffering. And I feel it every day. At age 21, I decided to face my demons. I found a reputable psychotherapist, and since then, I have been seeing this therapist once a week for the past 5 years. I will likely continue to do so for the rest of my life. Incredibly, my sister has forgiven me, and I in turn try to forgive myself every day. Afterthought. A part of me hopes this comment never sees the light of day. Another part of me hopes that at least one reader can relate. My parents owned a business and were hardly ever around when I was a young child, so they hired a housekeeper/nanny to take care of me until they got back in the evening. The nanny had a teenage daughter that would come to work with her and help out for spending cash. She would be charged with playing with me while her mother cleaned the house. I thought her daughter was so cool because she was so much older than me and pretty much did whatever she wanted to do. She always wanted to play doctor, where I would lie there naked and she would touch me all over, saying that's what doctors do when you have surgery. I thought it was boring to just lay there, and I didn't like the feeling of my privates touched, but that's what she wanted to do. I remember she always told me that if I told my parents she wouldn't come hang out with me anymore, and I would be stuck with nothing but little kids as friends. I was too young to understand what was going on until much later. And honestly I don't really feel it had much of an impact on me. Sexual crimes done against me later in life faked me up good and proper, but I must have been in my early 20s before I remembered, looked back and realized I was molested as a child in elementary school by a girl almost out of high school. And even now, on the rare occasion that I think about it, it's never anything more than oh yeah, that happened. Not saying that it's right in any way. And by the way, I'm a girl, if it's not obvious. When I was a kid, maybe 7 or so, we had new neighbors. I'd seen them around, and they were friendly. They were 2, I think. maybe 3 guys who moved into the house next door to us. One day, I was playing outside when I saw them bringing in kittens. I freaking love animals, so of course I flipped out. So I hung around for a bit asking a zillion questions about them. One of them invited me over to play with the kittens sometime. This was, of course, awesome to me. So a few days later, I'm playing outside again with some friends. My friends end up having to leave for dinner, but dinner at my house isn't ready yet and I'm not ready to go inside if there's no food. So I go to the neighbor's house. They invite me in, and I hang out for a while, much longer than I should have. I was late for dinner and my parents were looking for me, watching TV and playing with the kittens. When I finally went home, my parents asked where I'd been. I told them, and they flipped out. My father was really angry and my mom asked me a bunch of questions. Later, my father went over there to talk to them, and when he got back, he and my mom told me not to go over there again. I didn't get why everyone was so upset. I thought it was because I was late for dinner and had cat hair all over my clothes. When I got older and visited the neighborhood, I remembered and realized how shady those guys must have seemed to my parents, and they were just worried that something inappropriate had happened / would happen. Edit. I never saw these guys again after that, not even just coming or going to or from the house. After a few days, I didn't even see their truck. Kinda makes it seem more suspicious in hindsight. After a normal day at school, my mother, brother and I were heading home. For some reason I have no idea how old I was, but I'm going to hazard a guess and say I must have been around 12 or something. My brother is 3 years younger than me. I'm 20-year-old now, so we were heading home. But before this my mother decided to get some bread. The place was probably a minute away from home. She parked the car fairly close to the place and there she went. I don't know how much time passed after this. Another car parked next to my mother's. Out comes an older man, say 50-year-old, I don't know. Inside, in the passenger seat, there was a woman, probably his wife, seemingly around the same age. He starts rounding the car, and suddenly I hear this scratching noise. Inside I'm thinking this guy's crazy, he's freaking scratching our car. I point this out to my brother. Nonetheless, we do not move. We do not get out of the car to confront this man. After scratching the car, he stands in front of it, in complete view, for quite some time, which I thought was weird. Then he got back in his car, which by the way, had a foreign license plate. For context, I'm European, and drove away. When she finally got back from purchasing the bread and whatnot, I recounted the whole event to my mother without a single doubt in my mind that the guy was attempting to kidnap both my brother and I. In hindsight and regarding this ordeal, I think about how many kids in my situation would impulsively get out of the car to confront this man, and about how I too could have done that, but thankfully chose not to at the time. I realize how such an impulsive in the moment decision could have completely changed both my brothers and my life. My parents were very pragmatic people, but my mom used to drop me being a child of love on weird occasions, often when it didn't fit the topic, and she went out of her way to bring that up. It was especially weird, since I learned very early how children are made, and I did understand the process behind it, and there being no such thing as a child of love, just section conception. It's one of the earliest things I remember, because it was so out of character for her. Also, since I knew how the magic happened, I had been asking my parents to produce a little brother or sister for me, and they always told me they were trying, but nothing came of it. Which puzzled me, since I knew how this shit gets done, and I was an Aussie and hyperactive kid and things were definitely occurring in the bedroom that should resulted in me getting a small warm thing to cuddle. Being this nosy kid, I often went through drawers, trash, and sometimes found small round weirdly sticky things made from a material that reminded me of the one-use gloves I found in the medicine cabinet, and the ones in the bin had gooey stuff on them. One time my dad found me snooping around their bedroom while I was playing with one of these things and threw me out and got really mad, which was very unusual for him. He was pretty distant towards me. Over a decade later, almost all of this nearly forgotten. I'm a teenager with issues and my parents are fighting and think I can't hear them. My mom keeps referencing a special night when they promised to each other to build a loving family, and somehow at that exact moment all the pieces fall into place, and I know I was an accident and there never was any plan to get me a sibling. which hit me like a truck and eroded the last bit of trust I had towards my parents, which was already a bit thin due to other things. Not because I wasn't a child of love, which had been an alien thing to me even as a child, or an accident, but because my parents lied to me for all my childhood. Don't lie to your kids about things like that. Reading all of these almost kidnapped stories has made me realize that I've been almost kidnapped on at least 2 different occasions. My mom used to be a yard sale junkie. Once or twice a week we would get packed up in the car and spend a few hours hopping from one house to the next. When we were younger, we were supposed to wait for her in the car, and, being the eldest, I always sat in the front seat and people watched while I waited. One day, I noticed this lady staring at me. When she realizes I've noticed her, she looks around and starts holding up toys and jigsaw puzzles, gesturing for me to come over to look at them with her. Being the perfect child that I was, I got out of the car and went directly to my mom to ask permission to look at the toys with the woman. My mom, realizing the situation, went to confront the woman, who said she just wanted to show me the toys, but was not the house owner, so had no vested interest in me buying anything. She eventually left in a hurry. My mom and I haven't talked about it since when I was older, maybe around 8 or 9, I was playing kickball with some kids from my church on the church's property, which was right across the street from an elementary school. The other kids suddenly stopped playing, and one of them said, "What's that man doing?" I turn around, and I see about 20 feet away a man walking towards me. Behind him is a pickup truck with the passenger door open. I had one of those moments where I'm completely confused by the situation, so I just stand there frozen staring at him. One of the kids yells he's gonna kill us, and starts running back to the church. The man stops, about faces, and jogs back to his truck, closes the passenger door and leaves. I didn't think much of it at the time, but it's pretty chilling to look back on. TLDR, I was a cute kid who put the temptation into a couple of suckers. There were a few other instances, but my understanding of the situation is much foggier than these ones. When I was about 12, 2 of my aunts took 3 of my cousins and I to New York for summer vacation. We were hanging out in the bar/dinner area downstairs after we ate, and this guy, probably in his late 30s, started talking to me. I, being the social butterfly that I'm, started talking to him, and when my aunt said it was time to go I said goodbye. He told me he was actually leaving too and started walking that way with us. My family was walking ahead and looked back at me signaling to take a left down the hallway, but I told them I was going to go the long way with my new friend. Thinking nothing of it. My aunt freaked and told me no, and although I was a bit annoyed I obliged and went with the rest of my family back to our room. Not 5 minutes later, we get a knock on the door and my aunt opens it slightly so that the person on the other end can't see in. But I can hear that it's my new man friend's voice. He must have followed us to see which room we were in. My aunt told him I wasn't there and he leaves. Another 30 minutes goes by, and we hear another knock. Again the man is asking if I was there, and if he could talk to me. My aunt goes ballistic at this point, screaming that my father was in the room. He wasn't, and that if he knocked one more time she's contact the police. It never struck me until that moment that my new friend probably didn't have as innocent of intentions as I. I had always heard about stranger danger, but it wasn't until this moment that I realized why. Thinking back on that memory always makes me wonder what would have happened had my aunt not intervened on our walk back to the room, and it gives me the chills. When I was about 8, I was in South Carolina on vacation with my family, and I was hanging out in the hotel arcade one evening without my parents. I was on a quest to get as many bouncy balls, small wrestling figures, and stuffed animals from the claw machine as I could. As many kids did, I was going through a phase in which I loved free stuff, so giving me prizes would instantly make me like you. This is when a man in his mid-40s walks in and starts playing some of the different games. He approaches me and starts giving me some tips on games. He also starts giving me the prizes that he was winning. After I was convinced that he was the coolest guy ever, he tells me that he's staying in the hotel across the street and his kids that are about my age are over there too, and I should come over and meet them. I didn't have a phone at the time, so I told him I would have to ask my parents. Cue my dad walking in about a minute later to get me for dinner. After quickly assessing the situation, my dad shot the other guy a glare and we walked upstairs to get ready for dinner. My dad also reported the incident to some of the hotel staff and the next day the man wasn't there. TLDR. Man gave me bouncy balls because he wanted to play with mine. I was about 8 and I was one of those neighborhood kids who grew up riding his bike around with the neighborhood kids. Well, this cul-de-sac I would ride my bike down. There were a few kids I would hang around. Well, 3 of us started hanging around the older kids, 15 to 17, and one guy in particular was much more friendly. I had known him for a year or so and had started hanging out one-on-one with him. One day he was like, "Hey, have you ever sat your bare ass on the grass?" Being a clueless child, I said no, and he convinced me to come into the side yard, which was still in a partially obscured view of the cul-de-sac. Well, I pulled my little shorts down to just under my ass and sat on the grass against the fence a foot away from him as he did the same. This happened a few more times that summer. It progressed to the point where he wanted to hang out inside his room when his parents weren't home. The one time I ever went in his room, he asked me about my business and tried to see it. Something clicked that day and I was like, nope, this kid is bad. I never rationalized why and just started avoiding him when I was in the area with other kids. After that summer I never saw him again because he went to school somewhere. That was his older brother's explanation. When I asked him where he had gone, it only recently clicked about 5 years ago when I was talking with a childhood friend from the area that this kid was a developing child predator. I'm just glad I had a gut feeling and noped the fuck out of there. My dad was a bad alcoholic. He was divorced from my mom and had married a new woman who encouraged his drinking. Me and my siblings went to his house every other weekend. One weekend, they have a massive party. They lived out in the country, so a ton of people came. One of his wife's 4 kids was a young woman barely in high school. I was barely in junior high at the time of the party. I was not interested in drinking and stayed inside reading on the couch while tons of adults and his wife's kids got wasted outside. At one point my dad and his wife carried in the passed out daughter who had drank too much and took her to her room. They told me to not let anyone else go into her room and to get them if anyone did. Why would anyone want to go into her room when she's passed out? That's stupid, I thought to myself. A few minutes after my dad and his wife returned to the party, a grown man I had never seen before came in, pretended to head to the bathroom, and went into my stepsister's room and closed the door behind him. Confused, I dutifully told my dad and his wife, who hauled the man out of the room and took him outside. It was a few years later before I realized what he had been trying to do to my passed out stepsister and how faked up it was that my dad left a barely teen girl to be responsible for keeping her stepsister from getting raped by drunken, fully grown men. When I was a sophomore I fell in love with my future ex-girlfriend and it seemed we were destined to be together. When I first saw her, time stood still and I wondered what is going on here. I found out she was adopted, but that didn't stop me from loving her any less than she moved away one day about 4 to 6 months later and I didn't know why. No one would tell me anything for a whole flippin' week. Turns out her adoptive father and 2 adopted brothers molested her and she left. If only I were a lot stronger and bigger then, I would have kicked her adoptive father's ass. I was even friends with one of the brothers too, and that made it a whole lot worse. Me and my ex-girlfriend didn't see each other again until my senior year of high school. She thought I was gone for good and we'd never see each other again. Oh man, I thought she was gone for good too. Turns out her next adoptive parent, when I was a sophomore, took her in for the next 2 to 3 years and this parent was just collecting welfare to spend on her biological kids instead of the adopted kids. Scumbag. Then my ex-girlfriend, gets a call from her biological dad and the same adoptive parent wouldn't let her talk to her father anyway. After my girlfriend left that house, the adoptive parent was arrested for money fraud or something like that. I didn't learn about 75% of the stuff she went through until 2 years ago. I was confused then and now have realized she's been through a hard life. Someone's cutting the onions again. Anyone got some Kleenex? I think someone tried to murder me and make it look like an accident. I don't know who it was, and will never know for sure. It was during rehearsals for a Christmas play at a Catholic school. It had something vaguely to do with Noah's Ark, and I remember the main character was dressed up as a giant blue Bible. Grade 1. I was a very poorly behaved student and basically atheist in the sense that I couldn't care less about all the religious crap they tried to teach us. As far as I was concerned, I was there to have a good time, at the expense of everybody else. Teachers and students alike. Well, this guy, who I think was a teacher, but might have been a tar or an older student, dressed me up in a skunk costume, and then lifted me up and over the railing of a balcony overlooking the gymnasium. I remember looking down and only seeing the gym floor. It seemed a long ways down, but I think it was only one story. 2. At most point maybe it was just some bizarre reenactment of the presentation of Simba by a guy without any common sense. But the more I think about it, it would probably have been easy to claim as an accident, especially since I was known to misbehave on a regular basis and not care overly much about sticking with the group point. But whoever he was, he put me back down, and that's all I remember. When I was a kid, my grandparents gained custody of my brother and I, and part of the custody arrangements were that we went to spend the weekends with our mother. Our father was in the military, was transferred, and wasn't given a housing allowance to cover a house that could accommodate all of us, so he surrendered custody to his parents. On multiple occasions, usually around the party holidays, New Year's, Halloween, St. Patrick's Day, etc. My mom would forget to tell my grandparents that she wasn't going to be available, and when my younger brother and I would come for our visit, we'd be having to wait outside our mother's a little bit before she would answer the door, and she was usually dressed up with her makeup done. The few times this happened, at seeing us, our mother would usually get very angry at us, often commenting how she wished she had never had us, that we've ruined her life, as well as directly putting my brother and I down. As a child, I never understood why she was being so mean, and perhaps that had sown some seeds of my current issues with self-demeaning and evaluation that I deal with as an adult. Anyhow, several years ago, my older brother told me that in his late teens he was making a pretty good chunk of change selling drugs, and that he even sold to our mother, especially around the party holidays, when she would have him get her several $100s worth, usually about $500, though on one occasion $1,000 worth of coke. It was that I realized the reason my mother got all pissy around then was because my younger brother and I had prevented her from going to the parties she was wanting to and inadvertently wasting all that money she had blown on blow, which she couldn't have done with my younger brother and I around. TLDR, my mother would buy drugs to go party, and when she couldn't, because she had to be a parent, would get pissed at my younger brother and I. When we were still prepubescent, my parents divorced when I was 5. It was a messy divorce, so he left the country and my mom raised my brother and I by herself. Because of this, she often worked late and wasn't always around in the evenings. When I was 7, we were home alone and evening came, and so my brother and I went to bed in our respective rooms. At some point I wake up to the sound of movement outside my window. We had a fenced yard with one of those side alleyways for trash, so whatever it was had to be inside our yard. It sounded like the side fence gate being opened. As I was 7 and still scared of the dark and boogeymen, I thought for sure this was one of those things and slipped out and hid underneath my bed. I had a lot of toys and junk, so I could watch the window without being seen. Footsteps come closer, and I see the silhouette of a man looking into my window. It lingers there for a couple minutes, which feels like forever, then moves off. I continue to lay quietly beneath my bed until morning, where I tell my mom I saw a ghost, not really understanding what I saw. She tells me I'm silly. I sleep under my bed for a couple weeks, and continue to be afraid of the dark and home invaders for years. To come. Fast forward to me at 16 years old visiting my dad in Hong Kong for the first time on 10 years. We are just talking about him and whether he would visit me in the US. He tells me, I did visit you in the US a couple of times. When you were young, you probably didn't even know because you were sleeping, and I didn't want to deal with your mom. I was like, oh shit, you're the reason why I'm afraid of boogeyman / home invasion. TLDR, my dad was the boogeyman. My dad's side of the family is known for their famous, year-plus long grudge matches. I, as a small child, did not really understand this concept. When I was 10, my dad gave me one of the best gifts a dad could give in the world, a trip to Disney World. I had no idea how this trip was funded. Clearly I didn't care. It was time for adventure according to later research. My grandfather, who used to be a big shot in the printing business, helped fund it around this time as well. My dad would go on trips to meet this girl who was his girlfriend and lived in Chicago. He had bounced around jobs and was settled at Jet, so it seemed like everything was fine. All of a sudden, my dad stopped talking to my grandfather. We wouldn't go to dinner with him every month. Visiting him just flat out stopped. About half a year later, my mom, my parents were divorced at the time, started taking my brother and me to see him. Now, this whole thing was very confusing to me. So of course my brother and I would ask my grandfather all sorts of awkward questions. He'd make these long, drawn out answers that made absolutely no sense to me as a kid. I distinctly remember him referring to himself and my dad as loggerheads, which I now realize is the word for idiot. After a while, my brother and I basically stopped entertaining these gatherings and would begin crying constantly during dinner. And since these dinners were almost always in public, they soon came to a close. Later, I learned a few things about why my dad and my grandfather stopped talking. 1. My grandfather did not approve of my dad's long-distance girlfriend. 2. Long-distance girlfriend ended up playing my dad and was actually cheating on her husband to date him, and my dad was none the wiser. 3. My dad, who was very used to feeling like a doormat when it comes to women, was now very betrayed, and my grandfather was ripping him a new one for being so dumb. I also believe he accused my dad of taking some of that Disney money to go see the girlfriend cute grudge match that lasted for 8 years. I never questioned it as a kid because everyone would get mad at my grandfather for a period of time. Heck, my uncle was mad at him for even longer during the same amount of time, so it just made sense that everyone would get mad at him. I'm just happy that I'm not quite as big of a grudge holder as my dad's side of the family can be. While they can be a bunch of assholes, I love at least 80% of them. Late to the thread, but I've been feeling the need to get this off my chest, and this is as good a place as any. When I was a lot younger, I lived with my dad at his cabin. He had his problems, but he was a very good father. Cared about me through everything. Anyway, my dad had a son before me with another woman that wasn't my mother, making this kid my half brother. When I was 5, my brother, we'll call him B, was around 13 to 14. Occasionally he would visit my father from his mom's house. I didn't realize it until he ended up in juvie, and my dad came to me and asked if B had ever touched me, that the games B would play with me whenever he would visit were very wrong. I don't remember much of it, and I'm pretty sure I've blocked it out, but I'm almost positive my half brother molested me. Even being male, I still find it hard to keep a steady relationship, and my current girlfriend doesn't really know anything about it. I can't afford therapy, and I'm really not sure it even happened. I just have this gut feeling that something like that happened. Last I heard of B was before my dad passed away 4 years ago, and at that point he was in and out of prison for sexual assault constantly. I never want to see him again, and whether or not he actually did touch me, I hope he rots in hell. A lot of this only happened when I was 19, but some of it goes back to when I was younger. My parents separated when I was 19 because my dad was having an affair. Still is. They're still separated. Of course, my mom blamed a lot of it on herself and thought, because of other situations that happened at the time, thought that bad things happened to her because of a situation that happened when she was younger. I would ask, but she never wanted to tell me, always told me it was none of my business, etc. From the time I was little, my mom always had very strong faith, not necessarily religious, although we are Catholic, and she still occasionally goes to church. She always had a faith stronger than anyone I knew. When I was 21 and home from college for the summer, we were driving around one night and talking about the situation between her and my dad. I asked my mom why she felt so strongly that everything was her fault, and it turns out she thought God was punishing her for having an abortion when she was in her early 20s. I'm usually not rendered speechless, but this time I was, and didn't know what to say. Could only sit in silence. I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like to feel you've completed such a sin, that everything goes wrong because of it. And for a while my mom believed pretty heavily it was because of the abortion. No one in her family ever knew. It was kept hush hush. Only my father knew. Two incidents come to mind. One point, when I was really young, my best friend was a kid named Steven. He was white, and I'm black. Anyway, I used to stay at his house all the time when we were kids, practically inseparable. So one day I'm spending the day with Steven and we go to a little local store owned by some friends of his family. We went in because Steven had been talking about all of the cool things that the store had upstairs. When he asked the store owner if we could go upstairs, she looked at him, then looked at me and said, "You can go upstairs. He has to stay here," pointing at me. I just remember both of us looking at each other confused, and then Steven said, "Oh well, never mind then." I wanted to show him stuff, and then we left and found his parents. It was just weird at the time and I didn't think much of it. We were probably 8 or 9. But when I got older I could still remember it very early. It wasn't until I got older that I realized she probably didn't let me go upstairs because I'm black. 2. When I was about 23 I interviewed for a management position with American Eagle. During the interview the lady interviewing me saw someone walking in the mall wearing an Angry Birds shirt. She looked at me and made an ugly face remarking how that shirt was stupid and how could anyone wear that. I just shrugged and remarked how that person probably just really likes Angry Birds and how while I wouldn't wear the shirt I could really care less about what someone else was wearing. Obviously, I was not hired, and I later found out that this is actually part of the American Eagle interview process at some stores. I was just nice to work there apparently. I was 6. We had just recently moved to North Carolina from Georgia, where we lived for about a year. After living in Eugene, Oregon, I made a few friends at the apartment complex where we lived. One of the people I met was a boy named Timothy. I have vivid memories of playing games, watching movies like the DuckTales movie, and going swimming at the pool in the complex with Timmy. I wasn't really familiar with cockroaches at the time because I hadn't seen many of them while living in Oregon. Timmy told me I didn't have to be afraid of them, saying it's just a cockroach. Don't worry about it. I remember my mother talking to Timothy's mother, and I recall his mom frequently being either upset or unhappy. The grown-ups spoke in hushed tones about something I couldn't begin to comprehend at that age point. When I was 7, we moved away from North Carolina and back up to the Northwest. After a year or 2, my mother received a phone call from Timothy's mom, and she let me know that apparently Timothy had died. When I asked what happened, she said Timmy had cancer. He had apparently been fighting cancer the entire time I knew him, and I had absolutely no idea. Even at the age of 7 or 8, I had no idea what that even meant. All I knew was that one of my friends from North Carolina was gone. Even that was a bit much to process, and I couldn't understand how someone so young could have died so early on in life. It took me until I became a teenager to learn more about cancer and to understand what had actually happened when I was a child. I have since had other friends who have passed as a result of cancer, and if my experience with Timmy has taught me anything, it is that the best approach is to treat everyone equally, and don't start treating a cancer patient differently just because they have cancer. I have no doubt that Timmy and I were able to have as much of a normal friendship together as possible, which might not have been possible if I had understood what was happening to him. I might have treated him differently instead of just giving him the taste of normal life that he deserved. A terminal disease doesn't mean you get a free pass to spend the rest of your days either doting on or crying about the people you love who are suffering. They deserve all of the legitimate life experiences they can get before it's all over. When I was very young, I always knew my grandma was sickly. She always sat with a blanket around her legs and was in and out of the hospital a lot. Then one time, she went to the hospital, but never came out. I was just told she suddenly got sick and passed away. She was in the hospital for a few days before she passed though. I was in kindergarten at the time. In September 1996, when I was 12 years old, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. On the day I was diagnosed, my mom informed me that my grandma had type 2 diabetes and had actually passed away from complications from diabetes because she didn't take care of herself, and that's why she was always in the hospital. She also found it strange that the day I was diagnosed was the reverse of my grandma's day. I was diagnosed on September 10th and my grandma was born on October 9th. Crazy coincidence. At times I wonder if my grandma was still alive and saw her granddaughter diagnosed with diabetes, would it have motivated her to take better care of herself? My great aunt, grandma's sister, moved in with my grandpa after my grandma passed. She was like a second grandma to me. I never knew why she lived with him, never gave it much thought. I figured she was just there to keep my grandpa company after my grandma passed. I dealt with depression on and off starting in high school, was in and out of therapy, on and off meds. Shortly after college I experienced some hypomania symptoms, and I was diagnosed with bipolar 2nd. I then find out from my mom that my great aunt suffered from manic depression, what they called bipolar back then, and she was hospitalized a few times because she'd get violent at night claiming there were ghosts in her bedroom and would bang on my grandpa's bedroom door. She would go into a cleaning frenzy late at night sometimes too. Her mania was much more severe than mine. However, that's why she lived with my grandpa, so he could keep an eye on her. She was so timid and quiet when I was with her as a kid. It's hard to imagine that side of her I never saw. She passed away when I was in high school. Not my story but my father's. My dad had a shitty upbringing. He lived with my grandmother and my uncle his entire life, but a different dad was always with them. My blood-related grandpa was a drug-addicted chemist who would just make his own shit at his lab, get high, then come home and beat my grandma. She got tired of his shit and left with the kids when my dad was 3 and my uncle was 8. After a year or two of living on the move they settled down with a new father who they called Gary, but they never knew his real name for some reason. Anyway, Gary was a devout Mormon, but not one of the nice "do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior" Mormons. The sect he was part of was downright a cult. After my grandmother converted she found out she would be one of Gary's 4 wives, and was expected to clean the compound with all the other women all day long, and she would not be allowed to see her kids until bedtime. Meanwhile my father and uncle spent all day crammed into a small cinder block hut with the other kids, where they read whatever book the Mormons worship, and would get 1 meal a day. Eventually, after making an escape plan, I don't know the details on this, my grandmother escaped once again with my dad and uncle, again living on the move for a good amount of time, until they settled down on an army base. Here she worked as a receptionist for the base and my dad and uncle went to a nearby school. Well, this was in some shitty desert in California and the other kids there were predominantly Latino and didn't take kindly to 2 white kids moving into the base. So one night my dad was just laying on the couch and a steel ball bearing flew through the window and broke his nose. My uncle was 16 at the time, angry at the world, insanely close to my dad, and tough as sheets, so this just set him off. He picked up a wooden broomstick, went outside, and beat the living shit out of these 3 kids who had thrown the ball bearing at their window. They didn't mess with my dad anymore. Anyway, the reason this fits for this question though is that up until the end of their stint at the army base, my dad either didn't remember most his early life or just though it was one long road trip. He was very angry about my grandmother's decision in men for a long time after that point. TLDR, my dad had a shitty childhood and was oblivious to it. I had a friend when I was in grade 5 who lived with some relatives, I can't remember how they fit in but weren't parents, who owned the pub/hotel in town. We got on like 11-year-olds do, running amok through the town and trying to call phone sex hotlines. We had a couple of sleepovers in the spare rooms above the pub. I remember watching Eat Carpet and Liquid Television, which was fucking awesome. What kid doesn't like staying up till midnight watching tripped out stuff? Anyway, on one of these sleepovers, after we got bored with sitting on the roof above the video shop, he came up with the idea of practicing sex with a pillow between us, so that it wasn't gay cause nothing touched. Samantha Fox was the flavor of the night. He then asked me a question that stuck with me like very few other things ever did. He asked me if I had ever had sex with a 4-year-old, then told me that apparently, when they orgasm they tighten like a vice. It shook me, although at that time I didn't really understand why. He just disappeared very shortly after. I think someone told me he had moved back with his parents or something, but all I remember was that where he had gone was super far away. Never knew where he went or if he was ever coming back. Years later I put 2 and 2 together, and I guess they either part him into foster care or something. At least, I hope that's what happened. I would hate to find out that he went back with the people who did that to him and he ended out like them. Also had a recurring image that used to come into my head right when I was on the cusp of falling asleep when I was in my teens of 2 children sitting on the edge of a bed with a man standing in front of them who had a large long beard and scraggly long hair. Asked my mum about that one day after it had happened for about the 5th or 6th time, and apparently I had watched my mother's second husband molest my sister and eldest brother who were from her first marriage. My stepdad molested me when I was 9. I didn't really understand why he was sticking his hand up my shirt and playing with my newly developing breasts and pinching my nipples, but I didn't think much of it at the time. It only happened once, and he was very drunk. When I was older, around 13 or so, I remembered the incident and realized he had actually molested me. I didn't tell my mom because I thought she either wouldn't believe me or she'd murder my dad in his sleep. I kind of just brushed it off and acted like it had no real effect on me. He probably didn't even remember doing it. About 10 years later I finally told my mom long after they had divorced, but made her swear never to mention it to him. I'm afraid he will accuse me of lying or that he'll kill himself. He's attempted suicide several times. Drug and alcohol problems. I have a very precarious relationship with him. I do love him, and for a long time I thought it wasn't a big deal, but recently I've been struggling with the gravity of it all. I feel like if I'd said something at the time I could have prevented a lot of physical and abuse that I and my siblings suffered at his hands. At the same time, I know now that my mom really would have murdered him, and we all would have wound up in foster homes. He's doing so much better now, clean and sober for about 2 years, but it's really hard to let it go. I know getting felt up by your dad isn't nearly as bad as what happens to lots of other kids, but it just makes me feel gross. Plus I'm only just now starting to fully process everything my parents did to us as children, and honestly that understanding is more traumatizing to me than when it actually happened. I thought it was normal to have sheets thrown at you and be screamed at every day for petty things, you know? I mean, who hasn't been pushed through a mirror or had a coffee table thrown at them? Swell, now I'm blabbering. Time for a drink or 5. When I was in 5th grade I was the top student in school, and we had a national test that everyone in the country did. It includes math, English, and Swedish. I did the best in my school, and had only one wrong answer on the entire test, one error on one of the math questions. So when my dad came along with me for the yearly parent-teacher talk, my teacher informed him of these results and told me I shouldn't tell the other students about my result because they might get sad as they didn't do so well. I was in 5th grade, so I didn't really see an issue with that statement. I just felt proud I had done well. On our way home my dad was furious, and I got really sad because I thought he was mad that I had that one wrong question in math. For years I was terrified to have any errors in math because I thought dad would get mad, and I still get a bit panicked when it comes to math. It was only a few years ago that we actually talked about it, and he was horrified because he had actually been mad at the teacher for telling me to hide my accomplishments. TLDR, I thought dad was angry at me for having one incorrect answer in math on a test. Turns out he was mad at my teacher. I'm super late, but I have a happy story with a good ending point. When I was about 10 I was with my friend from the neighborhood walking around. We lived right by the beach, so everyone knew each other from the beach. I don't remember his name, but this old guy probably in his 60s called us over to the fence of his lawn by our names. He asked us if we wanted to see his big model trains and the bunch of little boy that we were wanted to see it for sure. We go into the house, really small cottage-like house. The strange part being there were no trains. So we asked him about it, thinking we may have made a mistake. Then he goes, "Oh, there in the basement." He then lifts up a rug with a trapdoor underneath. And I don't know what the hell we were doing trusting this guy, but we went down the ladder into the dark basement. Turns out this guy has all sorts of model trains the size you could ride on. He told us all about his hobby and how NASA had hired him when he was younger to make some parts for them and how his wife had passed recently. Apparently he was lonely and just wanted someone to share his hobby with. Everything turned out fine for our stupidity. The only weird thing he did do was give us a bag of swim trunks that he had no use for. That was odd, so we threw them away. He died a couple months later. Near the end of high school, I started socializing more, and I found out that it was not normal to start to stress out over organized events and upcoming holidays. It was also not okay to repress these stressful feelings until something triggers an episode of gut-wrenching sadness or mildly restrained rage, or the somewhat less destructive method of slowly burning through the feelings over a long period of depression. Yeah, having a violently alcoholic mother was a hell of a childhood. It wasn't every night, it was every occasion though. Holidays, birthdays, and as it got worse, any sort of event that was planned in advance. My family began doing things spontaneously out of necessity. My dad is still very indecisive. He leaves every decision to the last minute because he's learned that's the only way to not dread the outcome. And myself, my emotions are very guarded, and I have a lot of trust issues that make it hard to get close to people. My little brother has a lot of residual anger that led to social ostracism, whole self-esteem issue, leading him to never put any effort into things he isn't confident or comfortable with. It isn't over, though it isn't as bad as it was. She hasn't given up on alcohol. My dad is just good at managing her drinking and depression through lifestyle choices. Puts a bunch of gray hairs on his head though. End of the tunnel is in sight. 2 more months and my brother and I no longer live with them. When I was 5, my family went to visit my godparents for the weekend. They live in a really old house that's full of really cool stuff. Me and my godfather's son, who was 12, decided to go exploring some of the rooms. When we were far enough from the adults, my godfather's son stopped and said we couldn't play the game I wanted until he'd done his homework for his science class. He was supposedly studying anatomy at school. He told me to take off my trousers and underwear. I said I didn't want to, but he said, as soon as I did we could go and explore the house. I really wanted to go and explore, so I did it, and then he started talking, as if giving a demonstration to a room full of people. He said something I can't quite remember, and then said, and this is how you finger a girl. It really hurt, but after he'd done it, I got to go exploring the house, so I sort of forgot about it, as 5-year-olds do. It wasn't until I was about 14 years old that I realized that there is no way in hell that was actually a homework task and that he'd just straight up abused me. The thing is, he's grown up to be a decent bloke. I don't really fancy bringing it all up after so long anyway. I told my sister once and she said he was just a kid who was experimenting, and if I bring it up now it will ruin his life. I wouldn't tell anybody this in real life, but this is Reddit, so who cares? When I was about 9 or 10 years old, which is old enough to have some sexual feelings, but not enough to matter, I was buddies with a female cousin of mine, because her mother would frequently bring her over to my house. We even bathed together sometimes, according to some old family photos. Well, my cousin was about 12 at the time of this incident, which left me with some subtle feelings of attraction to her, since she was older than me, and we all know that older kids are fascinating when you're little. We were in my playroom just fatching around, with the door shut, when suddenly she suggested that we play a game. The game was simple. I had 2 pillows in the room, and the object of the game was for each of us to use a pillow to try and knock the other person down. She took the little pillow and gave me the gigantic overpowering pillow. Even back then I thought this was suspicious. If she knocked me down, she would get the privilege of seeing and touching my private parts, and vice versa if I knocked her down. As you've probably guessed, I beat her handily, and I beat her several times. Later on in life I realized she let me win. Each time I beat her, she'd drop her shorts and let me do whatever I wanted to her. I distinctly remember thinking she had a really nice butt, but wondering why she clearly had 2 oddly shaped balls, yet no bonus insight. Years and years later, when I had a girlfriend, I learned that some women have bigger vagina lips than others. When I was older, the exact details of my family tree was made known to me, and as it turns out I was not related to her at all, but instead we were related by marriage. That also explained why she wasn't even the same skin color as us. She resembled a childhood version of Pocahontas TLDR. My older female cousin duped me into feeling her up. A couple different things. When I was about 14 or 15 I remembered when I was little me and my mentally challenged uncle were playing outside, like play wrestling and stuff. He was probably 17 or 18 at the time. Well, for some reason, when I was little I never realized that him having his dick out while trying to put it in my face and make me touch it was wrong. Ever since I made the revelation I haven't communicated with him again. It grosses me out and makes me feel dirty when I think of it. Another incident was when I was about 10 years old. My dad called my mom because someone had stolen his truck from a gas station, sped down the road, did a little joyriding, and flipped it over into some cane fields. Everyone was freaking out. The cops were extremely vigilant in the case. My dad was super mad. Almost 10 years later I found out that the truck was never stolen. He was drunk and was racing somebody on wet roads while it was raining, and he went off the road and flipped his truck. The guy he was racing picked him up and they went to the gas station where he formulated this awesome plan and actually had everyone believing him. He told my mom a couple months after the incident and accidentally let it slip out to me nearly 10 years later. It pissed me off. I wished he would have gotten caught so that he would have been punished for his crimes. But I'm over it now. He's older and not as stupid now. When I was around 10 and my sister was around 5, we had a family friend in her late 50s that kept wanting us to spend the night at her house. One of us at a time. Alone with just her. There was a guest bed there that I thought I'd be sleeping in. I was wrong. It had a bunch of stuff piled on it that would take too long to move or some sheet. She also decided it was fine to play a game of checkers with a small child in just her bathrobe with lots of cleavage showing. When I said I was uncomfortable and asked her to put on pajamas, she said no, and that when I grew up, I could wear whatever I wanted to in my own house. There's a lot more, especially with my sister. But the friend who was probably more than a friend to a certain family member, it turns out, left me alone because I went home complaining about how rude it was to not have the guest bed made so I had to sleep in the bed with her and how I wanted her to put on pajamas before we played games. This person was never really nice to me and I didn't want to go to her house to begin with. I think my parents sent me so she wasn't insulted, I guess. Anyway, that stuff was mild. It was just the start. By the end of it all, there was a restraining order, but I was never touched. This will probably be buried, but whatever. When I was younger than 10, I remember asking my mom where my dad was, and she always said that he was hanging out with some friends for a little bit. Eventually he'd come home, and my mom and him would whisper loudly at each other. I distinctly remember one time he chased my mom into my room, and she knelt down with her phone in her hand and my dad put his legs on either side of her and forcefully took the phone out of her hand. Still have that phone somewhere. There's a discoloration on the screen from him. Additionally, whenever my dad would get mad at us, he would hold on to our upper arms, bicep/tricep, so tightly that its own times left a bruise. I guess my mom got tired of him because I remember clearly the night that she had the last straw. She had been yelling at my dad on the phone for most of the evening and had just hung up angrily on him. She walked to the front door, locked it, and told me, "If your father comes to the door, don't open it, just come get me." TLDR. It wasn't a sudden realization, but a gradual one, that my dad used to be an abusive drunk. He's a lot nicer now, but he treats me like a child, which I assume is him trying to make up for lost time. My family and I had moved into a new house when I was 4. My oldest sister was 9 and my other sister was 7 years old. After a few months, we kept getting odd calls from a man. My parents bought caller ID, which was high-tech back then, and told us to only answer if we knew the name/number/or instructed different. After a few months of that, when my dad would be working nights, my mom would randomly come get me from my bed and make my sister's and I sleep with her. On those nights, Sometimes we would hear someone outside near the windows or a stick and hitting our wooden porch. I never thought of anything, and my memories are blurred. That is until a few years later, and it happened again one night. The person was banging on our kitchen windows, singing Jailhouse Rock by Elvis, and running around our house. My mom grabbed her gun and called the police. It wasn't until then did I realize that this guy has been doing this for years, and he was the reason why my mom was scared of us talking to strangers, answering the phone, and staying out after dark. Come to find out, this guy had been stalking my sister since we moved to our new house years before. We never caught him because the police pretty much didn't take it seriously. We assume it was a certain neighbor because another neighbor mentioned our name, full well knowing the story, and the guy started bragging about it. He was 17 preying on my 9-year-old sister TLDR, moved to new house, heard strange noises, wasn't allowed to answer the phone at all. My oldest sister who was 9 was stalked by a 17-year-old for 5/6 years. My mother and my brother left me in our van on a relatively hot day for what seemed like an hour or two at the time. I was around 4, so it was probably more like 30 to 45 minutes. What happened was that my mother asked my brother to get me out of my car seat, which I didn't know how to unlock, even though I tried myself to unlock it. However, he did not hear and just went inside. I had a habit of leaving the light on in my room, so when they went inside and they didn't see me, they just assumed that I was in my room because my room light was on. Probably the worst thing about the whole situation was that my brothers went to play basketball outside, right next to the van. They did not see me struggling. They did not hear me screaming. Well, they soon realized that someone faked up then, and they came running out of the house to the car and got me. I don't know for sure how long I was in there or how hot it was, but I do remember that it was pretty sunny when they left me in there, and by the time they came to get me it was dusk, and it was pretty hot in the car. I now realize how damn lucky I was to not have anything seriously wrong happen. I no longer leave my light on in my room when I'm not in there. TLDR. Mom and brother left me in a hot van for some relatively long period of time because of a miscommunication and me leaving my light on in my room. Sometime around the age of 6 to 7, and had just lost a tooth, I woke up to see my mother standing at the edge of my bed watching me sleep. She appeared to be wearing a pink onesie, and even though I still remember how crisp everything else in my room was, except she somehow seemed very blurry to me. I rolled over and saw my water glass was empty and asked Mom, can I have a glass of water? But she didn't move. She just stood there. Mom, can I have a glass of water? Mom. 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 I sat up now yelling at her right in front of me. Mom. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Just then my mother burst through my bedroom door sans glasses and wearing a large one-size-fits-all Garfield shirt. As she burst through the door, the figure standing in front of me evaporated from its head down to under my bed. I tried to explain what had just happened, but I was at a loss for explanation when it dawned on my little brain that I had just witnessed the tooth fairy. I immediately checked under my pillow and didn't find $1. Instead, I ended up finding it under my bed, further cementing the idea that I just saw the real live tooth fairy. I mean, she was glowing pink after all. I told everyone who would listen about how I actually saw the real life tooth fairy. Kids at school, teachers, relatives, anyone. It wasn't till about 20 years later when I was retelling a story of a friend's paranormal experience where her brother and her who had both seen a cowboy hat wearing specter in a hotel room. She saw him first, but tried to close her eyes till he disappeared, but he soon after woke up in the night calling to his father, only it wasn't his father he saw. Instead he described the cowboy hat man standing in the corner. As I got the part in the story where he kept yelling, "Dad, Dad, Dad," I stopped and had a very sudden epiphany that it wasn't the tooth fairy I saw all those years ago, but my long deceased grandmother, who looked very much like my mother once I put it together. Her face was exactly who I saw. Even all those years ago I still have the entire scenario burned into my brain. And that is officially the first of many encounters I have had with the paranormal. I was around 4 to 5 probably, playing next door on the swing set in my neighbor's yard with their daughter who was a year older than me. She asked me to see my butt. I was confused. She said I show you mine, you show me yours. So I was like, okay. Sounds fair. She showed me her butt, then I turned around and did the same, pulled down my shorts and showed her, like she showed me. It was for a second or two each time. I don't remember how it looked, didn't even understand what we were doing. Unbeknownst to us, her dad was watching us from the window, which was pretty close. We finished playing a bit after that, and I was about to walk home. Before I leave, I hear him calling my name behind me. I still didn't know that I had done anything wrong. He calls me over and tells me, you know what you were doing was wrong, right? I think I just looked at him cause I didn't understand. I also didn't have sisters, so was never told about those things yet. He just said, I don't ever want to see you doing that again. You hear? At that point I was afraid because his voice and demeanor was pretty hostile. I can't remember if he was holding me by the arm, but he might have been. I just said okay, and as I left I felt horrible, but still didn't understand what the fuck had happened. I never told my parents, because I was too afraid, I suppose. And I'm sure he never told them anything. But after that I hardly would go around there. Took me years to understand it. We always attended the same schools, but our relationship was never the same. Could never talk to her really again, lol. There's a lot, but some of the major things. I was on medication for ADHD from before I can remember until supposedly I decided to stop taking it in 05. It never occurred to me that I wasn't just attention deficit, though thinking back the meds I was on were often changed and none of the other kids I knew with that or ADHD were taking or had taken what I was on, or vice versa. It wasn't until 6 years later, after several extreme bouts of depression and the truth of the illness being present in other family members surfacing, that a girl I was living with suggested I was bipolar. If I hadn't ever moved away and lived with her, I probably never would have figured out what I was suffering from. My brother and I have never gotten along, and it's been that way forever, but I really never could pinpoint a beginning to our disgruntled relationship. I never knew what started it, it's just the way it was /is. Recently my grandparents mentioned to me that when I was still a baby, just over a year, and they were taking care of my brother and I, they had to keep us separated, even keeping me in their bathroom at night, to protect me from him, after they several times caught him beating me. The circumstances surrounding my parents' divorce I still don't understand completely. But as a kid I didn't understand why they couldn't even talk to each other over the phone, or why my father thought my mother is crazy and my mother and grandmother thought my father is a horrible piece of shit person. After high school I really started pressing for answers from both sides. My mother absolutely is crazy, but this I can't prove with certainty, but probably is true. My father was a cheater and a beater. When I was 12 my mother remarried kind of suddenly, and then I had 2 sisters within the next 2 years. It wasn't until after years of living with this asshole of an abusive stepfather that I began to question why the fuck she married him. Then I did the math and realized she was pregnant before they got married. We always had very cool medical stuff at the house. It was fun to play with some of it. As I got older I asked where it came from. My mother is a nurse. She wouldn't admit it straight up, but she takes stuff home from the hospital. Some of it stuff that isn't missed / would have been thrown away, but some of it clearly not allowed to leave the hospital in your pocket. One day when I was 3 or 4, maybe 5, I was at home hanging out with my dad. He says he wants to show me something in the backyard. Our back porch is elevated above the ground and is covered in brown astroturf. Around the perimeter of the porch is a wooden railing painted mauve, that about 3 or 4 feet high with a flat top about 4 to 6 inches wide. The scale might be a little off here, because we haven't lived in that house in about 15 years, but I'm trying to compensate for my memory. On the left side of the porch is the only exit into the yard. Along the left side of that opening is the beige wooden paneled side of the house. That goes for about 10 feet, and then there's the corner of the house, on the other side of which is some tool sheds anyway. My dad picks me up and stands me up on the railing along the left side facing outward. He says something like, "Stand still, like this, and take a straight rigid pose." I'm flipping out. I'm having none of it. I want down. Now, he balances me on the railing and takes a step back, just out of my reach. I try to reach out to him, but I have to maintain my balance or I'll fall. I adopt the stance, and he walks away from me. down the side of the house. Then turns the corner. I'm screaming at him. I had never been so scared in my life. He's gone for what seems like minutes, and I'm still paralyzed on the railing, trying to keep my balance point. I don't exactly remember what happened next, but I think my mom came outside, got me down off the railing, and cursed my dad out for a few hours, while I stayed outside. My relationship with my dad is pretty good now. He used to be kind of quick to anger, but age mellowed him long ago. I kind of laugh about this story now, because his health is failing. I'm super late to this post, so I'm sure this will get buried, but I've got a few of these, some more serious than others. When I was very young, 4 or 5 I think, my cousin and I were molested by a friend of my aunt's who was staying with them for a few weeks during one summer. I remember the adults finding out about it happening to my cousin, but didn't realize it was happening to me too. The guy went to jail, and my cousin had to talk to the police, and I never said anything, because I felt very embarrassed/ashamed, like I had done something bad, and would get in trouble if I told. The thing is, I had buried this whole experience in my mind, and it didn't resurface until I was a teenager, and I heard a song on the radio that for whatever reason I associated with our assailant. It just came flooding back, and I had a minor freak out. I now remember everything, but haven't, and probably won't, ever tell my family. Another story happened when I was about 17, and had just started working at my first job at a grocery store. This guy came up to me and asked how much money I made. He claimed to be a gourmet chef, and asked if I would like to make a little extra working as a server for his catering company. He gave me his card and told me to call to set up an interview. When I called, he asked me to come in person to the company's office on a date a couple days from then, and he gave me an address. When the day came, I looked up the address and printed out Google Maps directions. This was the early 2000s, and started driving there. This place was way outside of town, in a sort of industrial area with lots of big buildings and virtually no people to be seen. When I pulled into the parking lot of this place, I just got a really freaking bad feeling. I don't really know how to explain it, but the whole thing was just freaking me right out. It was like a big warehouse and a couple of trailers. Everything looked really rundown and shady, and there was just one door in front with no sign or anything. I suddenly saw these guys walking towards my car from behind, like 3 or 4 of them, not smiling or waving or anything, just walking fast, like they mean business. I pulled forward and just sped the fuck out of the parking lot and away from there. The guy never called me back, wondering where I was or anything. I found out a few days later that a number of girls my age had been kidnapped over the course of a few months, and there was a suspected sex trafficking ring operating in my area, just north of Miami. I'm pretty sure that's what would have happened to me if I had gotten out of my car and gone into that place. Okay, now for a not so serious/freaky one. When I was a kid, I had this pet parakeet who I absolutely loved. We were about to move to another state, and my parents told me that my dad was not going to fly in the plane with us, but he is going to be sent by train to our new town and we'll pick him up at the train station. Little kid me accepted this with no problem. When we got to our new house, about a week after we moved in, my dad went to go pick up my bird at the train station. He brought him home. We were all excited, and I never gave it another thought until I was like 25. It hit me like a freight train. Oh, there is no such thing as a pet train. My dad totally just went out and bought an identical bird. I had once spent one day working in a marijuana grow-op snipping butts when I was around 6 years old. I was only paid $20 for a day's work. I have never really thought about it until one morning a couple years back. I was coming home on a long lonely public transit ride back after a night shift, and I remembered my uncle asking me if I wanted to make some money. Told me if my grandparents asked where I was helping him with the garden, and then driving what seemed like hours into a forested area. Then everything clicked. Another was when I finally realized what happened when I was around 10 and there was a lot of screaming, and a man with a gun burst into my mum's boyfriend's house. I remember someone knocking on the door, and my mum looked in the CCTV thinking she recognized them, so she went to open the door with my baby brother in her arms when the person knocked her down, throwing my baby brother on the ground, and he ran in and saw me. My mum had run back towards me screaming. saw something in his hand, which I later assumed to be a gun. He had been yelling something at my mum, but when he noticed my other little brother, who was a newborn in a crib where I was, the guy kinda just ran off. My mum asked if I was okay and said he was a friend, and he was angry then never talked about it. My mum's boyfriend used to have CCTV everywhere and would have to give a password or show their face on the CCTV to get in. He was an weird eccentric. When I got older I found out my mum's ex-boyfriend was a drug dealer. Realized the man who broke in was owed money, but got scared when he saw the kids and left. Last one, that I was sexually assaulted, raped, by my older cousin. When I was around 5, my older cousin, around 15ish, started playing my dick and asked me to suck him off and stuff, saying him and his brother do it all the time and it's fun. I don't really remember it, but I have never seen him again since then, and he got brought up at a family dinner last year and everyone was awkward and looked at me and then didn't say anything other than he's long gone in Ontario now and no one has seen him for years. Took me a long time to realize what happened. This one will probably get buried, but I will write it anyway. When I was around 8 to 10, me and my friends used to go down to this river next to our apartment to swim and have a good time. There used to be lots of kids swimming and playing around. Most of them had dirty, torn clothes, pretty obvious that most of them were homeless. Anyways, here we are playing with all these kids and just having good time. And I remember this black 90s Mercedes pulling up right next to our playing area and two big guys with sunglasses came out and started shouting at everyone to come over for ice creams. Every kid, I mean literally every kid, gets excited and runs to them. Being oblivious and innocent, everyone wanted ice cream, even us. So we run to them and those two guys tells kids to get in the car and they will take us to ice cream place and will give us car ride around the area for free. Most of the kids had no hesitation and got in the car. I couldn't get up this little cliff and I needed a hand. The one guy spots me, comes over and gave me a hand. I was thankful and took his hand. Right when I took his hand I looked him in the face smiling at him. He had no reaction, just cold stare with his mouth closed. Right there I had a feeling something was wrong. It felt cold and scary for some reason, while everyone else was happy. Something gave me this feeling of terror and wanted me to stay away. I looked at my friends, they had some weird feelings too. So all of our friends decided to stay and play. So we turned back and start swimming again. Other kids gets into the car and they were gone. I remember staying there for the whole day not realizing how few kids left and that other kids did not return. Years later I figured out what was actually happening and we were lucky we decided to stay and just play. Sorry for me wall of text point. When I was 6, I was playing around with my 5-year-old brother in my backyard, and while we were playing, my friend passed by on a trail behind my house, and I considered that friend to be my boyfriend. You know the boyfriend/girlfriends you have when you're like in 1st grade. Well, that fact will come in handy later. Anyway, he claimed he could hop my fence, and I told him to do it. He did, and he decided to start playing with me and my brother. As that was happening, he was with someone, like 11 years old, but he let it happen. Soon, the kid who hopped my fence started trying to get me to make out with him, and his reason was, because you are my girlfriend. I was confused obviously, and I didn't know at the time what a real boyfriend/girlfriend did. And, while that was happening, my brother thought he was just playing around and didn't do much at the time and thought he was just playing around with me. Later, he started chasing me around to make out with me and finally got me on the ground, and my brother, not knowing what he was actually doing, was helping him catch me and get me on the ground. Soon, they had me on the ground and they started taking off my clothes. I tried getting help from the 11-year-old kid, but he did nothing. Later, I went to my mom and said what happened, and she called 911 and all of that. That 6-year-old kid was from a foster home and he suddenly was gone. When I realized what happened when I was 13, and I held resent towards my brother, but it slowly simmered down. I also held a hate towards the kid that did nothing, as much as I said for help, and at that time I realized that the kid was sent back to foster care because of it. TLDR, brother, and kid tried to take off my clothes when I was 6 and didn't realize it until I was 13. My upstairs neighbors were my best friends when I was 6 to 8. There was a brother, my age, a month younger, and sister who was 3 years older. They also had an older sister that was a stripper, which caused an issue at my school, but that is another story. Anyway, the older sister Heather told me that she knew I liked the younger brother Mickey. I said yeah, he's my friend. She says no, you like him. I had no clue what she was talking about, but she said he like me too, so that made us boyfriend/girlfriend. So anyway, she had me and Mickey kiss in front of her. I tried to do it with my mouth open because that's how I saw people do it on TV. He thought I was trying to tongue kiss him, and I said no. Who kisses with tongues? Anyway, things escalated till she had us have sex in front of her. Wearing our clothes, we would take turns being on top and awkwardly hump each other. She was cool and older and knew stuff, and they were my only friends, and I didn't want us to not be friends, so I went along with it. Only when I was around 16 over 17 did I think about it and realized how faked up it was. I don't know if she was being molested. She was Mormon and had a stepfather, Mickey's real dad, so I don't kilometers now if it was repression or what, but I can't try to find them because I never knew their last names. And one weekend, when I was staying at my dad's, my mom's is where they were my neighbors, they packed up and left. By the time I got back they were gone. No goodbye. No warning. Nothing. My mom said she heard a huge argument, and it took them one day to move. My family was military, so we moved across the country every couple of years. Just the nature of the timing of my father's assignments, it was oftentimes my mother and 2 younger siblings catching up after finishing school and packing up the previous house. I remember one time, when I was 6 to 7, c. 1994, where we're traveling across the panhandle of Texas on our way to Colorado, when my mother made a wrong turn and we ended as close to the middle of nowhere as you can get. The old Mazda MPV then started to sputter, and eventually lead to us having to stop on the side of the road. Being this is the 90s, this left us with no way of calling for help, and totally stranded. Eventually a truck rolls up behind us, and this guy starts grabbing things out the dash of his car. My mother has always been a brave woman, but she suddenly got spooked, and decided that she was going to see how far the MPV would take us. I remember all of us kids started hollering he was going to help us, and my mother was there, white knuckling down the highway. Years later, I brought this up at a family dinner and my mom swears up and down that she saw him put a gun in his belt before stepping out of that truck, and that there had been several women assaulted in that area at that time. My mom is not one to spook easy, but even years later she was still unable to laugh it off. It was one of those moments where we could have been a based on true events horror story. I don't know if I completely understand this now. 3rd grade I transferred to a new school across town. I went from being gregarious and popular to introverted and shy pretty quickly. One of the gym teachers was incredibly awesome. He personally knew several of the major basketball players in town who came and visited the school regularly, and he had this trick shot where he would kick a basketball against a far wall or the backstop of a hoop, then it would fly all the way across the court into the net. Like 1 in a million shot, he could do after 2 to 3 tries. I thought he was super friendly too. This guy takes a liking to me, and he somehow negotiates with my teacher and mom that I can stay after class and practice basketball with him, even though I had no real athletic talent at all. In fact, I was asthmatic. I don't remember what we were doing, but I remember I would help him clean up, then I would hang out in his office for a bit, then I was back off to class. At one point he started giving me basketball trading cards, including one autographed by Clyde Drexler, but he would give me a few every once in a while. He was really keen into me playing basketball, but I didn't have any talent for it at all. This went on for a couple months, but my memory is just so blurry, because nothing out of the ordinary seemed to be happening. Now, I know this all seems like a crazy "you were being molested" story, but I don't remember any abuse, unpleasantry, or awkwardness at all. But, Hell, I was the type of kid that would rip off my pants and run around naked. If given the chance. Point back to this thread, it never occurred to me that I could possibly be being abused. I just thought this dude was awesome. Then around 20 years old I was like, oh fuck, that could have been bad. Wait, did that happen? Did anything happen? In 5th grade camp, the counselors kept telling stories about these creatures, called Norgas, that lived in the woods, supposedly the source of the material Norga hide. The Norgas liked to pull pranks on unsuspecting campers, and we were told repeatedly to watch out for them, because they were coming for us. Fast forward a couple days, and they send all the campers on a blindfolded hike through the woods, supposedly at the time when the Norgas are at their most rambunctious. On this hike, we were supposed to be holding onto a rope to guide us in the right direction and holding the shoulder of the person in front of us with the other hand. The person in front of me, however, kept letting go of the rope and wandering off, and somehow, after we both got away from the rope, she got away from me. So there I was, lost, alone, blindfolded in the woods. I happened to be wearing sweat pants at the time, unfashionable 10-year-old as I was, and something kept pulling down my pants and touching my butt. Couldn't tell you why I never took off the blindfold. Guess I had too much trust in authority and thought it was all part of the game. I was honestly kind of excited to have had a run-in with a real Norga. Point eventually, someone grabbed me and pulled me back to camp, lecturing me the whole way back for having lost my way. I promptly forgot about the whole experience. Kid memory, geez, until years later, when I recognized my camp counselor on the local news, being dragged off in handcuffs for child molestation. Between the ages of around 8 to 12 my mother was married to an abusive man called Danny. There were constant fights, which I later found out that he was abusing her physically and emotionally, and most likely sexually as well. But after these fights Danny would come to see me in my room, sit on my bed, and talk to me as if nothing happened. While doing this, he would edge closer and closer to me, getting creepier and creepier, then stop and leave my room. He also did this anytime he'd leave the bathroom, where we are convinced he was doing some sort of drug. This happened about 2 to 3 times a day for the entirety of their relationship, if it could be called that. He never did anything, just really what I've described, but that would sometimes be up to 10 minutes of him doing this. Then one day my mother had enough and kicked him out. The next day I was waiting on the bus to school, at a stop only used for school buses, and he suddenly shows up. I witnessed everything the night before, so I know what was going on. He comes up to me and starts saying how none of what happened was my fault, how special I am, and stuff like that. He was about to put his hand on me, can't remember where, when I noticed the bus and frantically flagged it down, and he watched me get on, while carefully looking around. I never had any more contact with him after that day. A few years ago, I'm now in my mid-20s, I was telling my mother and sister how he acted when he came into my room. My mother said she had no idea that he would stop into my room, and that's when I realized I almost became the second victim of his abuse in that house. He was going to molest me. TLDR, mother married a man that abused her and almost molested me as a kid. Throwaway obs. And a disgusting story as well. I was probably about 7 years old and there were 2 sisters and a much younger brother that lived across the street. One sister was a year older than me, and her older sister was, I think, around 14 years old. She used to babysit me all the time and was always really nice. The memory is really distant and foggy, so I can't recall names, and I, literally, might not have ever remembered it, but something made it snap back into focus after 20 plus years of never having thought about this. One day I was home alone as usual. Latchkey kids weren't uncommon back then, and the younger sister and her little brother came over to play. I remember her saying that we should all pull down our pants. Her and her little brother did it so nonchalantly that I guess I followed their lead, just to not feel dumb. I remember she kept telling me that she wanted me to lick her down there. I don't remember what I said, but I do remember that it took a lot of convincing on her part, so I'm assuming I resisted a lot. I remember her saying something about her cousin left these models, toy cars that you glue together. Not sure if anyone these days glues model cars anymore, haha, at her house, and she would give them to me. If I did it, I did it. I don't remember how I felt, or if I knew how weird it was. They left after that point. Thinking back about it, I'm not sure how someone so young knew how to coerce someone like me that was only 1, maybe almost 2 years younger than her. As an adult that has heard about these scenarios, I'm thinking that she had it done to her. At that age I didn't know anything about sex. I'm not even sure I knew what was going on. Point here's where it gets weird. I went over to their house a couple days later not thinking anything about it. The older sister kind of catches me alone and tells me that her sister told me what happened. I remember trying not to freak out because even though I didn't exactly know what we did, I knew that we should not have been doing it. I told her I don't know what she means. The older sister says, "It's okay. I don't care. I won't tell anyone." Was it fun? I don't remember what I said, but I'm pretty sure I denied everything. I think she smiled and tried to convince me it was okay. I left pretty quickly. Then, about a month later, we moved away without any warning. Point I don't remember my parents looking for another house to move to. I just remember all of a sudden we picked up and moved. Point to this very day I think something went down, but I would never ever ask my parents. I always wondered, did the girl's parents find out and say something to my parents? Were there threats? Accusations? My parents never asked me anything or mentioned anything. I'm not sure if the older sister was doing some pedo stuff with the younger sister or they all had it done to them by someone else in the family. The timing of the move seems so suspicious, but what would I say? Hey mom, did our sudden move to a different part of town have anything to do with the fact that I put my tongue on the neighbor girl's vagina? Point true. Story. Growing up I was suicidal. Now this is from a young age. Starting when I was about 8 or 9. I was always thinking about it. Planning how I would kill myself. I was also always suffering from hearing voices. Memory loss, not retaining information as well, in addition to hallucinations and delusions such as the belief people can read my mind. Point I only just found out recently that I'm schizophrenic. Whenever I told someone about this back then they would complain that I'm doing it for attention. If I was watching TV at 7 PM when a shadow monster smashed my bedroom window, I was too tired, was their explanation. Point I eventually became terrified of leaving the house, because that was when it would get worse. I haven't been outside in 4 months. Don't judge me. In school I was always getting into trouble and being called a lazy bastard by students and several teachers. I also suffer from insomnia, so I can't sleep at night. I fell asleep in class one day with the bridge of my nose on the end of the table. My teacher kicked the table shouting at me for falling asleep. I still haven't had a good night's sleep in years. Has anything changed? Well, since it became common knowledge where I live that I'm schizophrenic, people believe I'm a psychopath. Point honestly I just wish that I could have gotten help sooner. When I was younger I smelled something horrible and asked my dad what it was, and he said skunk. Later on we moved somewhere else and I would smell something similar and thought it must be a dead skunk again, until I became a stoner in high school and realized I should meet the neighbors. Edit. Something else I remembered that I normally repress half the time, but my mother won't let me forget, using it as an example as to why she's a wonderful mother. When I was around 6 to 8 years old some dude stopped me right after crossing the street to my best friend's house at the time. Most the conversation is a blur, except when he asked me if I wanted a bike, and I said yes. He said something corny like alrighty then, followed by why don't you come with me to get it from my van, it's parked at the end of the block. I could see it. I told him I needed to get my mum's permission to go somewhere else besides my friend's house. He agreed, and I don't remember if she was already on her way out or if I got her, but at some point we started walking back to meet the dude. She didn't speak English well enough to communicate directly with him at the time, and I explained it to her and him while we all stood there, and then we started walking. We passed 2 houses while my mom walked holding my hand right behind him, and all of a sudden she was running towards the house with me under her arm like a linebacker. She never called the cops and I never told anybody except my S/O about this, since it's only recently this year I remembered. 15 years later TLDR, my neighbors were podheads and I was almost kidnapped once. When I was 9, I went to friend's grandmother's house where his whole extended family was there. My friend's family was off the boat Irish and I'm of Italian background. So, I go there, sit down at their dinging room table, and my friend's family members start asking me questions like, do you eat a lot of spaghetti at home? And do you and your family know someone in the Mayfair? Yeah, we ate a lot of pasta at home. A lot of people do. And, no, I don't know anyone in the Mayfair, nor did I ever pretend to try to look cool. I was 9 years old, and it was 1984. I cared only about G.I. Joe toys at the time and nothing else. So, I asked to go to the bathroom and my friend's aunt follows me to watch me to make sure I didn't steal anything. I went in the bathroom, came out, and she was waiting for me. She checks my pockets to make sure I didn't take anything from the bathroom. For some reason they asked me to just wait outside the house with my friend. I swear, they actually asked me to wait outside because they didn't trust me, because I was Italian. I didn't know what was going on at the time. All of my understanding of what happened came with time and eventually learning that there was some sort of Irish versus Italian racism thing that existed. I kinda remember my grandmother not liking Irish women. She used to say that they didn't wash their feet. I have no idea where she got that, but I guess that's the kind of thing that used to exist that no one really pays attention to anymore, especially with so much Irish and Italian intermarriage. But it definitely informed a little of opinion on race and prejudice, just enough to know that, despite that one experience, I will never understand what it is like to be black or Latino in America experiencing something exponential on that level. Racism is pretty shitty. TLDR. Experienced racist Irish as a child who didn't trust me because I was Italian. My parents took me to Mecca when I was 9 years old to do the holy pilgrimage, Hajj. My parents believed in jinns, basically demons who can take any form and be invisible or visible to us at their will. I guess I never believed in that. But this actually happened. It was 4 AM and me and my parents, were looking for our tent. I remember I was learning to count in Arabic at the time, so I was very enthusiastically telling our helper our tent number. It was 44, and out of nowhere this man shows up. My parents called him a boy, and to my memory he was a teenager. I guess that's a man for a 9-year-old. And he says 44. Come with me. So we started following him. I was with my mum and my dad slightly ahead of us, and the boy even more ahead. As time went on, my dad kept getting farther and farther, pun intended, and me and my mum were getting really tired. My mum kept asking my dad to slow down and he refused. According to my mum he was being really aggressive, but I don't remember my dad being so angry. I was nearly asleep at this point, and the next thing I remember is we caught up to my dad and he was just standing there. My mum asks what happened. Where is he? I don't know. He's gone. I don't know what happened, and I probably will never know, because the only other people there were my parents and they'll just say he was a jinn. In fact, they were telling everyone he was a jinn for the next few years or so. The story kind of died down since those days, but I really wanna know what the fuck happened. I know he wasn't some jinn. The number 44. We moved out of Colorado when I was 7. When I asked why, my dad said it was cause Colorado people were mean. They would snarl at you and flip you off when you waved. I believed this and told others this like it was a fact. I found out at 9 my parents had a meth problem in Colorado, but they had stopped when we moved. I knew these as two separate facts. Colorado people were mean and that's why we moved, and also that my parents did meth in Colorado and stopped when we moved. I'm 21 now, and the other day, while out with some friends, it hit me. We didn't move because of the mean people, we moved because of the meth. It sounds so petty, but I honestly believed what my dad told me my whole life and never connected the dots. I had to be drunk for it to just spring into my mind. And the days I do remember, right before we moved from Colorado, make a whole lot more sense now. Also, since I brought up meth in Colorado. I was 4. There was a knock at the door and I answered. It was my mom's friend Angelique. I'll let her in. She was my mom's best friend practically. She heads downstairs where my mom is, and I'm nosy so I follow. I walk into Angelique just beating the shit out of my mom. Full on smashing her in the face. Blood all over my mom. She's screaming at me, call 911. Call 911. But the phone was too high and I didn't understand really what to do. I don't remember much after that. My mom got her ass beat and Angelique left. I didn't even really register that it was a bad thing going on really. I feel guilty for that point. Later on my mom tells me Angelique beat her cause my mom called her out on stealing from her, so Angelique beat her up. It didn't really happen to me, but I was 6 and at school and I noticed chairs were in their strange spots because they were in the wrong position and not in their 4 legs, and there was this boy yelling in my class and crying and he picked up my chair from my desk and threw it. That explained the chairs in their strange positions. I told my mom about it and she made a big deal about it and said if it happens again or else. One day I thought it happened again because I saw him crying and yelling again and another chair was in the strange position and he was kicking at it, so I thought he threw it. I came home and told my mother and she made a big deal about it and wrote a letter to my school and went to my school to talk to my teachers, and I was so confused when the teacher aide said he didn't throw them. Years later I realized my mom made a huge deal about it because throwing chairs was violent and can harm people, and what he did was very dangerous and a danger to others. The teacher aide probably lied to my mother saying he didn't throw them to protect him. If that word got out to others, oh boy, and she wanted to avoid that, so she kept it a secret by denying it happened. And who will believe a child? I was confused for years about it and thought maybe he didn't throw that chair, and I assumed because it was in the wrong spot. But now I know it was to protect that boy from judgment and trouble and hospitalization. But luckily the chair throwing only happened once. But I still think he maybe didn't throw that chair again, and I made the assumption because of what happened last time. I'm sure my mom was relieved to find out what I said wasn't true, but the teacher may have lied about it happening the first time to protect him. My mum was walking with us into town, me all of 3 years old and my little brother in his pram not even 1 yet. Some man walked up to my mum, pulled out a knife, and shouted, "If I see one more baby in this town I'm going to kill it." I remember this with pretty much perfect clarity still 30 years later, even to the point where I now think the guy looked a little like William Atherton from the second Die Hard film. Someone on the other side of the road shouted and ran over, and the guy ran off. My mum was distraught and some women came and helped her and looked after us until the police arrived. I remember being fascinated by the police car. Later on that day my grandparents had come around. Dad had come home early from work and just the house seemed really busy, and all I could tell people was about how I got to go in a police car. I didn't really get why everyone was so somber or why my mum was so upset. Apparently the police picked the guy up not long after. My mum had to go down with my dad to identify the guy while my grandparents looked after us. She has always said it looked like the police had taken issue with him threatening kids and had beaten the crap out of the guy. I guess that was more acceptable back in the 80s. I have also been told that it messed me up a bit as a kid for a few years and that my parents later regretted not getting me counseling, but I don't actually remember that bit. My youngest brother pretty much slept through the entire thing. I only just realized this a few weeks ago, and it's been faking with my head ever since. I have a clear, distinct memory of going to the local pool my mom, her BFF and her BFF's kids, one son, 2 years older than me, and one daughter, 2 years younger. We were swimming and having fun, and whatever. I was probably 6 or 7 at the time, making the sun at least 8, if not 9. I don't know how even to word this. While we were swimming, our parents were chatting poolside and us kids were in the water, and the son kept diving down and groping me. Specifically, he kept grabbing my swimsuit in the crotch and pulling it away to expose my labia. I didn't know what was going on, but it kept happening and I remember being very distressed. Fast forward to nowadays, and me and friends/family/so have been talking about swimming, and this memory hit me like a freight train. I had completely blocked it out, but now that I remember it, I can't stop thinking about it. I remember how it felt so clearly and I feel disgusted. I've never told anyone until now. I know my mom would probably never believe me. For reference, I'm 20-year-old now. I've always struggled with heightened sexuality and numerous other symptoms/side effects of sexual abuse, but for the longest time I could never understand why, as I had no memory of anything remotely sexual happening to me. With this memory having returned to me, I'm wondering if the sun had done more to me that I don't recall, or if any of the other men in my life during my younger years, there are many, did something to me, and I just don't remember. I wonder, often, if my parents knew something happened, but never told me. I struggle with trusting the adult men in my life because of this, and I'm cautious of all of them. Even my dad. TLDR, family friend, 8/9, groped me and tried to remove my swimsuit to look at my labia when I was 6/7. Didn't understand what it was at the time, but now realize it was. Well done. Struggling to overcome the memory and not let it consume me. Bit late to the game, but here it is. My biological father not really being a part of my life. I theoretically understand how/why it happened, but he is still a dick. Lol, bad puns. For not even really sending me Christmas gifts or something. My mother had a condition that made it impossible to have kids. I get the shitty logic of the situation, but hey, it was the 80s, and they probably met at a house party. They probably had a conversation along the lines of, oh no, you don't need condoms. I tried having kids since my 20s. She was 43. Boom, 9 months later I was born. She was just so happy to have a baby and was doing okay for herself, so she didn't really push for child support. Also, he was never a wealthy man, always quite poor. I think he was a bit of an alcoholic at the time. I can see how it would be a bit of a switcheroo for his expectations in the relationship. It's statistically bizarre that I exist. I saw him a couple of times, but he never really initiated contact. He also did not refuse contact. I did fine. I had a lot of good male role models, but he also had a family like 2 years after I was born. 3 kids with the same woman. He was a shitty absent-I dad to them and him, and the mother broke up a year after the third was born, but at least he was around. I don't think I seriously understood the motives until I was in my mid-20s. I obviously have resentment, but I dropped the anger a long time ago. It did make me extremely religious about using condoms though. I had more partners in high school than most people do in their whole lives, but I didn't even end up with anything, ever. Clean bill of health, not even herpes. Edit. Not that I'm encouraging that type of promiscuity. I mean, it was usually a lot of fun for everyone, but obviously I got lucky. When I was really young, I loved to eat greens. I feasted on greens. I ate greens all day long. I couldn't give enough of them. I'd climb up trees to eat greens. I'd eat greens straight off of the bushes. Loved greens. My whole day pretty much consisted of going around for hours and finding anything that was green and devouring it. It was a strange obsession, like I was trying to stuff myself with greens for something later, and the obsession started to evolve. I would start to feel exhausted at the end of the day of searching for greens and want to curl up in a fetal position. After a while, I lost interest in eating greens altogether. I think there was a period of time where I just stopped eating. I was compelled to build this strange pod, which I sewed together from silk. I must have worked on it forever. I really lost track of the time that I was weaving it, but I wove and wove, and eventually, I could fit my whole body inside this thing. When I finally finished, I crawled inside and just fell asleep. I don't know how long I was asleep, but when I was inside, something really weird happened. When I woke up, the pod was crusty and dry, and I had to rip my way out of it. My back, in fact my whole body, felt completely different, like I had gone through some serious change. When I finally emerged from the cocoon and saw the light of day, I felt my wings spread and my antennae expand, and realized that I was no longer a caterpillar. I should have seen this coming, I guess. Story time. I grew up in a very affluent neighborhood. The kind that was an extremely large and gated community in the northeastern part of the states. I was somewhat spoiled, but also was made to somewhat work for a lot of the things I enjoyed, you know, chores and stuff. I had never been exposed to the poor side of the city, so I never really grew up knowing a great deal of poverty levels and homeless people. One day, I decided to take a walk and get myself a candy bar. I left the gated neighborhood and began walking down the street to the local convenience store. Seeing how this was a very nice area to live in, my parents often let me walk there due to the nice area and all. As I arrived at the store, I saw him. Up until then, I had never seen a man like this before. He was dressed in rags, fairly tall and had his hand stretched out. As I walked by him, I heard him mumble something. This was my first time experiencing a homeless person. I don't know why I was never told of the different income levels around the city, but I guess my parents decided that I shouldn't worry about such things since they weren't usually around my neighborhood. I felt a little confused, but I decided to be a nice person and give him the money he was kindly asking for. Being a kid though, I tried not to remember what he looked like due to being slightly scared. Fast forward to college. I was sitting in my dorm room, watching shows that college kids watch on comedy channels, when I heard it. The words that homeless man spoke to me long ago. Those words popped up on the TV and caused all those memories of that homeless man to come rushing back to me. Can I have about $3.50? It was then I remembered that outside that store I was staring into the face of the goddamn Loch Ness monster. I jumped out of my chair, fist shaking, yelling, "God damn you Loch Ness monster." He beat me, guys. He beat me.